It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The New York Mets, once 21 games over 500, missed the playoffs on the last day of the season, getting shut out by the lowly Miami Marlins. Despite the failure, the Mets will run it back with Carlos Mendoza and crew next year. What will Uncle Stevie do to fix this epic failure in 2026? And with the wild card set to begin on Tuesday, we will break down all the matchups and weigh in on the biggest regular season debate. Is the great Aaron Judge going to get his third MVP trophy? Or did the big dumper do enough with his 60 bombs to take home the hardware? And before we dial it up to 11, we will talk Jackson Dart's dynamic debut for Big Blue and how he will perform without star wide receiver Malik Neighbors, who tore his ACL on the wretched, no-good, hot garbage should be thrown out MetLife turf on another fully loaded, jam-packed, live Monday night edition of Jabba and the Mets.
Give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, that Saquon Barkley at this point.
I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take it down.
Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really?
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes. Can't get it alone.
Six 672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks. My co-hosts, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and now Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listing for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. You can call us 631-672-3108. If you have anything to argue with us about at any topic, on any topic, for the rest of the show, you can call the show. The lines are open as long as you don't curse or say something derogatory about Jabba and his weight. I'm just kidding. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was a crazy weekend. For baseball, the New York Yankees head into the playoffs, and the Mets packing it up and going to golf. And they're not going to be hanging out at the Ryder Cup after all the New Yorkers and the way they acted. That's a whole nother story. I'll get into that a little bit later in the show because I think they're absolutely horrific. They're horrible people. I'm just saying it. Long Islanders at the Ryder Cup were disgraceful, disrespectful. I don't care if they're European. I don't care if they're from the U.S. or Canadian. You show little respect. I don't care who you are and how much you hate that person. These guys go out there. They're making sure that they're entertaining you for, 18 holes every single day, 4 days this past week, and embarrass themselves.
36 holes Friday and Saturday, 18 on Sunday, and there's only 3 days.
Oh, okay, 3 days, whatever. I didn't watch most of it. I went there Saturday. I stopped there Saturday for about, 25, 30 minutes. It was packed. I didn't want to deal with the people. The media was crazy. Everybody was trying to get most of the interviews with some of the golfers at the tail end of probably the 16th or 17th hole. And a lot of people were just trying to get their time and get their recordings, and they were walking all over the greens, and I just didn't enjoy it. The little bit of time that I was there, I didn't enjoy it. But again, Bethpage Black is an interesting place to be. The restaurants are cool. I like the food, so I'm not going to complain about the food, but I didn't get a chance to eat much of it because I wanted to stay the hell away from it. So, but it was a nasty, nasty weekend when it comes to the New Yorkers that were there. I thought it was disrespectful. I didn't like it. It was so bad. But the Met fans are not very excited. They're not happy right now because the Mets are packing it up and going to have to figure out what they're going to be doing in the offseason. Do they make some trades? Do they add pitching? There's a couple of big names that are going to be available in the offseason, Allen being one of them. Maybe the Mets make a run at one of these guys, but they can't depend on the young guys. We will get into that. I know a lot of Met fans are not very happy about that, but we'll get into that in just a few moments. Wild card weekend, and I say wild card weekend because there were so many teams fighting for where they're going to be. The Yankees could have won the division on Sunday. Unfortunately, the Blue Jays went on a winning streak just like the Yankees. They completely outplayed Tampa over the weekend. And the Yankees obviously tried their best and worked their asses off to win the division at the tail end of the season. But after losing series after series, in the middle of the season against the Blue Jays, it affected their opportunity to win the division. So, unfortunately, the Yankees are going to be matched up against the Red Sox this coming week. And if you're a Yankee fan, are you excited about that? Well, it's the Yankee and Red Sox rivalry, so you're going to sit there and you're going to enjoy it. But to me, I'm not excited about that, Joppa. And then we'll get into the whole Judge and Raleigh thing because it seems like that's the talk of the town. Who gets the MVP? Is it Judge, who's had a superb year? And if you want to ask and you kind of look at what Aaron Judge has done over the last 3 seasons, it's utter worldly. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If you compare some of the great Yankee seasons, even the Mickey Mantle era, the Babe Ruth era, the Joe DiMaggio era, those eras, these 4 years that Aaron Judge has put up and really shut people up as the best player in the league could be some of the best years we've ever seen a Yankee player have. But, Jabba, how are you? How was your weekend?
It was good. It was it's hot here now. It is literally like perfect weather right when it needs to be. Like in the morning, get up, headed to the gym. It's awesome. And then get stuff done. Then you go back out around lunchtime, and you have to change 3 times a day living in Nebraska right now, living in Lincoln, because it's the way it goes. And it's like, well, then you're too hot, so you change clothes. And it's like at night, you want to just hang out outside on the deck, put your feet up. Okay, you got to put a jacket on, a sweatshirt. But no, other than that, it was great. It was a great weekend for sports. Obviously not the way we wanted to end it in golf. A for effort and everything that happened there.
Was it?
Great sports.
I don't know about A for effort.
I mean
the players, they played hard.
Yeah, you could have gave it. I mean, yeah, fans are going to be fans, though. I don't know if you guys will get into it. We're not, obviously, you guys don't like golf, so it's not even on the conversation today. But I'm going to get into it because there's a lot of golf fans around. But what do you expect to happen into New York? Literally, I don't know if you guys saw it. Chipper Jones said the same thing. He played here 12 to 15 times for 20 years. His wife and kids were never allowed. Don't get it. Understand you're gonna get it. And I've been called worse. I've had batteries thrown at me. I've had everything. Understand what you're gonna get when you come in, unless it's attacking family, whatever. And the thing about Rory,
it was.
Yeah, but nobody threw anything at Rory's wife. They hit it. There's a video of it. They hit it out, and they just so happened to hit her. And so, yeah, the part of, is it right? No. But what do you expect? I mean, that's fans. That's what they're going to do. It happens everywhere. And that's the nature of the beast. You know it's going to happen. And when you chirp back, don't expect them not to chirp back. There's videos of you chirping as well. Like, so that's the name of the game. Like, it is what it is. It's not going to change. But it was fun to see, obviously, not the ending that we wanted. But yeah, it expected exactly what it was. A little bit closer on Friday, Saturday. Sunday was obviously impressive for a lot of guys, and it was a fun weekend for all
I don't know about that. It wasn't fun for Met fans. It wasn't fun. Well, it was fun for the Giant fans. I know they're excited. Well, fun for you, but you're not everyone, Jobber. You're one person. There's billions and
I know,
billions
but I'm
of
just
people.
speaking for myself. I don't
it.
speak for everybody else. I'm saying I speak for me.
Well, I got it. I got it. A little bit later in the show at 9 o'clock, we'll be talking to New York Mets. Yes, New York Mets and Army football public addresser and announcer. Colin Cosell will be joining us again. Colin has been a friend and a fan of the show for a very, very long time, and Colin loves coming on this show. So we're very excited to get him on. We'll talk a little Mets baseball with him. We're about to get into the Mets, so I'm sure he has his thoughts of this team and this organization when Colin has been a Met fan practically his whole life. And this is a dream come true to work for the New York Mets and be the voice, the guy that speaks at the stadium every single week at Citi Field. So Colin is a guy that is very well respected around the league and very well respected on this show. So we're very excited to get him on the show. The Mets collapse, ladies and gentlemen. The New York Mets completed one of the largest collapses in baseball history, getting eliminated from the playoffs on the last day of the season. The Mets, in a must-win situation all week, lost 2 out of 3 games versus the lonely Marlins, while the Reds won 2 out of 3 games versus the Brewers to sneak into the last spot of the National League wild card. On Sunday, the Mets were shut out 4-0 and only had 5 hits. Francisco Lindor and Juan Soto both grounded into double plays with runners in scoring position, and Pete Alonso lined out with the bases loaded. The Mets used 8 different pitchers in yesterday's game, and many fans were questioning Carlos Mendoza's methods of pulling pitchers too early. The Mets had the best record in baseball at 45-24 on June 12th and had the best ERA in baseball. Since then, they went 38-55 and had the 5th worst ERA, and we're tied for the 5th worst record in baseball with the Angels and only better than the Rockies, Twins, Nationals, and White Sox. The Mets announced on Monday that, yes, I know Met fans are not very happy about this, they will keep manager Carlos Mendoza for the 2026 season, while owner Steve Cohen apologized to fans for their failure on social media. Well, Steve Cohen has a lot to say, but little words to say. And Met fans out there should not be very happy for what we saw in the second half of the season. The second half of the season was absolutely horrible. And Met fans are going to sit there, they're going to make every single excuse. Every excuse in the book. And I'm going to get into Juan Soto because the excuse that he made after the game, speaking to the media, was just non-apologetic. Because he should apologize. You're the leader of this team. You and Francisco Lindor are the leaders of this team. And you laid up a lousy goose egg the final 2 games of the series. It was a must-win weekend. The Yankees needed to win all 3 games to try to win the division. They did, but so did the Blue Jays. The Yankees did what they needed to do to fight for the division. The Mets had no chance of winning the division, but had a chance to go into the playoffs with McClain and Tong and some of the young players that they have on this roster. And they just didn't show up. When they needed it, they didn't show up. Pete Alonso opted out right after the game, as expected. And Pete Alonso is going to go to free agency, and he's going to have a pick, and he's going to make the pick on where he decides to go because there are going to be teams lining up for him. The season that he had the best batting average.
Do you like how he announced it right away, like right after the loss?
Yes,
or,
I do. I do because he wants the Mets to understand. I am out there. I am putting myself out there. It's time to make a move and make a move before the playoffs are over. Because if you let me go out there and about to sit down with team after team after team, I'm going to make my decision. I don't want to be here. The Mets gave Lindor the extension as soon as they traded for him. They gave Juan Soto an extension after they made the move to bring him in. They made sure that Juan Soto got paid. They gave him $768 million. Pete Alonso got a 3-year deal. To me, that wasn't even worth the value that he is as a player. He is the face. He's been the face of the New York Mets organization in their farm system. Remember, this is a guy that was called up as an older player. He was 25 years old when he came up as a New York Mets player. Remember, the Mets drafted him, and it just didn't develop. He didn't develop in AAA or AA for a little while. But once he figured things out, Pete Alonso became the face, the heart and soul of this organization. I remember 3 years ago when he came out, he said, I'm getting rid of all my social medias. I don't want to interact with anybody that is interactive with me and the team. I want to go out there. I want to be a leader. I want to show my leadership by doing that. He's done everything right as a New York Mets player. He's done everything right. He's put up the numbers. When he's healthy, he's putting up those power numbers. He's hitting over 100 RBIs, over almost 40 home runs every single season. The nickname, the Polar Bear, to me, that will be the biggest loss from this season and the offseason if Pete Alonso decides he wants to part ways with the New York Mets.
It also showed you he believes in himself.
Yes.
Because instead of going out and do it, he took a 1 year, $30 million, basically saying, hey, this is on me. And if I fail, obviously in a walk year, it is definitely going to change what my number could be.
Absolutely.
And to go out and have the year that he did on the level that he did. And, I just hats off to him because it takes some big cojones to, especially in this market, he gets it. He has the quirky, weird personality that fits really, really well. I wouldn't say, and obviously I'm not in the clubhouse, so I don't know from a leadership side, but the way he handles the media and interviews and how I feel like he's authentically himself, and I think the Polar Bear fits very, very well. But hats off to him for literally, you know what, I'm going to bet on myself. And not to say 30 million was chump change for a year, but to not give in to what the numbers were that he didn't feel like he was valued at.
Right.
And go out and do what he did. So, I mean, it's going to be fun for him. I mean, obviously hopefully he's playing this game for, a championship, but he can look himself in the mirror and be like, I did everything I could. And he's going to reap the benefits of it.
He came out and said he wants to be a Met for life. He pretty much said that he wants to be here. So it's not like he's going out there looking for the most money. The Mets could pay him the most money. They have the richest owner in baseball. So it's not like Steve Cohen, Uncle Stevie, can't open up his pockets. He opened his pockets for Soto. He's given Lindor the green light to possibly be the captain of this team. They have young pitchers that they can build around, but they need veteran pitching. And that's something that the Mets are going to have to go after. So the Mets, again, are going to go into an offseason where they're going to have to spend a significant portion of money. That you're talking about, Pete Alonso is going to be asking for about $180 million. That's what he's going to be asking for, between 160 and 180. And then you look at the pitching that are going to be available. There are going to be good pitchers that are going to be available this year. Maybe not as good as Max Fried was last year, but there are good pitchers that are going to be available. So the Mets are going to have to spend the money. But here's the problem. And I know everybody's going to go through the what-ifs after this weekend. What if the Mets won those two games? Do the Mets make a run? Do they win a World Series? Does this team have enough to win a World Series? Last year, this is practically the same team, just with Juan Soto and some of the youth pitchers that they have. But that was just a miraculous season they had, especially in the playoff run that they had. I don't know if they're going to be able to mimic a season like that. I said that to Met fans. When they went into the NLCS, I said, this might never happen again with this roster. We might never see this again. So cherish this and hope the Mets can get over the hump and beat the Dodgers and maybe play the Yankees in the World Series and we see another Subway Series. But it didn't happen that way. And the fact is, I blame Carlos Mendoza because Mendoza got a lot of credit over the last 2 seasons he's been there. Last year, what the Mets were doing in the season that they had, he was up for Manager of the Year. He was great. He did everything right. And this year, I will say this about David Stearns. Because everybody is going to sit here and say, oh, David Stearns is he's still a great GM. Look what he's done. Look what he's put together. Well, what does he put together? A complete debacle. That is what he put together. This team fell apart. This roster that he built in the offseason over the last 2 seasons have not done what they were supposed to do. You added Juan Soto. You're absolutely a playoff team. You spent $768 million and you fall short with Juan Soto in the lineup, the career year Juan Soto had, and then Juan Soto going out there and blaming the pitching. That's what he said yesterday after the game. Well, our pitching was sensational in the beginning of the season. Our ERA was one of the best in the league, and then all of a sudden, injuries and this and that. How about take responsibility, Juan? You're the captain or one of the leaders of this team. You're not captain. You're going to be a co-captain of this team. You, Lindor, you guys are going to be the faces of this organization for the next 5 to 6 years. Because Lindor signed a long contract as well. So you look at the picture here. These two guys went out there. Lindor took responsibility. I listened to his media press. I listened to what he said. He said, listen, I got to play better. It's on me to play better. I'm a leader. I'm supposed to be out there. I'm supposed to hit. I'm supposed to put myself out there and make sure that I can put the ball in play. I couldn't do that. Juan Soto didn't say that. Juan Soto said, well, we have a chance next year to be good. We're going to work hard over the offseason. How about this? Going into the season, remember when you signed with the Mets? Remember what you said at that press conference when the media asked you, why did you decide to go to the Mets and not stay with the Yankees? Does anybody remember what he said? Speedy, do you remember what he said?
He said that the Mets were the best team in New York.
He said that he has a better chance of winning with the New York Mets than he does with the New York Yankees. Now let's fast forward it from the whole season, 162 games. Was Juan Soto right, everybody? What he said before the season started. He was never right. I didn't think
Only
the Mets,
for like a month.
The Mets are an organization.
Right.
They're a trendy organization. And everybody's going to ask, well, what do you mean? You trend on the internet, social media. Here's what the Mets do. When the Mets are winning, fans are all over social media. They're blasting. Look, we have a chance to win a World Series. Look at what Soto's doing. The unbelievable season. We've got some youth. We've got this pitching. Look up McClain. This guy's going to be a Cy Young winner for the next 3 or 4 years. Tong, look at these guys. Lubricate the balls with this. And what happened? What happened? You can't depend on youth and youngsters to sneak into the playoffs. And by the way, Clay Holmes, did exactly what he did with the Yankees with the Mets. He started the season off strong as a starting pitcher, and he was a relief pitcher for the Yankees, and he completely died off. Then they moved him to the bullpen. He was even worse in the bullpen. And Edwin Diaz came out, and he said he's opting out, which tells me Edwin Diaz might be looking for a new job in the offseason, playing for a new team, because I don't see the Mets extending him. Because they added the pitchers that they added during the trade deadline. They gave up prospects. I don't see the Mets doing it. Maybe they look at 2 or 3 guys instead of one, and Edwin Diaz pay 2 or 3 guys instead of one. Because Edwin Diaz is going to be asking between $20 and $22 million a year to get to be one of the best relief pitchers in baseball. And I don't see the Mets giving him that kind of money. And the Mets right now, say whatever you want, guys. You're going into an offseason where there's a lot of questions. A lot of questions of this team. They had the best, one of the top 10 farm systems in baseball in the beginning of the season. All those guys are called up now. Now you're going to look at going into the offseason, when we look at the franchises and where their franchises are when it comes to talent in their farm system, I bet you the Mets are in the 20s. Late 20s, mid-20s. They're nowhere close to what they were when the beginning of the season happened. And what does that tell me? You're putting a lot of pressure on these youngsters. And the Met fans are not going to sit here and make up all these crying antics. Well, if we don't bring Pete Alonso back, we can't win. Oh, really? Oh, really? Because Met fans, including Josh Silverberg, and you know, Josh, if you're listening to the show, you can call, you can argue with me all you want. You're the one that told me that the Mets were not going to make the playoffs. I give you credit for that. You came out and you told me 2 months ago this team is going to fall short, and they're going to fall short really, really hard. And what did I tell you, Josh? If the Mets fall short, it's going to be that final weekend in those last 3 games when the Mets, all they have to do is win 1 game, and they're going to choke. Why? Because Juan Soto is one of those guys that chokes when pressure is on him. Yes, everybody's going to say, wait a second, Juan Soto won a World Series. He won an MVP in the World Series. Yeah, that was when he was 19 years old. What has Juan Soto done so far since that national championship? What has he done? He's done nothing. He's played for 3 other franchises since then. I'm not saying Juan Soto isn't great. He's a sensational player. But is he a winning player? Is he going to bring a championship home to the New York Mets? I'll tell you this, and we're going to get into the whole Dak Prescott media service last night after the game, 40-40. I want to say Michael Parsons absolutely laid up a lousy goose egg, and I told fans why the Cowboys did not sign Micah Parsons, and he proved why he is not good under pressure. I'll get into that a little bit later. But when you're a superstar player, you're making a significant portion of your team's money, you got to go out there and be the face. You got to go out there and make the plays. You got to go out there and get the hits. You didn't do it, Juan. The reason why the Mets didn't make the playoffs is the blame, and there's only one player to blame here. It's Juan Soto. It's Juan Soto. I'm blaming Juan Soto because Juan Soto came out there and said $768 million. I am the best player, one of the top 3 players in the league. He said that. Well, Aaron Judge came back from a UCL injury. He still played. When he needed to make, and he needed to hit, and he needed to make plays, Aaron Judge did that. Is Aaron Judge starting in the outfield this playoff run? Absolutely. He absolutely is. That tells me that this man is a leader. This man will put up his body, will put his body on the line for this team because he wants to win. Are you willing, Soto, are you willing to put your body on the line for this organization and this team and not worry about $60 million that you're going to make every single year? Because I remember at the All-Star game, during the All-Star break, you were complaining that you didn't get voted in by your peers. You were complaining that you didn't get that $100,000. You're complaining every single part of this season that you need help. Well, guess what? The help is coming. What is going to be his excuse next year when this team falls short? What is going to be? Speedy, you're a Met fan.
What are you talking about? He needed help. He had Alonso and Lindor.
He says they pretty much said he needs pitching help. That's what he said. He says we need help. So when you get help in the offseason, when you get the pitching, because you know Steve Cohen is going to open up his pockets and David Stearns is going to get every bit of that money to spend it around and sprinkle it around like, if you like, how can I say this? You like pasta? You can't eat pasta without cheese, grated cheese. You need grated cheese. If you don't have grated cheese, if I don't have grated cheese, I'm not eating the pasta, okay? And that's what the Mets are going to have a chance to do. They're going to have the grated cheese. They're going to sprinkle it on this team. Is it going to be enough? Is this team able, with the players and the personalities on this roster right now, to get over the hump and win a championship? My answer right now, as far as I'm concerned, the answer is no.
It's hard when you look at a team culture that's never going to change. And that's a problem we've seen over the years with the Mets having these high expectation seasons. And some things, 1993 was considered like the worst team money could buy. The whole book was written at that point. 2007 was the massive expectations of Sports Illustrated on the cover. They spent a lot of money with, obviously, Beltran, Delgado, and all those guys. They went to the NLCS and choked the year before. And now a new ownership comes in, a new regime comes in, still spending money, and the same problem happens again. 2007 collapse was...
It was 2006, wasn't it?
2006 was the year they went to the NLCS. They lost it against the Cardinals. 2007 was the year after where they had their historic collapse at the time. And then they did it again in 2008. Not to the statistical drop-off we saw, but they were still up by 5 games in the last month of the season. This year, they were up in the NL East, just sweeping the Phillies in August, and all of a sudden they forgot how to play baseball. They lost 2 out of 3 to the Marlins and the Nationals twice. That cannot happen. You don't have this kind of thing. There's teams that spend money and have a good system to work on it, and they do not have that. They have an arsenal of talent. They have a player development organization that's gotten better, apparently, because the kids were the saving grace, really, in the end of the last 2 months
Didn't
of the
he
season.
spend $50 million on these mathematicians, these guys, these analytic guys? He built a whole system. Steve Cohen went out there.
What's Fish call him? Fish calls him the Lenny's or something.
Lenny's the Yankees guy. He has to think of one for the Mets guy.
Oh, yeah.
He'll
Okay.
Whatever it is. The fact is he spent $50 million in the offseason to bring in all these new, analytic guys, these personal guys that are scientists and guys that are figuring out the the new water system. I don't know. Whatever he's looked for these guys. He has them, and everybody says this system, the way the Mets are spending their money, they're spending it right. The Wilpons didn't do that. They didn't go and dig into their pockets the way they should have to help out the analytic program. The Yankees have been using it. The Braves have been using it. The St. Louis Cardinals have been using it. All those elite teams in the league have been using it, and the Mets didn't want to go out there because the Wilpons were too busy giving Madoff all their money. And Madoff was robbing everybody and pretty much sitting behind bars. And now, may he rest in peace. I guess he's gone now. But I don't want to put him down or any of that stuff. I don't like death. Right. So, but to me, the Mets organization have been an absolute joke. And there's nothing to scream about besides this team and this organization needs to find the right mathematical equation. And the right mathematical equation is not spending $768 million. It's taking a significant portion of that money and splitting it off into sectors of this team that they have been missing. And I've said this over and over and over again. The Mets bullpen has been really, 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 really bad for the last 10 years. They have one good guy and the rest of the guys, And then they'll have two good guys and one guy goes down and then the rest of the bullpen is, They're never healthy, and when they are healthy, they're all not playing well, or one guy's playing well. It's horrible, and I know everybody says it's bad luck, but when you go out there and you make trades at the trade deadline, you add guys that were all-stars. You added guys that were all-stars. Helsley was an all-star this year, was he not? He was an all-star. And what did he do when he came to the New York Mets? He did nothing.
Struggle bus.
He was bad. He was bad. And again, Met fans, there is no excuse to this. And then you have Juan Soto throwing the pitching staff under the bus. He didn't say it in a derogatory way, but what was the first thing the media asked him was, why do you think this collapse happened? He said, well, our pitching was one of the best in the league in the beginning of the year. The ERA was up, and then all of a sudden injuries happened, and everything started to collapse in the bullpen. That was the first thing he said, instead of coming out there like a leader would and say, listen, I got to play better. I got to play better in the bigger games. I didn't show up in this weekend's games. I failed against a bad Marlins team. Everybody knows the Marlins are bad. You couldn't hit against the pitching from the Marlins? Everybody was hitting against them.
They got some good arms.
It wasn't those guys that were the pitching, though.
Do you know what their ERA was? Right. The Marlins' ERA was in the month of September. Their ERA was over 8. The Marlins.
But that's why I said, when you're in this position, now you have nothing to play for, being the Marlins and the National. Like, let's go ruin somebody's season. Mind you, they're in the cellar anyway, so let's pour salt in the wound. Like, I would rather play teams in it and fighting. Sometimes you press and you got nothing to lose. Like, I already planned my vacation. I'm leaving October 2nd. Like, I'm out. So let's ruin somebody else's. Let's make sure they plan a vacation early. Like, I don't like that. And we've seen it plenty of times where it's like these dudes have nothing to play for but themselves. It's the very few times I'm fortunate enough only in 2008 of my career to not have that feeling of, hey, we're going to the postseason, where it's like, you know what? I'm going to play for myself right now, because anybody that says they're not doing it at that point, especially free agent guys, like, you want to go out on a high note. You want to go, like, so you're playing for yourself, and you're like, all right, well, here I go. Let me ruin somebody's season. Let me go rake.
And that's what you were saying. Like, there's nothing to lose, like, with those types of pitchers, too. Like, Yuri Perez is good, but, like, the other guys they were facing are not, like, anywhere close to, like, you would think tough pitchers. Perez is really good. Like, he was great before he got hurt. But that's the problem with the Mets, is they're just pressing as a result of this. And Errol's right about Soto and these other guys that just didn't hit in the clutch. Like, obviously the pitching was the bigger, like, longer-term problem with the 2-month span that they had. But the hitters didn't help their own cause either by not scoring off those guys.
Remember Aaron Judge last year? Remember when Aaron Judge hit a significant portion of home runs and everybody said, oh, what an excellent season. You're going to be the MVP. And he says, at the end of the season, when everybody knew he was going to win the MVP, what did he say? He said, this season means nothing if I don't win a championship. Right. That's what he said. Did you hear Juan Soto say that after the fact they didn't even make the playoffs? No, the first thing he said was, I'm going to blame somebody. I have to blame somebody. I'm going to blame the pitching staff. That's what I'm going to do. I had a remarkable season. I'm making $60 million a year. Why am I complaining? I did everything I was supposed to do. It's my team. It's me when it comes to Soto. It's not we, as we all say in France. So to me, it's been a big problem for the New York Mets. And the Yankees had that problem with Juan Soto last year as well. It's a big problem. When Donaldson came to the Yankees, remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Remember when Donaldson came to the New York Yankees? Everybody was like, is this going to work? Is it not going to work? And then Donaldson, there was stuff going on. People were saying there was stuff going in the bullpen. In the locker room, stuff was going on, during the games. He was yelling at the fans. He was yelling at other teams in the dugouts. Remember that? Everybody thought, this guy could be great. This guy was an MVP. This guy's a leader. Now, I'm not saying he is Juan Soto, because he's not Juan Soto. But this guy won an MVP. At one point of his career, he was a great player. And this guy was also a guy that the Yankees thought was going to be the missing piece to get him over the hump, because they needed that third baseman that could play defense and give him that power, which they haven't had over there on that side since Alex Rodriguez. Nick, tell me, Yankee fans, when was the last time they had a power bat at third base? Could anybody know? Does anybody know? It was Alex Rodriguez.
A-Rod?
It was Alex Rodriguez. Think about that. Think about it. How long ago was A-Rod playing for the New York Yankees? When was the last time Alex Rodriguez played for the New York Yankees?
2016, I believe.
So, 2016. So that is, ladies and gentlemen, that's almost 9 years ago. 9 years ago. That's how long the Yankees have been looking for a third baseman. The Mets have been looking for a superstar player, a top 5 player in the league for years. And don't give me Lindor, because he was just a top 5 player 1 year with the Mets, and that was last year. In his career with the Indians, he was not a top 5 player. He was a top 15 player, top 10 player maybe at one point. He was never a top 5 player. Juan Soto, every single year, is a top 5 player. He's been a top 5 player when he was with the Padres. He was a top 5 player at the tail end of his career with the Nationals. He's been that with the Yankees the year that he was with the Yankees. Now this year, he's a top 5 player with the Mets. This guy is one of the best players in the league and should be one of the leaders of your team. And what did he do? He went there after the game trying to figure out. You didn't hear Edwin Diaz do that. Did anybody see Edwin Diaz throw the pitching staff or the hitting or the roster? All he said is, I hope Pete Alonso, I hope the Mets bring me back. I want to be a Met for life. I hope if I opt out of my contract, I hope Pete Alonso comes back. Me and Pete are very good friends. We're like a family here. Really? If you're a family, why is Juan Soto throwing his family under the bus? Does any family member usually throw their family under the bus? Usually you would say no. I mean,
not good ones.
So it doesn't look good for the New York Mets. It really doesn't. And now you keep it Carlos Mendoza, the same coach that couldn't keep this team together. There was a lot of fighting in the dugout. Throughout the season, there was a lot of craziness that was going on. Nobody was seeing it because they kept it quiet. But David Stearns, who everybody says, he was the mastermind of the Brewers. Really? David Stearns is not there anymore. Are they winning? Have they continued to win? Yeah. Everybody's going to say, it's David Stearns' team. He built that team. I don't give a crap. That team is playing well, and it's not with David Stearns. So stop it, Met fans. Stop telling me that David Stearns is one of the best baseball minds in the league, because this baseball mind had a chance to make more moves when it comes to the pitching staff, and he failed to do so. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, the Mets are going to be sitting home watching all these National League and American League teams play while they're sitting home eating Twinkies with Juan Soto. Millions of Twinkies, because he's a very rich man.
Last comment before we move on. Jabba, you've mentioned all the time, like, how you didn't like being used, like, switching off roles and, like, not knowing what your role was going to be, too. They did that literally in one game yesterday with 8 different guys. Like, Brooks Raley, they pulled really early, which I was surprised at. Even Brazaban before that, he's a guy that can provide length, and you're just going to pull him out of nowhere. Like, you make none of these pitchers comfortable doing it that way. Again, it's one thing if you're doing it, like, throughout the season, you can get them used to different things, but it's another thing where you're randomly throwing them into these types of things with Manai in the beginning and then all these different relievers later on. Then Diaz in the 5th inning, and you're absolutely desperate at that point. So it really is just a bad formula, and I'm surprised Mendoza wasn't a fireable offense for him.
The 2025 MLB wildcard round is set and will begin on Tuesday. In this format, the higher seeded team gets all the home games for the best out of 3 series. The National League, the number 6 seed Reds will travel to Los Angeles to play the number 3 seed Dodgers, while the number 5 seed Padres will travel to Chicago to play the number 4 seed Cubs. In the American League, it is rivalry week, as we all say, as we will see the number 6 seed Tigers playing the number 3 seed Guardians, and the number 5 seed Red Sox facing the number 4 seed New York Yankees at the Bronx. Cleveland was able to win the Central and get home field in the playoff round, while the Yankees lost the tiebreaker to the Blue Jays for the American League East, but will host the Red Sox as the higher seed. The number 1 seed Brewers and number 2 seed Phillies await the winners in the National League, while the number 1 seed Blue Jays, crazy to say that, and number 2 seed Mariners do the same for the American League. You know, it's crazy. I would have never thought the Blue Jays and the Mariners were going to be the top 2 seeds in the American League. It just tells you how equal and how unsavvy. I don't even know what kind of word I can use about how bad the American League is. It's bad. Okay, the American League is bad. There's nothing good about the American League. Everybody knew that the Yankees have the best roster. The Tigers all season long showed why they're one of the best young teams in the league. Then all the stuff happened over there with the executives and the sexual stuff, and I don't know. I don't know what Detroit team we're going to see throughout the playoff, because there's a lot of clouds over them. A lot of rain and thunderstorms over them. But the Yankees are the best team in the American League. I don't think you can argue that right now. Cleveland, they have the same roster they had last year. As a matter of fact, they lost pieces. They don't have Class A. Class A's out for the year because of the betting scandal. They lost a load of pitchers. Bieber's no longer there. He was traded. There were a couple of players traded at the trade deadline. Nobody would have thought Cleveland was going to sneak into the playoffs. And then they won the division. And the Tigers and the Red Sox. Red Sox are a young team. There's 2 players right now that are not even going to make this roster, at least in the wild card game, the 3-game wild card series against the New York Yankees, because of injuries. You're looking at the American League right now. If the Yankees don't win the American League, it's catastrophical. It's catastrophic. Because think about it. The National League is so much better than the American League. The Chicago Cubs are great. The Dodgers are great. They're getting healthy. The Reds looked really, really good the last month and a half with Terry Francona. And expect Terry Francona and the Reds to make a run this year, because Terry Francona knows how to win. I took shots at Goody and Jabba. I'm going to take it back. I'm going to go back. You want to play this rewind game? This is the remix. I'll give you the remix. Jabba and Goody said that the Reds were going to make the playoffs. They believed somehow they were going to sneak into the playoffs. I did not think so. And after what I saw early in the second half of the season, I said, this team cannot find a way to win. They find every way to lose. And I was wrong. The Reds did make the playoffs, and now anybody could win. Any any baseball team, any organization can win in the playoffs. All they got to do is get in. We've seen it. Do we remember a couple of years ago, the Texas Rangers and the Arizona Diamondbacks? Remember that? Nobody would have thought that the Texas Rangers and the Arizona Diamondbacks, except me, because I picked it before the playoffs started. Speedy would come and vouch for me. I was the guy.
You picked Texas. You picked Texas to win it all. Yes, you did, over the Phillies, I believe.
Oh, was it Phillies?
It was the Phillies, but the Phillies were close too. They were right there.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. I had Texas winning. Mm-hmm. But I will go back and look at going into this up-and-coming 3-game series with the Dodgers. The Dodgers are going to be a hard out. If somehow the Reds win this series and knock off the deferred Dodgers, I call them DD, double Ds, as Speedy, you know what double Ds mean. The double Ds, if they get knocked off, the Reds absolutely can surprise and shock the world, because they match up very good against the Padres. They match up very good against the Cubs. I absolutely believe that. And by the way, the 2 teams right now, the Brewers and the Phillies are the best team. The Brewers have been up and down, really, the last 2 months. The Brewers are nowhere close to the team they were all in the first half of the season. They're not. It is wide open if the Cincinnati Reds knock off the Dodgers. Because the Dodgers are scary. Because they got Ohtani, they got Mookie Betts, they got this pitching staff, this roster, this bullpen is stacked. I mean, they can hit from 1 to 9. I mean, there's nobody when it comes to the roster that can match up against this team. Not even the Phillies. The Phillies, even with health, they're not anywhere close to the Dodgers. They're not. But I'll tell you why the Phillies are the favorite, because Kyle Schwarber, to me, is besides Ohtani, you can argue it's him or Ohtani. Schwarber and Ohtani have been the two best players in the National League. And in the American League, we're going to get into it, Judge and Raleigh, and we can argue back and forth with that. I could really see Schwarber winning the National League MVP. I could see it. He's had a sensational second half. Sensational. Wasn't he the MVP of the All-Star game? Mm-hmm. I mean, everything he's touched has turned to gold this year in Kyle Schwarber. And he stayed fairly healthy. I think he played 143, 144 games. This is a good Phillies team, and they're healthy. The only thing they're missing is Wheeler. That will hurt them. But they have two sensational pitchers that made the All-Star team, or should have made the All-Star team this year. So it's wide open. I think this is going to be one of the best playoffs we have seen in a very long time. You know why? Because I can honestly tell you, I can't pick the winner that's coming out of the National League, and I definitely can't pick the winner that's coming out of the American League right now.
No, and you mentioned it with the Blue Jays, like them being the 1 seed. It seems kind of surprising considering all the drama that they went through in the offseason. It seemed like a team that was aging, and it seemed like a last-ditch effort type of team that happened even 2 years ago with the young core that they had. It reminds me in the NHL with the Washington Capitals. They were out of nowhere the best team in the Eastern Conference, but were they really as good as they showed, and they end up losing in the second round? I feel like the Blue Jays could be vulnerable to that, plus with the buys, too, which is something that's affected teams since this new playoff format started. So Toronto was going in on an 8-game winning streak or something like that, and now they're going to lose a lot of that momentum. So I do worry about them. Seattle is interesting because they have the pitching depth, and they probably have the best bullpen of the American League teams. The Padres are the best bullpen, I think, of all the playoff teams, but the Mariners definitely have it in the American League. The Yankees have the best roster overall, I agree, for sure, now that they're healthy.
In the American League.
Oh, yes. I think the Phillies and Dodgers are a little better than them on paper than the Yankees, but the Yankees I definitely think are
If Aaron Judge hits, if he hits in the playoffs, the Yankees are going to the World Series. If he hits, there's no way the Yankees are going to be stopped. Because you know you're going to get hits from Giancarlo Stanton. He's a great playoff player. And I still believe that Bellinger is – we've seen what Bellinger has done with the Dodgers. We've seen what he's done as an MVP player. He is a great player. And by the way, he's the best left-handed hitter in baseball. He's batting .370 against left-handed pitching. So the Yankees have has had a problem year in and year out against left-handed pitching. You're going to have Bellinger, who's the best in the league now. So the Yankees are put in a position where they have the ability, something they didn't have last year with Juan Soto. As good as Juan Soto was, and he was great in the playoffs, Juan Soto had problems hitting against left-handed pitching. Bellinger is not. He's the best in baseball. So the Yankees are better than they were last year with Juan Soto. It's crazy to say that, but they are. And Max Fried is a better pitcher than Garrett Cole was last year. Max Fried is 19-5 with a 2.81 or 8.6 ERA. His whip is almost at 1. This guy, besides the pitcher that he's going to be facing in game number 1, is probably the MVP. Well, Tarek is also up there. These three guys from Detroit to the Yankees and the Red Sox, these three guys are up for the Cy Young. Either or could win. But I think it's Tarek. Tarek is the best pitcher in baseball, so I think he's going to be the guy that's going to win the Cy Young. But it's crazy that the Yankees, with what the Yankees have done this year, and by the way, nobody could say that the Yankees' weakness is their ERA, because the Yankees, throughout the season, they were up and down with the bullpen at one point. But as far as their starting pitching, they've been amongst the top 10 in baseball all season long. All season. Even with Clark Schmidt going down and getting healed back later in the season, this is a team that's had injuries. They didn't have Nestor Cortez this year. There was a lot of questions to this roster and rotation. The questions were answered. Max Fried was worth every penny the Yankees gave him. Every penny. Bellinger and Fried. Goldschmidt was up and down this year. Wasn't really what I expected him to be. He fell off in the second half. But what these two guys gave the Yankees was more than Soto gave and cheaper than what Soto was going to cost the New York Yankees.
Yeah, and when you look at this series, too, you mentioned Crochet, like how much he's gotten strikeouts this year, too. That'll be a big test for the Yankees' playoff identity because the Yankees have had postseasons where they have historic amounts of strikeouts collectively. And then the pitching depth after that's going to be very interesting, those matchups to see which Rodon you're going to get in the postseason. Like you said, Luis Heel, will he be able to recover the way he did? Red Sox have Lucas Giolito, will probably be their second guy, who's been very good in the second half of the season. And they probably have I wouldn't say a deeper bullpen, but a bullpen that's been a little more consistent. The Yankees have just gotten to the extremes. But the Red Sox, they have nothing to lose. The Yankees have a lot of pressure, so it's going to be very interesting. Just to finish up with the National League before you go, Job, I agree with Errol. The Phillies are the best team. I think, yeah, their bullpen's a question mark, but there's not a lot of great bullpens in this postseason right now. So it's really
Giolito's out for the wild card.
Oh, is that? Okay. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
But so, yeah, that should help the Yankees in that case, too, because now you're going to have to trust a lot of those younger guys, Bello or Whitlock, any of those guys to bounce back and like be that type of guy again. But
Whitlock's had a good year for him.
He's always been good for them, like pretty steadily. He was better, like probably in his earlier years, but he's had a nice year. But just to finish up with the National League, the Phillies, most complete team, and they have a good like collective of like brotherhood type team, good team culture, and they're combined with the power, combined with the on base. I think it's the best combination of everything. Milwaukee, they probably have an easier cluster playing the Brewers or the Cubs or the Padres down the road, but I think I still don't trust them over the Phillies or the Dodgers.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting all around. Arrow brings up a good point. Like, I think it's always been the AL, like being, and the NL's been, and I think that was more so with the DH and stuff like that. And I think it's definitely changed since that dynamic has been removed from the game. But it's going to be exciting because there's the expected teams, right, and then there's the other ones where you're like, ooh, I didn't expect them to have this good a year. Or this person. And that's the greatest thing about we played 162 games. Everybody's like, the season's too long, this and that. Game 162 mattered for a lot of things. And it made a lot of people money. It's going to have an opportunity to make a lot of guys more money because they made the playoffs. They get that opportunity to shine. And to crazy that the 161 doesn't really matter when it comes to 162 where you can change a division and wild card and like. So I'm excited for it as it breaks down. It's going to be tough for the Yankees to get on Crochet. I love watching him pitch. I think he bet on himself and told the White Sox to fly a kite. I want to start, and good for him. So yeah, and then the NL too. I was reading some things today too. It's like it's weird. I have this eerie feeling that it could be an 2009 rematch, just with the Phillies and. And Tom's, he understands how to win. They've been there before. Guys that know how to win, bringing in David Robertson off the couch, which is a bold move. And D-Rob's that perfect dude to do something like that. He's that guy. So it's going to be interesting. I think Seattle has some stuff to prove. I don't know if their pitching is going to hold up. And then, Cubs, you just never know. It was really cool. I don't know if you guys saw it. Matthew Boyd just getting emotional starting game one. It was really, really cool. And I got an opportunity when he was younger, when he was really, really struggling, and just a great, great dude. And it'd be interesting to see what Cade's going to do. Obviously up for rookie year with Rick Baldwin, the Braves. But he's got like a broken rib or whatever it is. So that'll be interesting. I'm just excited. This is a great time. I love the wild card series, how it went from the winner take all to this 3-game series. And, obviously there is pride in having the best record of being able to stay at home too. So I kind of love that dynamic of what they've created.
In one of the most talked about MVP races in some time, there is much disagreement over who should take home the American League honors. The National League race is all but over due to the late push by DH and outfielder Kyle Schwarber of the Phillies. But pitcher DH Shohei Ohtani is anywhere from minus 10,000 to minus 20,000 favorite for the award, which would be his 4th MVP of his MLB career. In the AL, the odds are much closer, with Judge and Raleigh being dead, with some sports books favored Judge and others favored the big dumper. Raleigh has had an incredible season, breaking all the power records for catchers and tying Babe Ruth with 60 home runs and 3rd most ever in the American League behind Roger Maris and who? Aaron Judge. Raleigh finished the season with 60 home runs and 125 RBIs, had 110 runs and 14 stolen bases with a .247 batting average and a .9448 OPS and a 9.1 WAR. Judge hit over 400 until the last week of May and put up ungodly numbers in his own right, winning the first batting title with a .331 batting average with 53 home runs, 114 RBIs. Judge has a whopping 137 runs scored with a 1.145 OPS, 12 stolen bases, and a 10.1 WAR. This is Judge's third 10-plus WAR season in the past 4. Some say the stats that are Judge's favorite shouldn't matter. Raleigh plays catcher, which is far more demanding than the outfield. Also, Judge missed 10 games this year, while Raleigh played in all but 3 games. I will say this. Raleigh deserves a lot of credit. This guy is a switch-hitting power hitter. I know a lot of people want to compare him to Mickey Mantle. He's not Mickey Mantle. Anybody that wants to compare him to Mickey Mantle is an idiot, because Mickey Mantle, you can argue, if he didn't have all those injuries, is probably the greatest player to ever play professional baseball. A lot of people would say that. I don't think anybody would argue that except Joe DiMaggio. And he's gone. The fact here is these two guys deserve a lot of credit. Aaron Judge hitting over 400 in the month of May is a sensational feat. We haven't seen that in about, what? We haven't seen that in about 15 years. Who was the kid that plays for the Padres that did it? I think he's the only one that's done it in the last 20 years. Who's the kid that's a free agent this year?
Luis Araz?
Araz did it.
He was close. He didn't get there.
But he hit 400 for about a month and a half. Mm-hmm. He was hitting 400 for a month and a half. So
this is only the second time in his career he didn't hit 300.
Right. Yeah. So
he only walked 27 times in 650 plus at bats.
So, yeah, and I agree with you. Araz is the only guy that hit over 400 that I could remember in the last 15 to 20 years. And that's crazy. Because we talk about Ted Williams. I don't think Joe DiMaggio's hitting streak will ever be broken. Ted Williams and his 400 batting average, I don't think will ever be broken either. I think it's one of those things that I can't see happening. I can't see it because 162 games, the way pitching is now, the way the analytics are out there now where you can figure out ways to pitch against these guys, I just don't see it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. But again, what Judge did this year is remarkable because everybody's trying to compare the last 2 seasons and what he was putting up the last 2 seasons, which was remarkable. And we talk about what Raleigh did with 60 home runs. Aaron Judge hit more 2 years ago. So we could go back and forth, and everybody says, well, they had these balls what do they call them?
The Goldilocks
balls. The Goldilocks balls.
The Ryan Spader theory.
Absolutely ridiculousness, and that's perfect for ridiculousness, the TV show. To me right now, Aaron Judge should win the MVP, because if you look at the statistics, and I don't have my phone, and if I had my phone, I was looking at stats that he leads the league in. There's like 5 or 6 different percentage stats that are not even close. Not even close. And I'm talking about National League and American League. It's not even close. Not Shohei Ohtani, not anyone. Kyle Schwarber even comes close to that. And this guy's a power hitter. This is a guy that a lot of people thought was never going to hit 300. This guy's a borderline career 300 hitter. I think he's career 294 right now. By the time he's done with his career, he could be a career 300 hitter. 6'8", 280 pounds of muscle. It's ridiculous. Everybody's trying to figure out who's the next Derek Jeter, who's the next face of baseball. I don't think it's an argument. I know Shohei Ohtani internationally is. Internationally, he is. But Aaron Judge in America, here in the United States, Aaron Judge is the face of baseball. He is. If you go all over the country, there are more Yankee fans than any fan in the world. I'm talking about even football. When you go around and you look at the Cowboys, everybody says, Cowboys, America's team. There are more Yankee fans, and you can look this up. Anybody want to look at a statistic? There are more Yankee fans in the world than any professional team except soccer. There are soccer teams, but that's European. I'm talking about here in America. There is nobody that comes close to what the Yankees bring in when it comes to money and endorsing and sponsorships, hat sales, jersey sales, and who is the biggest sell? Who is the biggest sell for the New York Yankees? It's Aaron Judge. Now, Raleigh has had a great year. He's a catcher. The position is so hard to play. It's probably the hardest position to play in baseball because he's the one that's calling defensive plays. He's the one that's shifting the infield. He's shifting the outfield. He's the voice of the manager in the dugout. So what he does is so very important. And he's the best catcher in baseball. I don't think you can argue that. But when you look at statistics in baseball mean everything when you're trying to decide such a close race. You're batting 247 to a guy that's batting 331, and he's playing with a tear in his UCL. Think about that, guys. He is playing with a tear in his elbow. And he's putting up these numbers. He's extending, and he's at the plate, probably in a lot of pain, probably getting shots in his elbow every single game. I don't know if he is.
He's not feeling no pain, by the way.
Probably not, because he's getting the shots. But you know what I'm talking about. You got to put your body on the line for your team. Is Juan Soto one of those guys that are going to do that? I don't know, because Juan Soto threw his team under the bus. This man came back when a lot of people said, maybe he should hang up the cleats this year. Maybe he should sit out. The Yankees have a lot of money invested in this guy. He's not going to be able to. He's going to be a bona fide DH. It doesn't matter. Aaron Judge is going to start in right field in Game 1 on Tuesday. He is. Why? Because he's a leader. He stands for something. I'm not saying Raleigh is not a leader. I'm not saying he's not sensational. He's not Aaron Judge. As far as I'm concerned with the National League, Kyle Schwarber, what he has done this year, and I'm not saying Ohtani doesn't deserve it. He wins it every year. I'm not saying, and I know what Job is going to say, so what? He earned it. He should win it. I know what he's going to say. But here's what I am going to say differently. Kyle Schwarber, if you remember, this guy was a catcher. He was brought up, he grew up in the Cubs organization. This guy had bad knees. A lot of people were wondering if he was a bona fide DH. Then he moved to the outfield. He was really bad his first 2 years in the outfield. He was really bad, okay? And then people were saying maybe he goes to the American League. I know the Yankees were interested in him when he became a free agent. The Phillies decided to make a move for him and really help him. And I got to give a lot of credit to Thompson. I think Thompson is one of the most underrated managers in baseball. Because if you see what Thompson has done with this team since he's taken over for Joe Girardi is absolutely remarkable. They have the best National League winning percentage. Yes, in the National League since Thompson has taken over this team. Think about that. You have the deferred Dodgers. You have all these teams in the National League, good teams. And since Thompson has taken over for the Phillies, they have the best winning percentage in the National League. Think about that. Snap that into however way you want to snap it. You want to take a picture of it?
They have the best hitting coach, too.
Oh, yeah. I know Long is your friend, Kevin Long, and I'd love to
he just texted me.
Really? Kevin Long,
Yeah.
and I'd love to get Kevin Long on the show. Love to get him on the show.
Oh, we'll get him on.
I think it's remarkable what Thompson, Kevin Long, what this organization has done. And by the way, they haven't won in a very long time. Remember Rollins? I see him on TBS all the time. I was never a big Jimmy Rollins fan because he hated the Yankees. But I respect what he has to say. And he said pretty straightforward about this organization. And I'm speaking about the Philadelphia organization. He says this is an organization that protects their players and stands behind their players and stands behind management. Something must have happened with Joe Girardi when he was there for him not to keep his job and them to shift to Thompson. And they must have knew that Thompson was the best fit for this organization because this guy hasn't budged. He hasn't budged since he's taken over this team. He has been better and better every single year. To me, the Phillies are the best team in baseball. They're the best team in baseball right now. And I don't think you can argue that right now. They have been the best team in baseball all season long, going 162 games. Comparison to the Brewers and what they did in the first half. This has been the best team in baseball. And the reason why is everybody buys in. This team buys in to Thompson. And what does that tell you about who he is as a manager, as a father figure to these youngsters? It tells you that this guy is the guy. This guy is a guy that these players are going to follow all the way through flames, fires, and war. And I think that's why the Phillies have the best chance of winning a championship than they've had since the time they won a championship.
Yep, it's a great mixture of like a brotherhood type team and an analytics type team where you have the on base and power, and somebody like Kyle Schwarber is like the epitome of that. Like when you look at like modeling your type of game based on the power and the metrics of today's game, and he's a tremendous playoff player too, one of the best playoff hitters we've seen when he was with the Cubs, even when he was with Boston that one year too, when they went to the ALCS, and he's definitely going to make it very interesting with him and Ohtani. As far as the American League, I definitely agree. Judge's MVP. Like Cal Raleigh's had an unbelievable year. I'm not,
and I'm sorry to cut you off. I know a lot of people like Raleigh, and I like him too, and he deserves it. I don't know if we'll ever see Raleigh have a season like this, and that's why a lot of people would like to see Raleigh. You can't take it away from this guy. No. It's impossible. When you look at these numbers, they're ridiculous. They're uncomparable. I'm going to tell you this right now. Everybody was talking about Aaron Judge's season last year, which was remarkable. This could be one of the best 2 seasons a Yankee has ever had. And I'm not talking about RBIs. I'm talking about all-around statistics from top to bottom. It's ridiculous how good of a season this man had. It's incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, to put it in perspective, Aaron Judge's career OPS is 1.028. Cal Raleigh's OPS this year was 928. Like that shows the difference in the career trajectory, and then Aaron Judge's this year, like you were saying, 1.144 OPS this year. Again, and Raleigh being a catcher, doing a lot of the things, working with a pitching staff that's very good. It might be the deepest rotation when you look at Gilbert, Wu, etc. And he has to call the games. He has to be a switch hitter, like you're saying. But Judge's numbers are just too much off the chart. He plays the field, like you were saying. It's not like Ohtani, where he's just DHing, or Schwarber, that he plays the field, but does he really play the field type thing? He does everything amidst all that. Yeah, he missed some time, but he only missed like a couple of weeks. Like that's not going to hinder anything sample size wise either. Judge is easily the MVP.
Yeah, this is a fun one, or not fun for some people, because some people think it's life or death when you give your opinion. But it's for me, Judge is just because if there wasn't such discrepancy in some of the numbers, then I would 100%. And I've gone back and forth with people all the time and love like their point of views and what have you. But when you've done it, and that's not saying that what he's done is crazy. Like as a switch hitter in the year that he had, but based upon numbers wise, he's not even in the top 10 of switch hitting, like categorically as a whole. Obviously, he caught 159 games. Like there's something to be said, but I don't know what categorically or what A, B, C plus minus negative to the second square root, how that plays a part in what he does, because
a square root? Did you just say square
I don't know.
root?
Yeah, there's a thing for every freaking statistic anymore. His F plus and the minus of the negative
the
to the
scientific
power.
Notation of the 8 power.
Jabba, don't plus anyone's minus anytime soon here with this stuff.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it's got to be.
I wasn't done yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No.
Keep going, big fella. Lay it on us.
I'm getting there. No, I just think there are different award. Like people are downplaying like batting average, and there's a batting title still, correct? Mm-hmm. Yes. Best hitter is the Hank Aaron Award. Okay, we have all of these set out to play. Most valuable player, and this has been a topic of conversation as well with numerous people, is if you take him out of the lineup, are they still as good as they are? Are they the most valuable player, or are they the best hitter? And where do those two change? And now it's some people like they're backtracking. Like a few years ago, it's like, hey, his batting average is better, hit less homers. Well, now you have the same dude doing the same thing. And that's not taking anything, because his season is going to go down as one of the greatest ever for a catcher. Let's just be honest. Mm-hmm. Like that's not taking anything away from him. I mean, he's a catcher and he has more stolen bases than Aaron Judge. I mean, that's kind of interesting. That's just a fun fact to throw out there. And there was somebody on MLB Network, they were like talking about they didn't want him to clog up the bases. We don't want him to hit 290s. Well, he actually has more stolen bases than Aaron Judge. And he does it all. He does it switch hitting, and he doesn't take time off. He's a platinum catcher, platinum gold glove catcher. Like, we're not talking about just some slappy behind the dish, like, no, just let me call some pitches, I rake. No, you've got to be able to be special to be Cal. And he's been special. And that's not taking anything. Does he lead that team 100%? Is Julio having an okay year? Did he start off terrible? Yes. Did Cal hold it down? And if you go back and look, the trajectory of projected home runs for Cal Raleigh every month was the same. It statistically stayed the same throughout the entire season. And that was how efficient and how consistent he was. We know he's not going to hit 3-something. That's just not who he is. But he became comfortable with himself because he signed a long-term deal. And that does something for your psyche. That puts you in a place where now this is home. I can be me. And not to say he's going to put up 60 every year, but we're going to get a better version of him. But a better version of him is still not as good as Aaron Judge. And that's just what. Now, if he's hitting 300 and everybody's like, if he hits 62, does that change your. No, it's 2 more homers. That's not changing anything. If he would hit 62, other than he got to. But what's it matter? 62 is 62. That's not the home run record. People are going to say it is, but it's not. So you can talk about steroids, you can talk about whatever, but 62 is 62. That's what it is. But what Judge has done in every category and continued to play, and obviously you talk about his elbow, everybody plays hurt. You want to talk about, and you want to say, oh yeah, he's playing through a blown elbow. Try sitting behind the dish and do that for 159 games. There's a blown elbow is easy. I pitched with a blown elbow for 6 weeks. I know what it's like. This man is behind the dish catching, foul balls, going up, raking. So when you talk about injury, put that aside because Judge doesn't understand what that is. And Cal will never understand what Judge's situation is either. But to take away what he's done behind the plate as far as calling the game, being a great catcher, not a serviceable catcher, and going out and hitting what he did and basically running that team, you can't blink at it. But it's just so hard with the discrepancy in how vast those – and we're not talking just Cal. We're talking about all of baseball. Not just him. We're talking next closest. And that's just hard because now it's what this game has become is stats. And MLB posted on X, like literally his OPS, homers, RBIs, didn't even talk about batting average. And he just won the damn batting title. What are we doing here?
Jabba, he did it, and I would say he has the largest strike zone in all of baseball. And he hit 331.
Taller.
Right? He's got to have the biggest strike zone. And he should absolutely win this title. But in 1961, there was a situation with 2 Yankees with almost the exact same scenario. If you take a look at Roger Maris when he hit 61 versus Mickey Mantle, who got hurt a little bit late in the season and missed like 10 games like Judge, he won the batting title with 317 314, 317 batting average and had all the advanced stats, the OPS, just like Judge. It's almost mirror image where Maris had more homers and RBIs, but Mantle had better everything else. But who won the MVP that year? It was Roger Maris. Now, if baseball is truly as analytical and stat savvy as you guys think, then Judge should win because those numbers say Judge was a better player by a decent amount. However, precedent is they're going to give it to the guy who hit 60 or more. I wonder if the 62 would have given it to Raleigh. I don't think he gets it at 60, but I think it's that exact same scenario as we saw in 1961 with Mantle and Maris, just different teams. Very interesting. I was looking at those stats.
That's very interesting. The Giants beat the Chargers in Jackson Dart's debut, 21-18, to get their first win of the season. During the game, on a deep ball from Dart, the star second-year wide receiver Malik Neighbors slipped on the wonderful MetLife turf, going up for the ball and had to be carted off the field. NFL insider Ian Rappaport reported earlier today that Neighbors suffered a torn ACL on the play and will miss the rest of the season. Dart smacked his hand, stiff-arming a defender, and winced into pain, leading officials to pull Dart off the field to check for a concussion. He came back later on that series. Dart finished with 111 passing yards, 1 passing touchdown, and also added 54 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown in his debut. The Giants' defense feasted on the poor Chargers offensive line as star tackle Joe Alt was carted off earlier in the first quarter with a high ankle sprain after being rolled up on Giants defensive end Kayvon Thibodeau. The Giants' defensive line had their way with the Chargers, with Brian Burns adding another sack in a key situation, bringing his season total to 4, which is tied for second in the NFL with Myles Garrett. Top rookie draft pick Abdul Carter was a monster in the game. Of course, he had to add this, and got to play mostly defensive end, racking up 9 pressures, 5 quarterback hits, and dominating with a 90.1 PFF grade, including the top marks for pass rusher in the NFL Week 4 season. I know, just so everybody knows, I did not write this monologue. I just read it. Just so you guys know, that had nothing to do with me.
That sounds like a Pulitzer Prize, that monologue. That was well written.
I will say this. I love Jackson Dart. I think he's going to be a great quarterback. For Giant fans to sit here, and I said this on this show, that don't be surprised if Jackson Dart and the Giants win against the Chargers and then go to New Orleans after having this gusher of a great game. And you know gushers, it's sweet in the middle. They blast in your mouth. It's nice and sweet all the way in the middle.
Whoa.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It's nice and tasty in the middle as it gushes in your mouth. But boy, oh boy, they could be heading to New Orleans against, yes, one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. Yes, you know who I'm talking about. An organization that looks like a laughingstock, probably the worst football team in the NFL, and lose in one of the hardest places to play. I love Jackson Dart. I really do. I think he's a spectacular player. He's only going to get better. But I'll say this. Dable, after the game, smacking on his chest like this guy did something, like he put up 300 yards and put up a great game. Jackson Dart did not have a great game. He did what he needed to do to win. The defense showed up. That's what happened. When Alt went down, you could see that this offensive line is completely different. That's how good Alt is. And losing Slater and Alt could be out for, remember, this is an offensive tackle that's 340 pounds. High ankle sprain, he could be out 4 to 6 weeks. Losing Alt, that absolutely affects Justin Herbert. You can see it. You saw it. Look at the Giants' pass rush in the second half of the game. He had to rush in the pocket. He stepped back 3 times instead of 5 because he knew if he stepped back 5 times, he's going to get hit. Abdul Carter was all over the place. Kayvon Thibodeau was all over the place. Dexter Lawrence was all over the place. Even the secondary was pretty damn good when the secondary is absolutely, absolutely horrible. I mean, the Giants defense showed up in a game that they honestly didn't need to win or lose, but they wanted to show up in front of their fans. They wanted to show up for Jackson Dart. And I loved it. I loved the way the team, came to him on the sidelines after his first touchdown. The first touchdown of the game was him running it in and him doing his stupid dance. I don't know what he calls that. Is that the Dougie? I don't know what the hell it was. But nevertheless, and by the way, Dexter Lawrence is an absolute beast. As you can see right over here, the interception, the pick of the year. I've never seen a defensive lineman catch the ball like this and jet down the field as fast as this guy did. Even faster than somebody on the Eagles last week. I mean, it was pretty funny watching this guy trail all the way down the field. But nevertheless, sexy.
You imagine him hitting you at that speed?
No, I don't want to imagine anything. Because if I'm trying to run the opposite way, the guy would probably catch me. But nevertheless, Brian Burns looked really, really good. Maybe he's worth the money that they paid him. Only time will tell. Joe Shane, this is an important piece. if Jackson Dart, I'll get to the neighbors because I know a lot of people are sitting here. What do you think about the neighbors' injury? And a lot of Giant fans are not happy about it. I have something to say about it. I think right now, Daboll is resting on Jackson Dart just developing in the next 3 weeks and showing everybody that another year with Daboll and this regime is going to give them an opportunity to sneak into the playoffs. And this guy could be a prolific type of offensive player that we saw Josh Allen was with Daboll with Buffalo. A lot of people think that that's what this turnaround is going to have to be if Daboll wants to keep his job. I just don't know why Daboll was smacking this guy. He was following Jackson Dart. After the game, he was all over the field. Daboll was in one place and then in another. I mean, you would think the coach goes and talks to goes to Jim Harbaugh, shakes his hand. After he goes to Jackson Dart and yells at him, and you see him shaking his helmet. Then all of a sudden he shakes Jim Harbaugh, and then he finds Jackson Dart again, and he's smacking him in the chest and like screaming at him and smacking him in the chest like the guy won the Super Bowl. It's a nice story. It really is, and I hope Jackson. Remember, he comes from Ole Miss. He's a kid that Where did Eli Manning play? Ole Miss, and now they have a quarterback that played in Ole Miss, and I believe that Eli Manning was absolutely behind the conversations with Jackson Dart because I don't know if anybody knows this during the offseason. Quarterbacks go to the Peyton Manning and Eli Manning camps. Jackson Dart, I don't know if anybody knows this, chose to go to Ole Miss because of Eli Manning. Now, Eli Manning was behind the Daniel Jones, Daniel Jones thing. And that's because who was Daniel Jones being coached by? Eli Manning's high school coach, okay? And he was behind that, and he is absolutely behind the Jackson Dart move. When they moved up and they added Jackson Dart in the first round at number 25 or 26. I think the kid is special. But Giant fans, take a step back. Take a step back, breathe, and I mean breathe, because there's going to be a lot of woes than happiness this season. He's good. This is a good defense, a good front seven, but how good are they? When the going gets tough, when they play teams that are at 100%, are they going to be able to put points on the board? Are they going to be able to put up the points that they put against the Chargers? A very good defense week in and week out, because it wasn't a great offensive game for the Giants. It was the defense that showed up in the first, second, third, and fourth quarter and made the plays when they needed to. And I got to give credit to the defensive coordinator over there. I got to give credit to the secondary that actually woke up and actually, Banks, by the way, that guy is a deer in the headlights. In the fourth quarter, the mistakes that this kid was making, and I really think that this was Joe Shane's first round pick he ever made as a Giants executive, as a Giants GM. And this guy has been a bust. And throughout the first two quarters, the guy played great.
Banks has been a liability. He got dusted a couple of times in coverage as well.
He's horrible.
And he lost one run contained.
He was horrible in the fourth
touchdown,
quarter.
Banks.
He was horrible in the fourth quarter. He had two penalties in the fourth quarter that cost the Giants and almost gave the Chargers the breathing room to get back into the game. So
he's going to be, I think they trade him at the deadline. I think
who's going to want him?
This team.
Who's going to want him?
They're not going to get much. It's going to be like a fifth or a sixth, I think. But sometimes you got to do addition by subtraction. He's just not getting it done. Drew Phillips is the star in that secondary right now. Newbin still takes bad angles on tackles, and Holland is fine. It's just they're not a great secondary. They have a great pass rush. The O-line is okay, and now they don't have neighbors. Speedy, it's going to bite them in coming weeks, not having a guy that can take two guys' attention on every single play. Yeah. That's the problem. Dart didn't have anywhere to go with the ball later in the game because guys were not open. It's going to be Slayton as their number one receiver. I heard a rumor that Mr. Odell Beckham Jr. is going to be walking back into that building.
I hope not for your sake.
I'm sure he's not any good anymore.
Oh, God,
but
please.
Did you see him tweeting? He was talking about the tweets of turf and all that, so that'll be interesting.
Well, he was bitching.
Turf, man.
The guy was bitching about the turf for years. He went out there and came under the Giants organization's asses, and he was the one that took shots at Mara and Woody Johnson, because those are the two guys that said, you know what?
Right.
With the new stadium, we're going to turf. We don't want grass. It's too expensive.
Okay,
to
so
take,
but
too
let
expensive
me
to take
ask
care of.
you guys, the football experts, because we obviously, I know we used grass and tilted the field so we could run the option, and then they switched it when we went to the West Coast offense.
Yeah.
So college football is knowing the field. Do you think that would even be feasible at MetLife because you have two teams playing on the same field to actually keep it well maintained where you're not, I guess, putting the players in risk with having all that play on one field? Would that be I don't know grass that well. Like what does that even mean?
So we had Bilal Powell on the show. All right. And Bilal Powell's been on the show quite a few times, and I've asked him this question over and over and over again. He knows MetLife. He understands what it took to run in MetLife Stadium. And he said, listen, there's no excuses. You go. He says, I'd rather play in grass, but he said the turf, turf is speed. You can run faster with turf, but he says you're going to put yourself in harm's way. He said that you play what's there. It doesn't matter. You can't argue. You can't complain. If it's turf, if it's grass, it doesn't matter. You're going to go out there. Every team has to deal with the same situation. No team has an advantage. So you just got to understand what you're playing on. And he also said that when you make a catch and you land on turf, it's like hitting cement. That's what he said. It's like you're like jumping up and landing on cement. That's what he said it was.
It's because there's all these concerts at MetLife, right? So they can't go with the grass because the grass will get trampled in concerts, so they have the turf, and it's hard to switch it out, was my understanding. But I got a list for you, and this is going to make you realize how terrible. So for some reason, last year no one got hurt on MetLife turf. Nobody had a major injury. This year,
how many? Sorry to cut you off. How many is it? Do you have the numbers of how many?
I'm about to read it to you. So natural versus turf, I don't. But maybe okay. Speedy or Jared in the back can get us the natural versus turf injuries. 2023, Aaron Rodgers torn Achilles, Jalen Phillips torn Achilles. This is all on MetLife Stadium turf. 2022, Darian Beavers torn ACL, Kyle Fuller torn ACL, Marcus McKethan torn ACL, Aaron Robinson torn ACL, Wandale Robinson torn ACL, Sterling Shepard second torn ACL on the field. 2021, another 9 guys, including Jabril Peppers, Blake Martinez, Sterling Shepard the first time, wrote a bunch of guys you didn't hear of. Go back to 2020, Nick Bosa tore his ACL on this turf, Jimmy Garoppolo, bad ankle sprain, Raheem Mostert with an MCL, Solomon Thomas, torn ACL, same game as Nick Bosa. That's since 2020. There's a good 24 to 30 guys with major lower body injuries because of this turf. It's unacceptable. And the Giants, what's the point of even drafting a great receiver if you're just going to get him hurt? It's really depressing. You know, like that guy might not be the same when he comes back. Odell certainly wasn't. I mean, they said his knee surgery didn't go well the first time, right? And he had to get it redone after it blew out. And he just was never the same guy. Who knows if Neighbor's ever going to be the same? Right now, he demanded double coverage. I don't know if he's going to be like that when he comes back. I hope he does. I mean, they do a great job with ACLs. Probably better now than 15 years ago when Odell had his, or 10 years ago. I just don't know. And now you have the rookie quarterback without a target, and you're hoping that it's going to be Wandale Robinson, who's already banged up, and Darius Slayton leading the way? I mean, come on, guys. This is going to be a little uglier than this.
Yeah, it's going to be the biggest test of adversity. I was talking about it last week when Dart was named, when he was named the starter. Like a lot of these other quarterbacks that tried to make these scrap heap wide receiving cores and make it work. And sometimes you have to grow because you're obviously being drafted by a bad team. If you're drafted early in the draft, now he wasn't, but it was the second first-round pick that they had, and you got to make that kind of thing work. And that's why I was mentioning I don't care about the statistics. I just care about the impact that he has on the game. And yeah, his stats weren't like eye-popping to say, all right, this is a stellar debut, let's go run with it. But I think the awareness plays, I think him spreading the ball around, the reads on the field are very good. And that's going to be the big test now with Neighbors hurt. Like, is he going to make everyone else collectively, not necessarily one dominant statistical guy, but still be able to spread around and have a good enough offense? Even if they don't win games, those you want to see growth as a younger quarterback.
By the way, for all you Jet fans watching this game, I'm not surprised. Every time I watch a Jet game during this show for years, and I mean years, they never win. So I knew they weren't winning this game, and I just think Miami right now has every right to whip the Jets' ass because they're making too many mistakes in the open field. Their secondary has been absolutely horrible. And I don't think there's any excuse. You have one of the best corners of the 90s for the New York Jets and one of the best corners for at least 4 years of the NFL. You're talking about a top 5 corner who's out there. One of the best defensive players, defensive coordinators last year for the Detroit Lions. And this defense has not shown up week in and week out. And it becomes a problem because they can't run the ball. Because now their strength is running the ball. And when you fall behind 17-3, what are you going to do? You're going to have to throw the ball and try to play catch up. The Jets are not winning this game. I just want to let Jet fans understand and know. That doesn't mean the Jets are going to make this a close game. Every single game besides the Buffalo game was close. But it is alarming when, and again, I know Jeff came out to me and he says, even if the Jets get the number 1 pick, do you really want to draft a quarterback in this class? And I said, yeah. He says, well, this is not the class. Next year's the class. What a crock. You don't know what these guys are going to be. And there's quite a few good quarterbacks that are coming out of this class. But that's what the Jets. I want the Jets not to win these close games. I don't. I want the Jets to lose because this is not the year for them to make a run. I don't know why any Jet fan thought that they were going to win more than 5 games. They're not winning more than 5 games this year. They're not. And I'm pissed off because, not at Aaron Glenn, I'm pissed off at the players because always on national television they lay out a lousy goose egg. They always do this. They do this all the time.
Miami's 2 touchdowns were passes to Darren Waller.
I know. I'm watching it.
That is so disgustingly awful. I can't even begin to describe that.
And you can see Aaron Glenn's face that he's making right now. He is not happy. You can tell that this team is not playing. And I knew this was going to happen, being this was going to be on national television, because the Jets only have 2 national televised games because Aaron Rodgers is no longer a part of this organization and team. And I remember last year was 5 and the year before was like 6 or 7, which I didn't like. Every time they're on national television, they lay up a lousy goose egg. Once in a blue moon at the end of the season when it means nothing, the Jets win. I am so disgusted watching this team. I'm so disgusted. This is a team that has – this is a better – and again, you're sitting here right over here, and I think Justin Fields just scored. And I don't care because this is not a good team. Jet fans, this is not a good team. This defense is supposed to be one of the top 5 in the league. They've given up more points in the first 3 games of the season than the last 3 years of Jets football. That's not good, guys. And the talent that they have is fantastic on their front 7. We talk about the Giants and Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, and Dexter Lawrence. There might be 2 guys that a lot of teams would even want in Burns. Those 3, Dexter Lawrence, Burns, and Abdul Carter are probably the only 3 guys that anybody would want on that defense. The Jets have like 5 guys on that defense, and they don't show up. They don't show up. In the big parts of these games, they don't show up. And that means Jermaine Johnson is not going to get a contract at the end of the season. Unfortunately, he is going to be the one that's going to be smacked around. And I think the Jets are going to be looking at him and saying, this guy isn't worth it. As far as what I have seen so far with the New York Giants, Giant fans sitting here today, calm down. Calm down. You're going to win 5 games this year, maybe 6. Maybe this guy, your coach, Daboll, is going to keep a job, but him prancing around and dancing around after winning a game like this, I mean, it's ridiculous. Daboll, it just shows you how inconsistent you are as a head coach and how much you really wanted this win. It's a good win, but Joe Alt going down in the first quarter. Do they win this game if Joe Alt plays a full game? Probably not. Probably not. I'm just saying. Probably not. So, I congratulations to the New York Giants. I'll have to give them congratulations. They deserve it. Abdul Carter looked like a top-end first-round draft pick in his first. This was his first game really playing defensive end practically the whole game, and he showed up, and this is why the Giants believe they're going to have a game-changing pass rusher with Dexter Lawrence. Probably you can argue the best defensive tackle in football. You can argue it right now. He is pretty fun to watch. There's no question that he is. And his fat ass going down the field, catching that ball and running down the field is pretty damn amazing. I'm not making fun of you, Dex. I just think it's funny when you see this guy waddle down the field, and he's pretty damn fast doing it. So it's just funny. I'm just a fan.
I'm not calling him that to his face.
No,
I
I wouldn't say that.
There's one guy on the Giants you owe an apology, though, to, Errol, and his name is Cam Scattaboo.
Stop.
My goodness, was he great in that game. His blocking was surprisingly good. They did
Fish,
a lot of these
if you
QB
think
ISO
he's
and
a
QB
number
power
one,
stuff.
if you think he's a number one, you're crazy. He's a great.
I think he's a number
two.
one who needs a number two. I don't think he can be a 3-down back, but I think he can be your number one in a 2-back rotation. That's what I think.
I think he's a number two. I think he could touch the ball 15 times, and if he plays like he did yesterday and gives you 70 yards and a touchdown, you get a lot out of him for a second guy. You need a number one guy, a slam dunk guy. You need a guy like Gibbs, a Jahmyr Gibbs, a guy that is a must watch. You know he's going to put up significant numbers week in and week out. Scattaboo, when teams figure him out, he's not going to be putting up significant numbers. He's not that kind of guy.
Yeah, he's not breaking through tackles and stuff. If there's a hole, he's going to hit it real well. He showed that. Like, he can find 12 yards on his own play that just has decent blocking. It's not like he needs to have a bunch of lead blockers, which is nice. So you could play your one-back stuff that Dable wants to do anyway. I really like his blocking, though. He was doing a lot of, like Dart was just taking off. Well, he was taking off because Scatterbo was taking out the linebacker for him. And it was really impressive because they were really critical of his blocking coming into the league.
Right.
And that's why he fell a little bit. And guess what? He's a pretty good blocker. If they knew he blocked this well, I bet he's a second-round pick, not a fourth-round pick. Feels like the Giants got a steal.
We'll see. And I know you love him, and that's why you're saying it. But just as
It's
quick
hard not to.
I mean, Giant fans should be excited because he's going to be their only offensive option. They have nothing. They lost Neighbors.
His energy is contagious.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
for sure.
He's fun to watch.
Backflips.
He's doing backflips. He's dancing around.
His family's chirping a little bit on social media.
I
It's
saw
kinda
that.
funny.
He's got a big head.
He also annoys Dable. I don't know if you know this, but like Dable was giving a press conference and he just walked through it going, woo, and like being like a crazy bastard. And Dable just like lost focus. He's like, Scattaboo. Goddamn Scattaboo.
Well, he's got a big head and no neck. I don't know if anybody... The guy has no neck. It's pretty funny. He looks like a turtle that pops out of his shell. He's like a Ninja Turtle. That's what I'm going to call him. Scattaboo is a Ninja Turtle. That's what he is.
Which one? Which one?
I was just going to say, which one?
Donatello.
No,
The
he's
smart one?
Michelangelo
All
for
right.
sure.
Michelangelo? All right. No, Donatello is not the smart one, is he?
Donatello's the smart one with
All
the
right.
bow staff.
All right, let's call
Michelangelo, definitely Michelangelo.
All right, let's call
I
him
think so.
Michael. We'll call him a Ninja Turtle. That's what he looks like. He looks like a Ninja Turtle. That's what he does. He really does look like one. He's small but tough. I like him because of his toughness, but as a number one guy, I don't think he's a number one guy. But he's going to be a fan favorite. People are going to love him. And when Tracy comes back, you might have a decent backfield. I don't think Tracy's a number one guy either. He's a number two. They need that slam dunk guy. They had one in Saquon Barkley. I don't think they have one on this roster. And now you're going to depend on a lot of Scattaboo because who do you have? Slayton? That's your number one guy? You're going to bet on Slayton? The Giants are in trouble. And I feel bad for a guy like Jackson Dart because they don't really have any secondary offense. That maybe the kid that they drafted, Johnson, maybe we see a little bit more of him. Maybe he gets used in the offense a little bit better. It's been a problem. Penn State, I thought Johnson was going to be a good player. He was a fourth-round talent. I know Shane loved him. But
So I'm going to step on the play I was going to do on Wednesday, the play of the week. It was at the Theo Johnson first down from Jackson Dart that apparently Jackson Dart changed how the play is run in practice this week where the tight end's supposed to be coming across. But he said, if he's there, just sit down in that spot and I'll throw it to you. And he did it in the most important position of the game. And as a rookie, was able to do that. There's a lot of good stuff you see out of Jackson Dart that says this guy's going to be in the league for a long time. I don't know how good he's going to be for a couple of years. But
that's the problem. And I understand what you're saying. He's got a sensational ability of seeing the field. You don't have anybody to throw to. And this isn't Lamar. Lamar Jackson went to a good team. That Baltimore team was good defensively, and they built their offense and their defense around him. Jackson Dart's walking in to a position where you just lost your best player. You lost your best offensive option, and what are you going to do at the trade deadline? No team is just going to give away a good wide receiver. Nobody's going to say, here you go. You want Olave? you're going to have to give – everybody knows, and especially the Saints, they know that you're looking for a wide receiver, a number one wide receiver. They're going to have to give up a second-round draft pick for Chris Olave, maybe a first. So
not with the head injuries.
I don't know. They're going to have to give up something significant to get a star wide receiver because now they're in a bad situation. And I don't want to hear about Odell Beckham, please. Giant fans, stop this. This is ridiculous. I do not want to see Odell Beckham on the football field for the New York Giants, dancing and prancing around, praying to, NETS. And, he's the reason why Tom Coughlin doesn't have a job. I'm telling you right now, the reason why Tom Coughlin didn't get another chance making another run with the New York Giants is because of Odell Beckham and his craziness on the sidelines. He couldn't control him. So I think that Odell Beckham is a no. It's a long no for me if I'm a Giant fan. I'm looking at a guy that's going to become available on a team that's not very good this year. Who's right now that teams are going to be looking to go? The Saints are one team. Who's another team? Maybe Tyreek Hill. If Miami's really that bad, Tyreek Hill could be a guy that the Giants could look at. Jaden Waddle, but you're going to have to give up a first-round draft pick for a Jaden Waddle. He's a great player. And Jaden Waddle, we all know where he came from, right? He came from Alabama. So you have Jaden Waddle from Alabama and an LSU guy, neighbors. Yeah, two guys that played in the SEC. Maybe that works. I think the Giants are going to have to make a significant move if they think that they can. And then the NFC is wide open. The NFC is not good. Jaden Daniels, even coming back, this is a Commander team that's chasing. This is not the same Commander team they were last year. And by the way, they lost Terry McLaurin for a significant amount of time. I have him on my fantasy team. Debo Samuel, if anybody has him on your fantasy team, play him every single week because he's going to see the field a lot. I just think the Commanders are going to be a team that's going to be looking. And I'm going to tell you this, after the Cowboys, and we're going to get into that in the whip around, watch out for the Cowboys. As crazy as it may seem, what they did to the Green Bay Packers on Sunday Night Football was remarkable. And I don't want to hear from the Beeve. I sat with the Beeve, and I stuck it to the Beeve after Dak Prescott showed up in the second half and made every single throw and practically should have won that game. If the Cowboys had any lick of defense in their secondary, they win that game. But that's a whole nother story. I just think that Giant fans need to relax. Smell the roses, the daisies, whatever you like. Whatever you like. You like anything? We're still waiting for Colin Cosell. He will be joining us.
Yeah, why don't we get to our Save Your Tears?
You want to do that?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
We got everybody in backstage.
All right, let's get into Save Your Tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
No! Say you're sorry!
It is not ideal, but if it's what means, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what means. You can't triple stamp a double stamp! You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lloyd! You can't triple stamp a double stamp! Lloyd! You
guys! Enough!
And now, it's time for Save Your Tears.
All right, guys, welcome back to Save Your Tears. This is the compliment chorus, the recap of our Week 4 Save Your Tears. Take a look at the guys we had to pick from this week. We had the Ravens and Chiefs game. Oh, Lamar Jackson selectors. We know he got hurt in the middle of that one. Didn't go well for you this week. Running backs, we had Ashton Genty definitely with 3 touchdowns was the guy to go with, but some really good low-dollar picks as well. Wide receiver was pretty good, except for Trey Tucker did nothing. Booty did nothing. In wide receiver 1, DeAndre Hopkins, no catches in the game. A lot of people went with DeAndre Hopkins. Hollywood Brown actually had a touchdown. And at tight end, pretty even across the board. Hunter Henry almost had a great game, but was stopped on the one, I believe, on one play. So, guys, let's take a look at the winner. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Nathan is tonight's winner of Save Your Tears, the Big Nithmania with the W. I came in second at 64.88. Errol came in third, getting his FedEx Cup standings
I'm
well
ass,
up there.
Man. I'm kicking ass, man.
If
I'm in the top 3, I'm happy.
Names.
If I'm in the top 3, I'm happy. I don't care if I win.
In case you're wondering who came in dead last, that would be our guest last week, Jack Sperry. He's not here to give Nathan any compliments. So after that, the bridesmaid, who was the winner, is now in last. Tommy Poops, it's time for you to give some compliments to Mr. Nithin.
All right, Mr. Nith. Like Fish said, Mr. Nith Mania. Hey, man, congratulations. You know, I know how it feels now to be very victorious. It's a very good feeling, so I'm glad that now you are bestowed the honor of winning this week, you know. I actually did whip your ass in fantasy, but hey, I just got to throw that out there.
Let's
But
go burn a
51% positive.
All right,
51%, Tommy.
Nith, though, you are the man this week. You absolutely did it. You picked such great picks.
Another
Honestly,
toe job.
I thought Hopkins was going to be a steal for me, especially him being as low as he was. But hey, you spent the money on Zay Flowers. I'm proud of you, man. The leash man himself, Mr. Nithin, is our champ for Savior.
Like a serial killer.
I love that one. All right, we have next to go is going to be our intern, Jarrett.
Diarrhea down their leg. And
Nithin, well played this week. 70 points is absolutely crazy. I love the just terrific picks. I love the cheeky pick of Keishon Booty for 2.8 points. Pun very much intended. Well played. It's been a pleasure getting to know you, and great work this week.
Thank you.
Cheeky.
All right. That was a very cheeky guy. We know about the cheekiness.
That's funny. Cheeky.
All right. It was pretty close after that. It looks like Jabba is next, just a little bit behind the Speedster. Jabba.
Yeah, Nith, we didn't get no booty. So, that's the only negative part that I'm going to add.
I gave
there.
up the booty there.
You know what? For as much garbage as we give you, you didn't let it beat you. You know,
Like
you
the
came
streaks
back
in my
strong.
britches.
I can honestly say I never thought you would win this, but you know what? You continue to prove people wrong, and that's why you are as great as you are in everything that you do. So keep
This
doing
makes
it
my pecker hard.
and keep proving them wrong, my man.
Thank
That
you,
doesn't
John.
make my pecker hard, by the way.
Next up, the Speedster.
Well, there is a statement by one Nithin that said he is a legend, and this time he actually did prove his legendary status to the finest ability. So enjoy all the gin and tonics, all the pound cake, all the chicken curry that you want. You deserve it this week, man.
Freaking daily lives.
Oh, God.
All right. Moving over to our bronze medal finisher, Cyril Marks.
Nith, you know I love you, man. I love everything that you do, man. And I really appreciate every time you text me, even if it's ridiculousness. I'm not paying attention to my text message. I get a text message from Nith, and my story's not up. What am I going to do? I said, it's going to be up. Give it a time. Give it an hour. It'll be up. Nithin is one of those guys. He's a nag, but I love everything about him because he does everything the way you ask him to do it. He doesn't question anything that you ask. He just does it. I respect you for that. You know I love you. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the work that you do outside of NR Hour and everything that you do over the last couple of years, and even becoming a fan of our show before you even started doing the NR Hour. I'm going to tell you this. Nithin will tell you, one of the main reasons why Nithin started doing the NR Hour and doing broadcasting was becoming a fan of our show, and he will tell you that. So it's pretty incredible where he's been and what he's been doing over the last couple of years. Congratulations on all your success, and keep rolling, baby. Beneficial!
That was easily the nicest thing Errol said to anybody.
Awesome. Thank you.
In this segment. Nithin, I'm the silver medalist. You know, I did my best, but I just knew, even heading into this competition, there was a big favorite named Nithmania that I was going to have to overcome. And I just didn't have enough in the tank this time. You know, everything had to go right. I had no margin for error because of the talent that is Nithin Ramachandra. I hope not. Of the NR Hour. Nithin, what a great job by you this week. Brilliant and yet modest. Just a great job by you. And I can't wait to see you do it week after week. Great job.
Thank you.
And that's it, Nithin. You are a champion for Save Your Tears. If you don't like the outcome, you're not allowed to say anything about it. You got to save your tears. You don't get Lisa Ann for winning Save Your Tears. You just get compliments.
See, we had to say 51% compliments. Lisa Ann would have been 91.
I love Lisa Ann. Ass licker. Droba. Joba.
Hey, can
Joba.
we,
Smack my
Nathan? We
ass.
need to get like at least something behind. Like, find one spot in your house where we can.
Yeah.
You put up like
Thumb
a
up my ass.
picture or some awards or a leash or something.
Athletes. I'll put Lisa in the
Breaking
back.
news. I'm putting you on a
And
leash now.
perfect.
You want a picture
Nathan,
of
aren't
Lisa
you
Ann
aren't
on
you
the back of
leaving
your wall.
soon?
Yeah. So, hey, a good thing you brought that up. So, yes, Thursday I'm going to South Africa on Thursday.
What are you doing in South Africa?
So I'm going there with my family, some friends, my brother, and my aunt, my uncle. So we're gonna do all the safaris. And I'm gonna go check out. We're gonna go check out the parties down there.
I gotta go
And then,
back off now.
We're doing a bunch of things over there, so it's gonna be fun.
Give me that chicken curry.
That's awesome, man.
I am a legend.
Fish
is a
Yeah,
How long is
bro,
that
man.
flight?
A lot of hot
So
ladies.
I'm going to DC first, and then we're
A lot of
flying
hot
from
ladies.
DC. We're flying from DC to Cape Town. That's 14 and a half hours flight.
Dang.
Yeah.
Lick
long
it
time.
and stick it.
Damn, 14
I
hours.
hope you're in
want
business
melons.
class.
No, we're on an economy class. Economy.
I love Lisa Ann.
It's all right, Jabba. He's like 5'6". He's not gonna need the seat to be bigger.
5'6".
But I'll be gone. I'll be gone from October 2nd to the 15th. So.
right.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
You're going to be as.
Hey, let me get in your luggage, man.
Hey, you want to come? Hey, Java, you got to.
Damn.
This guy goes to more places than anybody I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Snatch.
You got how many? You got some punches in your passport?
Cooch.
I got tons of miles though, and
Oh,
I mean I have to bring my. I haven't. This is the first time I'm going to be traveling outside of the country in a while, so I haven't. I didn't have to use my. So this is gonna be the first time in like 3 years I'm going to use my passport.
I have no sack.
I need to get a new one. I just realized mine expired on my birthday.
Oh yeah, you did. You definitely have to get a new one then.
He tastes himself.
Speaking of sack, guess who didn't have a sack? So you're matching Unith and Micah Parsons.
I had to take a shit.
Well, the Cowboys should have won that game. I'm telling you right
I
now.
thought they gave Parsons the sack at the end.
No.
I think I don't think he actually lost yardage on that. I think that was
he did
just
not
no
get a
gain.
sack. He
But
did not get a
I'll
sack
let-
in that game.
I'll let you know how South Africa goes, so you can go with your family too.
Yeah,
Go suck on an
send
egg.
pictures. Are you
They
gonna
gave
have,
him.
are you gonna
They
have
gave him the
service?
sack.
Yes, in the,
They gave him the
hotel.
sack. He did not have a sack. I don't know why they gave it. They're trying to protect what he did in that game. He was horrible. He was absolutely
sack.
horrible. They gave him a
He's
sack.
got 2.5 on the year. He
Yeah.
had a sack at the end of the game.
He had a sack at the end of the game. It wasn't a sack. To
It was
me,
a big
they-
play at the
Yeah,
end
he
of the game, though.
It's carry on.
They're talking about park.
Did you? I know it's carry on because he has a sack.
Oh.
You guys
Job,
put those together? Traveling,
suck on an
carry
egg.
on
Oh,
sack. Come on, guys.
Like the streaks in
I
my
thought I was
britches.
going somewhere, and you guys
No,
missed it.
Jabba. I just wanted to see Nathan's reaction.
Pulled it out of my ass.
Oh,
I was just
dang,
waiting on
thought-
that.
I thought I was being clever.
Yeah,
just
but
made my nipples
no. Yeah, we're gonna have service in the Airbnb and hotel. So I'll
Yeah,
send
send
you
some
guys-
pictures.
Yeah.
Breaking news.
Awesome.
Smell my ass. Breaking news. I farted. Breaking news. A lot of hot ladies.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my golf clap of the day goes to the one and only LeBron James. Yes, the story of LeBron keeps on ticking. Is anybody hungry? Well, if you want to go to Blaze Pizzeria, he does own Blaze. Ladies and gentlemen, LeBron James is excited that the Lakers revamped their roster, and he's not worried about his future. Guess what? When LeBron James walked onto the court with the Los Angeles Lakers media on Monday, in his gold number 23 jersey, he signaled a pair of firsts for 40-year superstars. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he mentioned Vince Carter. Yes, Vince Carter. Great for him to mention Vince Carter, who played, I don't know, for 40 years. The guy never, it's just ridiculous. Here's the thing, and I don't even want to mention who wrote this story. Well, I'll tell you, ESPN wrote this story. But the fact here is LeBron James has been a sad, sopping person. He didn't go to Luka Doncic's signing when they gave him a contract extension. He was the only one of his teammates that didn't show up to that. And LeBron James has come out and said over the last couple of weeks that the organization's in good hands. He doesn't see He doesn't see himself leaving the organization. He feels that he is going to retire with this Laker organization, and he's very excited about the future, not only for himself, but his son. What a crock of you-know-what. LeBron James has every reason to leave this organization. He's been disrespected all offseason. Luka Doncic's lost weight. You have cameras. You have pictures all over the tabloids. Go look at the magazines. And has anybody go to the supermarkets? You have all these different magazines that people follow, take pictures. You have TMZ, all this stuff. Is anybody taking pictures of LeBron James? Is anybody watching LeBron James over the last couple of weeks and months? No, nobody gives a crap about LeBron James because LeBron James is washed up. He's just another guy in an NBA that has a bunch of young superstar studs, and Luka Doncic is the biggest one in LA. I think he is sour. He is only coming out and saying that because he knows what the Lakers are going to do to him at the trade deadline. They're going to move him, and they're going to try to get as much back as they possibly can for him because they're not going anywhere. The Lakers are not revamped. This is a horrible, horrible team. And if you look from top to bottom with this roster, who's the third best player on this roster? Austin Reeves? I mean, there's nothing on this roster that stands out to me where this is revamped or any good. I think it's a joke. I think the Lakers and LeBron James trying to make excuses because the only excuse he's going to have is pretty simple. He's heading not to Houston anymore because there's injuries over there. Van Vliet, they're going to have to be looking for a point guard over there. They're not going to have any money to go after LeBron James and another point guard. So I think he's going to go somewhere else, like the Golden State Warriors. I think that's where he's heading. I don't see him on this team. I don't see him playing for this organization past the trade deadline. So LeBron James, eat me. That's what I'm going to sell. Absolute disgrace going out there and giving him a golf clap because what a crock of you-know-what. So my golf clap is LeBron James showing up to the media day today and giving all the bull crap. So congratulations to LeBron for a supportive system of this Laker team. And by the way, he was pissed off at the organization when the Buss family went under the table to sell the team and didn't even tell him. He was pissed when he heard that story come out, and he wasn't very happy with the Buss family. So, that's it. All right, when we come back, he's been waiting. He actually popped right in. We have the Cosell man. He's been on our show before. I don't know if anybody knows who Howard Cosell is, and if you don't, you're an idiot. I'm just trying to speak the truth. This is one of the greatest broadcasters of all time. You can argue he is the greatest broadcaster of all time. His grandson will be joining us when we come back here on Jabba in the Mouth.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
Hey everybody, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories before we get into the scores this evening. The Philadelphia 76ers may be without its two aging stars for the first part of the season, as a report on Friday said that both Paul George and Joel Embiid remain without a timeline for their respective returns from knee surgeries. For his part, Embiid says he feels pretty good, but that there's not necessarily an expectation. It's more about making sure everything is right and doing everything right, and then go from there. Obviously, the goal is to play consistently and not be in the position that we were last year. Embiid played in 19 games in the 2024-2025 season due to the bad left knee and a foot sprain. He averaged 23.8 points and 8.2 rebounds in limited time, his worst numbers since his rookie season. George had an arthroscopic procedure done in July after injuring himself during a workout this summer. George played in only 41 games last year due to a number of injuries before shutting it down in March. "I'm getting better and better, feeling stronger and stronger," George said. "This next couple of weeks is very important, leading into the start of the season, opening night, all of that stuff. All I can do is just focus on doing that day after day, taking it one day at a time. I do think I will be good at a good place, hopefully earlier than later." While the 76ers do have some young talent and a weak East to contend with this year, counting on George and Embiid is sure to give the Sixers and their fans bleeding ulcers all season. Not that anyone feels bad for them. Go Knicks. And in perhaps the most important injury news of the day, a bombshell report dropped on ESPN about the return to action of the Red Panda after she suffered a scary fall during a WNBA Commissioner's Cup game in July. Wrong New, aka Red Panda, has a message for her fans. She's coming back. Panda suffered a bad wrist injury after she fell from her 7-foot unicycle in the middle of tossing bowls onto her head at a halftime of an Indiana Fever Minnesota Lynx game. Panda had a lengthy surgical procedure which sidelined her for the remainder of the WNBA season. We are sending out this note to thank everyone for their heartfelt wishes to Red Panda for a speedy recovery from her fall, said Pat Figley, News agent, in a memo. It was a very serious injury and she did require surgery. She appreciated all the sincere follow-up. It was amazing and very touching. She really appreciates all the support. She's recovering well and practicing. She is looking forward to performing this season. The beloved Red Panda, a staple of many NBA, WNBA, and college basketball games across the country, will be back. The national nightmare will soon be over, and if you want to help, bamboo donations for Red Panda can be made to your closest WNBA or NBA franchise. Just make your care package attention to Adam Silver. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job on the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
They call me the ladies' man and Mr. Steal Your Girl. Breaking news. A lot of hot ladies. Breaking news. You want to jerk me off? Breaking news. I need Brittany also.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. Yes, I like Coolio. I love Coolio. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, the one and only Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and now Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And Job in the Mouth is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. And they're giving 10% off all orders. If you're a Job in the Mouth fan, just click the link, www.omahasteaks.com/Jabba in the Mouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. 10%, ladies and gentlemen, could go a long way, especially if you're a meat eater. We know Jabba likes to hunt. He likes his cornfields. He likes his Nebraska deers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if he loves his cows, ladies and gentlemen, go to Omaha Steaks. I love that. Do you like that, Speedy? I was a lot of enthusiasm there. I'm going to lose my brain. Could my brain stick out of my ear? Could I pull my brain out of my ear? I don't know. Anyways, I would have to have a special, magician move. I can't pull handkerchiefs out of my ear. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, he's been working. He's been doing so many things with the New York Mets. He's also an Army public announcer for Army football. We love him. He's been on our show before, and he's got a great personality. The grandson of Howard Cosell. We're now talking to New York Mets and Army football public addresser, the one, the own, Colin Cosell. What's up, man?
That's an intro, man. I needed that. I needed that boost right now. It's been a travel nightmare day. I don't think I need to talk about what happened in sports yesterday. And to top it all off, I'm a Jets fan, and for some reason, Uber refuses to pick me up. So I'm happily calling in from my new home here at LaGuardia, and happy to be back on with you guys. Thanks for your patience.
Absolutely. And LaGuardia Airport, I'm actually going to be at LaGuardia Airport. In just a few days, I'm going to be flying to Florida to go to a wedding. I actually love what they did with LaGuardia Airport. They redid the whole place. It's beautiful. It's just very loud over there. The people are crazy. And at nighttime, at this particular time, Colin, you better be careful. I hope you're around security. There are some crazy people over there. They're
At this point, it's fine. The day I'm having and everything, they just come get me. It's fine. If anyone's listening and they really need to get it out of their system and go on a murderous rampage, I'm here. I'm ready for you. And at the rate I'm going right now, bro, I swear I'll be here when you get here in a few days. So I'll high five you on your way into security and give you some pointers.
Well, I will be there. So I hope I don't see you over there, because then I think there's something going on over there. There's something wrong with whoever. Family members can't pick you up. Somebody's got to pick you up. Colin, if nobody picks you up by the end of the show, I'll come and pick you up. I'll pick you up. I'll take you home.
Done deal.
All right,
Love that.
I'm telling you.
Perfect. That will give you the top Uber rate and everything.
I'm telling you. You don't even need a
5-star rating.
I'll hook you up. If you need a ride, I'll drive to LaGuardia. It's about 45 minutes from me. I'll hook you up, man. I can help you.
At the rate Uber is going right now, and if anyone of your listeners works for Uber, I hope they go straight to hell. But the way they've done me dirty tonight is it's unfathomable. So. But luckily, I love LaGuardia. I love this airport. Yeah. It is a little crazy, but it's gorgeous, and it's my kind of crazy. And I travel all the time, every week. So it's become kind of a second home, and I just can't seem to get an Uber.
By the way.
But my wife did.
By the way, that Tyreek Hill injury was ugly. It was absolutely ugly. We will get into it.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, it was ugly. Oh, it was so bad to watch. Fish is saying 4 to 6 weeks. I think it's a lot worse than that. I know the injuries would tell you it's only 4 to 6 weeks. That looked a lot worse. And I as a fan, if you're a Dolphin fan, you don't want to see something like that. But nevertheless, Colin, let's get into New York Mets baseball, because if you're a Met fan, which I know you are, and I know a lot of Met fans are probably listening to this segment right now, there's a lot of questions with this team. And going into the offseason, they added Juan Soto. They paid him a $768 million contract. They didn't really extend Pete Alonso the way they should. They gave him a 3-year deal, which he can opt out of the first year. He really played his way into this contract. Hopefully we didn't lose Colin. Colin, are you gone? Did we lose him?
He's still in the feed. But
okay.
It looks like he's just off.
All right. I just want to make sure that we still have him. Colin.
Yeah, he said his wife found a Uber.
Oh, good. His wife found an Uber, so he'll be sitting in Uber right now when he's doing this interview. So this will be fun. Colin, your thoughts?
No, I'm still with you guys. I'm just juggling this nightmare. But my thoughts on it is, look, it was a snake bitten season. Soto is one of those characters. He's an interesting personality. He needs to just kind of ease his way into this kind of a team, whereas he had a kind of a 1-2 punch with Judge. Soto, I don't think is the problem. I think there was no fight. There was no drive in this team. Last year we were kind of a meme team, but there was fun, there was excitement, and there was drive. This year it was completely lacking. No come from behind wins that I can think of in the ninth inning, whereas it's a team like the Blue Jays had over 45 in this season. Like that's a team that can go off and go on a tear, not the team that the New York Mets put out this year. And I'll tell you, pitching injuries, we tried to put together a rotation of players who are trying to reinvent and resurrect their careers, much like they did last year. It worked well last year. It didn't work this year. It was the understanding that Minaya and Senga were going to come back after the All-Star break, and we're going to be healthy again, or at least for a late-season push. That did not happen either. The middle relievers got too stretched thin, and it was, any lead we had was never safe as a result. And it was just a perfect storm of things. It was just one of those things where I saw the writing on the wall back in June. I was like, there's a distinct possibility that we're not going to win enough games to make the playoffs. And lo and behold, it came down to that final game. But it just had there was something about it where it didn't have that excitement or that push. It came in flashes, but it was never consistent.
Colin, does it not bother you that Juan Soto, after the game, was speaking to the media, and he just kind of pushed it on the pitching? He didn't even say, I'm taking full responsibility. I didn't hit in the last 2 games. He said, you know what? The pitching started strong this year, and then we had injuries. He was trying to make excuses. Are you surprised Juan Soto would do something like that?
I mean, listen, in the moment right now, this is a team that's extremely frustrated, and with good reason. The hopes were through the roof. We're 21 games over 500 in June, and it seemed like all things were going in the right direction. So, listen, right now, the wound is very, very fresh for all of us. It's, barely 24 hours old. So players are going to talk sometimes. Soto is not the best at addressing the media. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes he's one of those players where something will come out, and it may come straight from the heart, but it doesn't read well in the press. So I don't know. I think we're all screaming at our pillows today, last night, all morning, in different ways. We're dealing with it in different ways. And he went from going to the World Series last year with the other New York team to missing the playoffs by 1 game this year. he's a human being. He's going to be frustrated, and I get it. He had a 30 for 30 season. He was a rock when we needed him. He and Lindor, at times Lindor and Alonso had flashes, but they never really gelled where all of them were clicking all at once. It was one player or another. And again, you need all those things to come together consistently, and the inconsistency and the injuries and the exhaustion of it all and the lack of drive. That's why we're looking at an empty Citi Field here at LaGuardia right now.
1993, obviously, 2007, the most historic one. 93, obviously, the worst team money could buy book came out. And then this year, like, comparatively, like, expectations-wise, do you think that kind of thing is very similar? And you being there all the time, like, what were a lot of the fan reaction?
No, it was different because this was a slow burn. You know, again, if you were paying close attention, you could see this was going to happen in June unless people started to get healthy. And so I honestly... If this was a free fall where it was like 1 month of pure hell and, you know, everything just evaporated like it did in an 07 or 08, that would be a different story. But this was a slow, precipitous fall to where they ended up. And again, if anyone was paying attention, you could do it just by looking at the headlines on the back pages of the newspapers here in New York. If the Mets are making headlines, it's because they're either doing really, really well or doing terribly. And at this point, you know, they did not get a single headline in the month of September until this morning. Before that, it was when they were on fire. So, you know, I don't know, man. It's tough. I think I'm handling it better than most because I was so prepared for this. But it doesn't make it any easier.
Yeah, Colin, like now they've obviously said Mendoza is going to stay, but they're going to do a review of the rest of the staff. What does the review mean? We've all heard it before. Obviously, usually there's the scapegoat, which is usually the manager, but they're standing by him. And Stearns came out and said they're going to do a review of the staff. Is that like seeing, like, hey, we're not getting rid of everybody, but we're going to see if we can put this on something else? It's kind of weird because it was backwards to me.
It's definitely a unique situation. I think they really love Mendy, and I think there's a few things he needs to tweak as a manager in handling certain pitching situations. But they love him. The players love him. We have a strong Latin contingency on this team, and he is phenomenal with all of them. He is a great world ambassador as a manager. And I think I appreciate the fact that they didn't put the fall on him. I would have changed hitting coaches mid-season, to be honest. I would have shaken things up internally a little bit more as the season was progressing, as the bats were getting cold. Something to shake up the team a little bit. And you're not going to, you know, you can't change the engine in the car while you're driving down the highway at 80, but you can change the radio station and change the vibe a little bit in the car while you're dealing with a faulty engine. So I don't know if that makes sense, because Java, you've been through it as a player, like, you know better than anyone, you know the ins and outs. But I mean, like, does that kind of make sense from a player's perspective?
Yeah, it's usually the scapegoat, like we saw, remember, with Tito and the chicken and beer or whatever, but there was a scapegoat for that, and it was obviously Tito. But for me, it's like obviously understanding the culture of that clubhouse, and Mendy, obviously, I knew him from the minor leagues and that stuff, so I didn't know him at this level. But he seems like there are some things that he could, obviously the pitching is one, and finding what they could do. But yeah, it was just a little weird because it felt a little backwards, because it's usually like it's either all or nothing instead of just like piecing it together. And are they going to keep the, you know, hitting coordinator? Are they going to do it all the way down from the bottom as far as rovers and coordinators, or is it just the big league staff? So that'll be interesting for me.
Well, and I think the other part of it is we've had such a revolving door of managers. It starts to become a good look, no matter how good the vibes are or the culture is within the Mets now with the new ownership and the approach to everything. If you're getting rid of a manager after one good year, one bad year, I mean, look what they did to Buck Showalter, for God's sake. And granted, do I think the game has passed him by? Absolutely. But you win manager of the year and then you're fired. You know, it's a bad look, and it sets a bad precedent for other possible managers you might want. And Mendy is a homegrown, actual major league manager now because of the Mets and with his team. He's no longer a bench coach like he was with the Yankees. So I think they want to see this through, and I don't think they want to set a bad precedent for any future managers that might come down the pipeline should it come to that.
there's a lot of positives to go into the offseason, but there are also many negatives. And Colin is a Met fan, so he is going to stand by his Mets. He always does. Colin's been with the Mets for a while, so he's seen it all. He's seen many different managers, many different executives, and the Wilpons, 2 different owners. Now, we know Steve Cohen likes to open up his pockets. We know the Wilpons, we called them the check. What do we call them?
The coupons.
The coupons. We called them the coupons, the burnt checks. They were at the time, the organization made a lot of mistakes. But at least they're opening up their pockets. And Colin's one of those guys that would tell you the Mets are in a good position because they're actually doing the right thing for the fans. But when you have Juan Soto and you have these personalities and you have Lindor, you want to see more from your team. And I don't think you've seen enough from the Mets. You haven't seen enough. When you have a talent like that, when you look at the Lindor and Juan Soto, how much money is invested? That's over $1 billion. Yeah. That's over $1 billion for 2 players. 2. So if you're a Met fan, Colin's gonna try to find a way to beat around the bush because he works for the Mets. I'm not going to beat around the bush. This is an organization that absolutely should have made the playoffs. They choked. And by the way, Keith, you like to attack my thoughts and everything after you show up on YouTube. Hey, how is the Gremlin doing, by the way? How is this game-changing corner wide receiver doing in the NFL? I got one for you. I'll show you something. All you people can buy this jersey in the future. Here it is. Ready? Hey, look. The Gremlin. Look at that. All right. The Gremlin. I got my Gremlin jersey. He stinks. All they were talking about this weekend is the one catch he made, okay? That... 20-yard catch.
Yeah, finally got to go 100 yards.
This guy has 4 games, and he only has 118 yards. 4 games. Keith, you said he's a game-changing player. Yeah, game-changing my ass. He'll be in the new movie Gremlins 3 because they're making a new movie. So that's about it. He should be a starring role on that because he can't catch a football and he can't defend as much as you think he can. What a crock. By the way, they made the right choice going with Abdul Carter because if they went with Travis Hunter, I think Joe Shane would have lost his job already. He would have been gone. Colin's one of those great personalities, and I have a lot of respect for what he does. And when you talk about a guy, this guy used to run a bar in Queens, and this is Colin Cosell. This is Howard Cosell's grandson, and he finally got a job that he's been working so hard to get with the Mets. He grew up a Met fan, a diehard Met fan. And by the way, Howard Cosell was a big Met fan, a diehard Met fan. He also liked the Yankees, too. He was a very close friend of George Steinbrenner. Colin told you the story about him and George Steinbrenner. So
yeah. And he was mentioning he was one of the first original when the Mets became an expansion team. And Howard was
so
one of the originals.
I like Colin, and I think Colin is a great person, and he loves us. He really loves our show. And he says that this is a show that you definitely get attached to because of the craziness, and I appreciate Colin, all the work that he does and all the time that he puts in to the back end of stuff that he does is pretty incredible. Anyways, we're going to go right into Speedy's Stat of the Week.
The Speedy.
Well, you may run like Mays, but you hit like
Stat of the Week.
Breaking news. I need Brittany also.
We'll shift to some football for a little bit for right now. I'm going to go to some pass rushers this week. The stat that I'm going to focus on is how fast one got to the quarterback. And there was a record today or last week with the fastest sack ever, which was Jeffrey Simmons. Got to C.J. Stroud literally untouched in 2.09 seconds. So since 2016, which is when Next Gen Stats started, is the fastest sack ever. And then also collectively, Jared Verse had 3 pressures total that were under 2.4 seconds, and he is the youngest player to accomplish those things. So 2 very fast guys, one a defensive tackle. We talked about how fast Dexter Lawrence was running before. Jeffrey Simmons getting to the quarterback fast, and then Jared Verse really showing his speed in those.
I love Jared Verse. You know he's a Florida State guy, so he's a Seminole. So I root off him and Fisk. Those 2 guys played for a team that should have been in a national title game, and everybody says, well, look what Georgia did to them. And They didn't play any of their star defensive players when they played Georgia. After they got eliminated from the 4-team, playoff, all the guys decided not to play in the final game against Georgia, and the Bulldogs absolutely ran over them. If Verse played and the talent that they had on that defense, which was the best in the world, best in the country, I say best in the world because it was best in the country, I think it would have been a different game. But I'm not surprised. Jarrett Verse is a beast. Dexter Lawrence is a beast, too. We've seen a lot of craziness over the last couple of weeks of these defensive linemen running and blocking and doing all these crazy things. It's pretty remarkable.
Fish, you're a defensive lineman. Any thoughts?
Well, I'll tell you this. It's about how much time a secondary has to cover you when I'm the offensive coach. So I'm always trying to get time. What's bad about that is when you face a guy that can get there in under 3 seconds. If the guy gets there in under 3 seconds, you're not throwing anything other than West Coast, 3-step drop, automatic come out passes. And you can't really do that effectively in the NFL in today's day and age. So it's real tough to go against guys like that. You love to see it. The Jeffrey Simmons one was just ridiculous. It says a lot about the Texans' offensive line, and I would say offensive line coach, that happened. But Jeffrey Simmons, if Dexter Lawrence isn't the best nose tackle in the league, it's because Jeffrey Simmons is. Because I would say the two of them are 1-2. They're both that incredible, for sure.
I will say this. The Jets' front seven is looking like a bunch of miniature pinchers, okay? They're getting – this Chang kid is running all over him. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. They should be ashamed of themselves letting this guy run the way he is. They know what they're doing, and they can't stop it. They cannot stop it. He's been getting the ball. He'll get the ball again. Here he goes again. Where's the defense? Nowhere to be found. It's embarrassing. They're an embarrassment. This is an embarrassing game to go on national television and not stop the one weapon that they have right now, and it's embarrassing.
They're getting pushed off the ball, Errol. That's the scary part. I thought this Jets defense was supposed to be smash mouth, and the Dolphins are rated pretty highly as a run blocking offensive line, but they're just killing them right now, and it looks like McDaniel is in his bag, and for some reason, even without Tyreek Hill, they're able to do this. But we'll talk plenty about the Jets on Wednesday's show. We got a bunch of games that we got to whip around and cover right now.
Yum, yum. Do you want to jerk me off?
Whip around.
I want to hit it.
I bet you do, Nathan. Well, so did Jerry Jones when he was talking about, this game coming on up. He really wanted it. So did Micah Parsons. End of story. 40-40 tie. What a strange football game. It was like 14-2 at one point in this game, and it just didn't make any sense. You get a lot of offense. You get Dak Prescott throwing 2 touchdowns and 130 yards to George Pickens. One of them was just a jump ball in double coverage, and Pickens went up and got it. There was not a lot of defense, and this is a Packers team that we thought was going to be better defensively with Micah Parsons. You talked about it earlier. Despite the sack that was given to him at the end of the game, not much of a factor. Neither was Rashawn Gary on the other side, who's been having a really good season, is still leading the NFL in sacks despite not getting on the board in the game. But they couldn't do it. But, of course, Jerry's team couldn't pull it out either. Guys, what do we make of, first off, we know the Cowboys' defense is horrendous. But what do we make of this Packers team right now? Because they are not playing the way we thought coming into the season.
Back-to-back weeks, they haven't looked good. And again, after knocking off the Lions and showing up on national television and just completely pulverizing, clotheslining the Lions, the Detroit Lions, they have not been the same team. Here's the problem. Jordan Love looked good. The quarterback play for Dak and Jordan Love were sensational. Their running games were pretty damn good. Both running games were good. Williams looked good, and obviously Jacobs looked good. The problem right now with the Packers is their front seven have not been that good. They're not blocking. They're not doing the things that they're supposed to do. And Micah Parsons, when it comes down to the big game, and I'll say this again, he knew on national television that everybody was going to watch him, and everybody wanted to see him murder Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. And he didn't even show up. He looked like he didn't even show up to the game. It was like his head was so far up Jerry Jones' ass. And he looked like a shell of himself. He got that sack. To me, that was not a sack. I'm sorry. You want to give him a sack? Fine, give him a sack. To me, he had a terrible game. And again, I'll say this again over and over and over again. $48 million. This guy is the second highest paying player besides a quarterback. He's making more than any wide receiver. He's making more than any running back, making more than any corner, making it more than anybody besides a quarterback. And this guy is making too much money, and he doesn't show up in the big game. He doesn't show up in 3 years. He didn't show up in the playoffs for the Dallas Cowboys. Everybody wanted to blame Dak Prescott. It was the defense. Against the Green Bay Packers, it was the defense. Micah Parsons does not play well under pressure. He is one of the most overrated players I have seen defensively in the NFL. He's not Myles Garrett. He's not T.J. Watt. He's not, and I'll say this again, he is not Lawrence Taylor. Stop it. This guy is overrated. And by the way, I'm going to say it again. The Dallas Cowboys won this trade. They won this trade because next year they're going to add, they have $48 million or $40 million to spend for 2 defensive linemen. They're going to get 2 first-round draft picks that could be defensive players, and the year after, 2 first-round draft picks. They're going to be loaded. I'm telling you, and they're going to sign George Pickens, who had his best game as a Cowboy. I thought it was great to watch. The Cowboys are 2-2, a lot better than people said they were. A lot of people were counting the Cowboys out, and Dak Prescott, who is a top 7 quarterback in the NFL. Sell that, ship that up your ass, Cowboy fans.
Yeah, Beeve. If you're watching the Cowboys game yesterday, there's nothing you could say bad about the way Dak Prescott played, especially in the fourth quarter. It was unbelievable with a lot of his intermediate throws, too. A lot of his deep throws. Like you said, Pickens had a career game in a Cowboys uniform, probably one of the biggest ones of his career so far, and showing that he could take on that. I know the Packers' corners aren't great, but still taking on that number 1 type coverage even amidst CeeDee Lamb.
Did you see that catch he made?
Unbelievable.
That catch he made with 2 guys on him, a safety coming under him, and he caught that ball on the 3-yard line or something of that magnitude. I think it was in the first quarter. Yeah. It was in the first half. It was unbelievable.
And another one very much like that in the fourth quarter as well, right in front of I think it was right in front of the 30-yard line or something like that. And really showing the type of player that he could be. We'll see. Obviously, the Cowboys' defense still is showing their issues without Parsons. But again, it's a young defense. It's going to take some time. There's some individuals I think that look good in this game. From the Packers' standpoint, there's one thing that I think I'm more worried about than even the defense is the offensive line. They've had like 10 different combinations already to start the year. Zach Tom, who's their best offensive lineman, has been hurt, and they really have had a lot of trouble run blocking consistently and protecting.
The Cowboys' offensive line was sensational. Sensational. I'm going to just say this. I said that the strength of the Cowboys was their offensive line going into the season. It absolutely is. They were sensational. Did you see what Thomas was doing to Micah Parsons? He was throwing him around. The youth on this line could be very, very good, and the intangibles they have, they're mean. They're mean up front. I love it. I love everything about what I saw with the Cowboys. Much better than people think they're going to be.
Yeah, their young players are definitely ahead of schedule in a lot of areas. And
you loved their draft.
I did like their draft a lot. Azaraku, who was their second-round pick, played well in that game. You had a lot of good young linebackers, even young defensive tackles. Outside of Mazi Smith, they've really done a lot of good job hitting on a lot of those draft picks. Finishing up with Green Bay, though, like I was saying, the offensive line is a mess. The corners definitely showing it could be a problem for them this year. And even their interior, which I thought was a big strength for them, really not showing the case. Xavier McKinney had a rough game in that one, too. So definitely some concerns in Green Bay.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys kind of touched. I think everybody looked really, really good. I mean, obviously you're putting points on the board, so obviously the defense at times wasn't the greatest, but I just don't get how the hell you end the game in a tie. Especially in football, like, I get what it is, but that kind of just boggles my mind that there still is a tie. But you know what? I said from the get-go, I like Jordan Love. I think he's going to be great. Cowboys standpoint is Dak is going to be Dak. You know, people are going to hate because it's either, you know, it's kind of the Yankees of football. Like, they hate him or you love him. And, you know, he goes out and does his thing. So it was sad to see. I want to see somebody win, but it was a good game overall from both sides.
Yeah, you know, Romeo Doubs, 3 touchdowns in that game from Jordan Love for the Packers. He obviously has to step up with Jaden Reed out injured. Tucker Kraft had 2 of those that went to the 1. Killed a lot of people in fantasy.
He killed me. And by the way, I want to say something. For all those people that haven't watched the Green Bay Packers, since Jaden Reed has gone down, they're not the same offense. You can see they're not the same offense. And he's hurt a lot of people, him going out with the broken collarbone. So I just wanted to say that, too.
Reed's a special player. Hopefully he gets back soon. All right, we're going to go a little quicker now. We got a couple of good ones here. Falcons and Commanders, 34-27. Penix leads them over the no Jaden Daniels Commanders once again, and no Terry McLaurin in that game. So the Commanders are really kind of up against it. Everyone was picking them. It's really you get a little injury, bad luck. Things can change very quickly in the NFL. And in a game that was closer than probably should have been because the Bills were very sloppy, the Bills still beat the Saints 31-19.
Another 30-point fantasy week for Bijan Robinson, who is the best. You can argue him and Taylor are the best fantasy players in the world right now. And I got them both in our league, baby. I got them both, Taylor and Robinson. And by the way, I win this week with the most points. So guess where I go? All the way to the top.
I have more points than you.
No, you don't. Go look at the numbers. I have more points than you.
Now that the games are the Monday night games, I was leading before tonight.
It's done for you, buddy. And I can't wait until you play for me and play against me because I'm going to whip your ass. Jaden Daniels is not – he didn't play in this game. It definitely affects them. Jaden Daniels is going to have a sophomore year. It's going to be up and down with this Commander team. They're a playoff team. Losing Terry McLaurin is going to hurt them. Debo Samuel can't stay healthy. That's the problem. If Debo stays healthy – this might be a team that is still going to be able to put up points without Terry McLaurin. And the Bills beating the Saints, I'm going to tell you this. The Bills have not looked good over the last 2 weeks. Against two teams they should have absolutely pulverized. And besides the Jets game, they did not look good this week, and it didn't look good last week against Miami. So, I don't know. The Bills have to play better than this if they expect to win a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, the Bills, I think, you're the classic case of you're playing down to a team. You look at them having those thrilling wins the last couple of weeks, obviously besides the Jets one was a blowout, but the rest of them being like those close games. The Saints, it's easy to play down to when you have this meteor schedule coming up, and that's a classic case of what they did. As far as Atlanta, their offense is like a tale of like 4 games. Like one they're bad, then they're good. It's vice versa. But they bounce back nicely. Like you said, Bijan Robinson really taking it. That offensive line played very well against a good Commanders defensive line too. And again, if Atlanta's defense could play this well, I think you could definitely see them be a good team in the NFC.
Yeah, it's interesting too. This Saints score was a little bit weird. And I think you're 100% right. I think a little bit of the Bills, if you've watched them, I think they play to their competition a little bit. And we've seen that a couple of times. And they're obviously, not the 31-19 team. They're better than that. But, yeah. And, is there something with left-handed quarterbacks that I like? It's like left-handed shooters. I don't know why. Golfers, the same thing. Like, they just do it. And it looks so different.
You're a Markel's Fultz fan?
I mean, there's exceptions to the rule over here. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
But yeah, it's Penix. I think is going to be really, really good once he can slow things down and get real comfortable with what he is. But yeah, so these were
Simmons
and Josh Allen. I want to beat Josh Allen.
Isn't Simmons a lefty?
That's pretty awesome.
Offhand.
Isn't Ben Simmons?
He barely shoots.
I think Ben Simmons is a lefty.
Yeah, he doesn't count. He doesn't shoot outside like 12 feet.
He may as well have no hands.
That's right.
That guy.
I'm just saying he says he likes lefties. I just gave you 2 lefties.
Most. Like, give me Chris Mullen with the one-legged floater.
I'm just messing with you.
All right, let's go to the next one. Let's get into the Lions dismantling the Browns 34-10, and the Patriots letting everybody know that they're bad, but they're not that bad because the Panthers are still one of the 3 or 4 worst teams in the NFL, 42-13, making Drake May look almost like a top 3 quarterback, Errol.
Stop. He's not a top 3 quarterback. He played the Panthers. I will say this. Drake May, when you look at his numbers, and in his sophomore year, there is a number that popped up, and I think I have it. Hold on. I want you guys to hear this. I have to give him a little bit of credit and props because there was a number that popped up that I want to read. Here it is. Here, Drake May joins Lamar Jackson from 2023 and 24 and Josh Allen from 2024 as the only players in NFL history to record a 135.0 passer rating, 1 rushing touchdown, 1 passing touchdown in 10 passing attempts in multiple games in a season. So there you go. That's something that only Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen has done. That doesn't mean he's a top 5 quarterback, ladies and gentlemen. Just means he's done something that only 2 quarterbacks has ever done. So I just wanted to name that. Tell you guys that. As far as the Browns are concerned, they played what we expected them to play. Absolute garbage. The Lions are still one of the best teams in the league. Dan Campbell is fun to watch. I love him flexing on the sidelines, especially when they score. The man's a big man. He's fun to watch. He laughs. He giggles. Still goes on 4th down. And by the way, St. Brown and the beasts that they have on that other side of the defensive side of the ball as well. And that goes for Aiden Hutchinson, who right now, to me, you could argue is the best defensive player in the league right now. It's incredible. Patriots, who cares? I don't want to hear about it. Game over. By the way, Stephon Diggs.
Dan Campbell, but by the way you say like flexes, you ever seen that man chew gum?
Yeah. He chews a lot of gum, man.
He chews the flavor out of that bad boy in like 6 chews.
Does he ever? And by the way, I want to say Stephon Diggs, who has pregnated Cardi B, as she's dancing on a stage over there at Central Park. He had his best game as a New England Patriot. He gave me 16 points, picked him up in fantasy, and he delivered. Who cares?
That's all he needed was have a baby with Cardi B, dog.
100 yards, first time since I think a couple of years.
Yeah, he hooked me up as a pickup. So he hooked me up.
Yeah, Browns hung tough defensively for a while. Judkins, the rookie running back, played very well in that game. But again, there's only so much you could do with really not having any passing attack. So it was inevitable the Lions were just going to run away within the second half. And the Panthers, just an ideal letdown spot. After you win 30-0, you just fall to a Patriots team, a cold weather team versus a warm weather team. Patriots were just better in all phases.
Next games.
Little too late for the New York Jets, by the way. They're making a run. This is pathetic. This is pathetic.
They do a great job against zone prevent defense. The Eagles won a close one. It was a little closer in the score than the game was itself. It was kind of a blowout for most of the game. 31-25. Bucks tried to come back late. Mayfield was picked off a couple of times. Quinyon Mitchell, I saw a stat that he allowed a 39 passer rating against, which makes him probably the best corner in football right now for the Eagles. He's that good already, which is pretty impressive. And the Texans beat the Titans 26-0. I got a quote for you. It's from Cam Ward. If we keep it a buck, we ass. That's Cam Ward, everybody, the number 1 pick in this year's draft. They lost 26-0.
I like Cam Ward. It's a good. He's
piece. Honest, right?
Yeah. Well, he probably smells like ass after that game. That's for damn sure. The Eagles. This is the best team in football. I don't think you can argue this. They just really kicked the you-know-what out of the Buccaneers. And the Buccaneers, yes, they didn't have Mike Evans. They had Godwin back. They have Egbuka, who looks like he's a good player. To me, and Bucky Irvin had another good day. I just think that this defense, when they want to play, they play. And they can run the ball. They can throw the ball. They can do everything. And Jalen Hurts does not really have to have one of those big games for them to win. And that says a lot about the talent that he has around him. I think the Eagles are by far the best team in the NFL and is on their way to going to another Super Bowl and winning back-to-back Super Bowl championships and has a chance to maybe have that three-peat that we've been waiting for a team to have. And I think they could win this year. By the way, there's somebody that's going to be doing Super Bowl halftime as Bad Bunny was announced yesterday, which is absolutely pathetic. All right? I'm just saying.
You don't like Bad Bunny?
No, man. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see it. It's just horrible. Where do they make the decisions?
I thought you wanted Taylor Swift.
No, I don't want to see any of that.
Did you see?
How about a rock band? How about a rock band?
She had some weird request on her writer, and NFL was like, no.
I mean, you can get like a 25-year-old rock band. There's not too many in the last 20 years that are famous enough to even put in the Super Bowl, because rock is just, for me, as someone who grew up playing guitar, It's hard to say rock is going strong.
All
these
right, get a
days.
country singer. I'd rather see country than see
I'd
Bad
rather.
Bunny.
I think I'd rather have the party with Bad Bunny.
Oh, God,
than
a party of
country
what?
Get her done type of thing.
Him lip singing and having have everybody follow him and all these people jumping around.
There'll be
and,
dancers and stuff on
stop.
stage. It'll be fun to watch.
I'd rather watch country. I'd rather watch country. That's just me.
All right, moving on.
Speedy,
Yeah.
Speedy, do you rather watch the Eagles or Cam Ward just embarrassing his own team at this point?
Yeah, I'd rather not see the Eagles in the Super Bowl, so I'll take Cam. I'll take Cam Ward embarrassing his own team at that point.
I feel the same
I
way.
feel like it seems like it's inevitable that even though Brian Callahan gave up the play calling duties, he's going to get fired sooner rather than later. At this point, their offense looks lifeless right now. The Texans didn't even play great in that game. Either they just were on the field so much that they eventually scored 26. Eagles proving a lot of adversity. Like their stars are being shut down, and they're still winning games. Like that's saying a lot about how good that they could be. Tampa, I mean, maybe with Evans healthy, could have made him run in that game, but give Ibuka and Bucky Irving a lot of credit for that comeback, but just too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, the Eagles even, I think they had some couple guys go down too, and they're just so deep and good at what they do. But I do love Baker. That guy's got a set of balls. Like, I love watching him. He's a gamer. He's a dog for sure, but a little too late, but yeah. And then I love the honesty. Like, it's one of those things when you come out, and I got to talk to some kids about some media training, which I love doing, because honesty is the best policy. Because what are you going to say now that he hasn't said about his own team? You can't make stuff up. You can't create a narrative that's not there. He said we're ass. Good for him.
We ass. That is
I know.
true. If anyone has ever said it. Let's move on to the next set of games. We've got a couple of good ones here. The Jaguars beat the 49ers 26-21. It was a very close game. Hotly debated game. I think we're going to get to some of those stories from that game later tonight. And the Rams took on Danny Dimes and turned him over 3 times, leading to a 27-20.
Of course, you would
win,
say
of
that,
course
and you
loss.
bring up the garbage that comes out of your
He
mouth.
did.
Yeah,
He did
yeah.
Have a great game, but also cost them the game.
The wide receivers were running the wrong routes. Everybody said it. You watch the game, and honestly, the Colts gave the game away in the fourth quarter. To me, the Rams were playing chase the whole game. Danny was doing the right thing. The offensive line played great. The defense did not play well in the fourth quarter. They made a lot of mistakes in the secondary. And then when I forget who it was. Who's the wide receivers on the Colts? It wasn't Downs.
It was Adonai Mitchell.
Mitchell. Mitchell made a mistake in the first half, and he made a big mistake in the fourth quarter, which caused 2 interceptions. 2, because he ran the wrong route. And it was embarrassing. And it's not Danny Dimes' fault. He had a good game. He looked good. And by the way, he kept his team in the game. The team could have won. You want to see your quarterback keep your team in it. He did. He played very well. You can't hate on Danny Dimes. He had one of those days that he could have won, and he lost by 7 points. And honestly, they had a chance to win the game multiple times in this game. The Jaguars, I don't think there's anything to brag about. I mean, we all know the Gremlin. I'm wearing the new Gremlin jersey I had made. He did not look good besides the 20-yard catch that he had. And I hear freaking Keith sitting over here. He's going to be good. He doesn't have a quarterback. The guy stinks. He stinks, Keith. You always think you're right. When I admit when I'm wrong, you should admit you're wrong. You're wrong about the Gremlin. He's an overrated, and he's going to be an overpaid rookie who was traded and given up. The Jaguars gave up a lot for a guy that only has 118 yards right now. No touchdowns, no interceptions. And by the way, by the end of the season, even as a corner, he will have no interceptions, like I told everybody. The guy is overrated, and he stinks.
The quality of play with the Rams-Colts game, I'll start with that one, too, was definitely strong. Obviously, you saw, Danny Dimes had some turnovers, but again, the Rams were able to get a lot of pressure, like I was just talking about with Verse before. Like, the Colts tackles had some uncharacteristic penalties in the fourth quarter, but Mitchell was really what screwed them. He drops the ball on the goal line, which that's a touchdown that gives him, I think, a 2-score lead at that point if he gets that one. Then he has a penalty in the fourth quarter on a block, so really that's what ended up costing him. The Rams did a good job containing Taylor a little more, making him a little less efficient of a runner. I will say this with Jacksonville, though. Their defense is legit, though. Like, their front seven has played really well this year. Devin Lloyd becoming one of the better young linebackers in football this year. Their secondary, not the Gremlin, the rest of their secondary looks pretty damn good right now, and they played a good offense in the 49ers.
Yeah, these were two games that you expected to be kind of good to see what was going to happen on both sides of the ball, and it's interesting to see how the Niners are going to come out of this. Like you said, the Jags defense is pretty good. You guys have touched on it before, and watching them, just seeing what they're able to do and pass protecting their front seven has been fun to watch. So they're going to be interesting, and I'm still excited every time they play because it makes me watch because I want to see if the Gremlin does good or bad. Now you got me calling the damn.
He is a gremlin. He is a gremlin, and it's a beautiful jersey, by the way. I like it.
Errol, I know you hate on him, and he hasn't had any great games, but in each game that he's played, he's had a play that makes you kind of whoa. Please. He has some moves that people don't have.
I'd love to see that play that does that for
That
would take a lot.
Don't say that he hasn't done that.
Who cares?
3 times this
How
season.
about this? You're a high-profile player that won a Heisman Trophy, and you made one play each game that makes you go, ooh. What's that song? Makes me go,
Make him say, na.
Yeah, give me a break. He's an absolute joke. He's a joke. I don't care what Keith says. He's not going to amount to anything.
He's on pace for 450 yards.
7 years he will be out of the NFL. Mark my words.
I just think it was a folly to trade up for him if he's going to be your number 3 receiver and number 3 corner. What is that value? It's not a top 5 pick, I don't think.
No.
So I think that's the problem here. But we'll see. Maybe he'll get better. Here it is, the game that surprised everybody.
Keith,
no, I'm not talking about the Bears
All right,
getting a
you
field
finish
goal
this.
to beat the Raiders.
When we're done with this, let Keith call. He could talk for 5 minutes, and he could say whatever he wants. I'm going to kill you now. I'm going to murder you on this show. I'm going to murder you right here. Call the show, and I am going to completely, absolutely Jack Frost you. All right, let's go.
You say Jack Frost?
Jack
That's
Frost you.
Reference.
Is that that was a previous segment of the show? I
Jack
feel like.
Frost you. Yep.
All right, so Geno Smith looks like he's washed. The Bears beat the Raiders 25-24. Geno's going to lead the league in turnovers if they don't bench him at some point. It's not looking good over there. Ashton Genty had 3 touchdowns, but he had a bad fumble in the game as well. But the other game, the game that we thought was going to be the game of the week, Lamar Jackson gets hurt early. The Chiefs were in control the whole way. Mahomes, 25 of 37, 270, and 4 touchdowns. Another couple yards rushing, but spread the ball around. Hollywood Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster, Isaiah Pacheco, and giant killer Tyquan Thornton with touchdowns for Kansas City. I picked up.
Errol had them on a fantasy team, right? I'm assuming.
After he killed the Giants, I picked them up too.
2 fantasy teams.
But Lamar lost a fumble, threw a pick in the time he was in, and then he kind of quietly pulled his hamstring and just never came back into the game. It was a massacre. The Ravens are now 1-3 and might be without Lamar for a couple of weeks. Are they kind of done?
No, they're not done. I think this is still a good team. They'll make the playoffs because the AFC is so very bad. But they're not winning anything with this defense. And what I've seen is it's all Derrick Henry, and that's all it is. This defense is not what it used to be. They paid a lot of money for Queen. Queen has not been the player that we thought he was going to be coming from Pittsburgh. He had one good season. He hasn't been the same this year. I think there's a lot of problems over there with the Ravens. And I expected this. I picked Patrick Mahomes in the Save Your Tears because I believe that if you look at his numbers, he scored 15 touchdowns against the Ravens going into the game. 15 in his career. And he's only given up 4 interceptions out of 15. I expect him to have a big day. He had a big day, and this is a Ravens defense that's not the same. As far as the Bears are concerned, and Genty showed you why he was a top pick. I expect Ashton Genty to take off now. I think he understands the offense. He had an unbelievable day. I think he's going to be a big part of the way they're going to run their offense when this offensive line figures it out. The Bears, they pulled off a win. It's nothing to brag about, I'll tell you that. Ben Johnson, he looks like a deer in the headlights. There was a lot of things in that game I would question as a head coach. He looked like Eberflus was when he was over there with the Chicago Bears. I don't think if you're a Bears fan, you're excited to see what this team is and what this team might be. So
Yeah, the offensive line is still a problem for the Bears. They were getting a lot of pressure on Caleb Williams, especially in that first half. The Bears obviously are having trouble running the ball. There's still a lot of guys having trouble outside of Adunze, a lot of trouble getting into that scheme. They're just like more talented than the Raiders. Eventually won out. Ginty looked very good, and that offensive line for the Raiders actually looked pretty good too. The Chiefs, they're proving a lot with what they were able to do defensively. Outside of that first half against the Chargers, they played really well the rest of the season. And the Ravens, yeah, like you said, they're in a lot of trouble. If Derrick Henry gets shut down, that offense is going to have a tough time. Because Zay Flowers was already a tough matchup for him against McDuffie, but they don't have any depth after that, and it's showing. And if Lamar's hurt for a while, they might squeak in as a wild card at best.
Yeah, it's amazing that their depth isn't I don't even know if it's there, if you want to call it that. And it was weird because they looked old and like a little slow. Like, I mean, I guess their daubers were in the dirt, as we've put on this show before. When you lose a guy like Lamar.
This dauber in the dirt.
But, yeah, better believe it.
Like a serial killer.
And the Chiefs are the Chiefs, whatever. But I really thought, like, going into it, Ginty would have kind of figured it out a little bit sooner, but you can kind of tell the game is slowing down a little bit for him, and he's being more patient, reading out the blocks and looking at his holes and just being the runner that got him there. But I mean, other than that one turnover that kind of hurt him, but I think he's kind of making that next move in your first year to kind of solidify who you are. And do you keep running Geno out there? I mean, it is the Raiders, so you never know.
I guess you do for now. They're not going anywhere this year.
Right.
He's better than probably alternative, but he's going to have a Jameis Winston season where it's going to be like 25 touchdowns, 25 interceptions. He's going to be like that, and they're not going to win. Rome Odunze, another touchdown. He's got 5 touchdowns this year, another 70 yards receiving. He's almost at 300. That guy,
which is
with Neighbors out and Marvin Harrison Jr. underperforming, it looks like at least for the next year or so, he's the best of those 3 guys now that were drafted a couple of years ago. It's kind of crazy to think that. Only took 2 years for him to get to that point. Last set of games, we got this. We're going to go back to the first set of games. Basically, we're going to go back to Thursday and the Dublin game, where the Seahawks beat the Cardinals 23-20, and the Steelers outlasted the Vikings, and not exactly great watching over there.
Hey, at least I was up early, so it was nice to actually have something to watch.
Most fascinating thing about that game to me was that their backup quarterback was jumped in Dublin the night before the game, Skylar Thompson. But yeah, the Vikings with Carson Wentz. In that game, Wentz and Rodgers both started like 12-12, and then Wentz threw like a couple of picks in a row, and Steelers got up, and Vikings kind of came back late, but it wasn't really close. A couple of games. What do you guys got?
I will say this about the Steelers. I should have played Gainwell. I forgot that it was an early game. I knew that Warren was going to play. If I did, I probably win in my other league, and I win all my leagues this week. I lost that league because Gainwell had 30-something points. He had a sensational day. It wasn't Aaron Rodgers. It was all Gainwell, and the Vikings are up and down. I don't know what the Vikings are. As far as the Seahawks are concerned, the Seahawks played Kyler Murray. Yes, Kyler Murray has been an absolute joke. I thought the kid was going to be great. I've come out. Me and Speedy have said that. I give Josh a little bit of credit because he said that he was going to be a bust, and he has been everything that he said he was going to be. He talks in a third person, and he's lost, honestly, everything that I thought he was going to be. It's horrible.
Yeah,
absolutely horrible.
Yeah, he was good, like serviceable guy last year. This year, he looks like not even a top 20 quarterback with what he's done. I think Trey McBride, like his numbers have dropped because of it. And Marvin Harrison, like you were talking about Fish, he has not looked right this year. But I think a lot of that has to do with Kyler Murray. I don't think there's a connection there. And now you're seeing, obviously, I think Trey Benson still has the potential, but you're seeing the impact without having James Conner in that offense. It affects Kyler Murray as a runner too. The defense for the Cardinals, I think, is good, but Seattle's is just better, and they just showed it in this game, and they just showed it they have a little more weapons. Steelers are kind of an ugly win. DK Metcalf had that long touchdown. I didn't see much besides that. Beyond that, and the Vikings, their defense hung tough, but they could only do so much when the Steelers had a good game.
That went over like
Jefferson,
a fart in church.
Carson Wentz at quarterback.
Cardinals. I remember we were talking about if Marvin Harrison was going to make that jump and make that from what they thought he was going to be to what he could be, and I think you guys are 100% right. I think that has a lot to do with the personnel and Kyler and trying to get him the ball, and I think with James Conner not being able to have that to open up opportunities for Marvin has definitely hindered that ability for his progression. And then the Steelers-Vikings, other than me being excited that there was an early game because everybody was still either hungover or asleep, so I was, just playing with myself, really. Not like that, but really like that.
Carl plays himself. By the way, Njigba, he played against a good secondary, didn't have such a great day, just so you know. Didn't have
80 yards, 4 catches, 80 yards.
He didn't have a great day. He had the ball thrown to him.
They didn't throw him a pass in the first half, and it drove me effing crazy, but he was really good in the second half. They didn't need him. That was a ball control game. Not exactly good.
Well, he played the Cardinals.
Thursday night game.
The crappy Cardinals.
Well, the Cardinals have a good defense.
They do have a good front seven. They have a bunch of good young players I love. I think they're going to be good. Gannon's a good coach.
The D coordinator. Gannon was the D coordinator of that first Eagles championship team. So
yeah, we'll see. We'll definitely see. All right, let's go. Let's go to a sports minute, and then we have Jabba rules. We have Dial It Up, and we have a new segment called Call Your Shot. But let's go. Let's go.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
Toe job.
All right, guys, it's Aaron Fishman here once again with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of quick stories before we get into the scores tonight. The AP Top 25 poll is out, and there were some big movers this week as Ole Miss jumped 9 spots from 13 to 4 after their convincing win over LSU, who fell from 3 to 13 after the loss. Oregon's win over Penn State in double overtime gets them the number 2 rank in the poll behind Ohio State, who has held the top spot since knocking off preseason number 1 Texas in the opening game of the year. Miami held strong at 3. Oklahoma stayed at 5 through their bye. Rounding out the rest of the top 10 are Texas A&M, Penn State, who fell to 7, undefeated Indiana, Texas at 9, and Alabama at 10. There are 10 SEC teams in the top 25. The Big Ten is second with 6. And in news that should surprise no one, feathers are being ruffled immediately in Arkansas after head coach Sam Pittman was fired and Bobby Petrino, the offensive coordinator and former head coach of the squad 15 years ago, fired basically the core of the defensive staff as defensive coordinator Travis Williams, D-line coach Deke Adams, and defensive assistant Marcus Woodson were relieved of their jobs. Petrino named Chris Wilson as interim defensive coordinator and gave him high praise. My experience with him goes way back to having to battle against him when he had all the great defensive linemen at Mississippi State. Very, very impressed with what he's done throughout his career. Guy's got a Super Bowl ring. He brings a lot of credibility into the room. If you remember, Petrino was fired back in 2012 from his role as head coach of Arkansas after being involved in a single-vehicle motorcycle crash with a woman he was having a romantic relationship with while married, who was also getting paid by Arkansas for a job in the football program that included a $20,000 gift. Petrino becoming the head coach back in the same place is certainly up there on the unlikely things list, but it's also on its 2025, and it makes sense this happened in this crazy year list. I'm sure everything will just work out just fine for the Razorbacks. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job on the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all the shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Breaking news.
I wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire. He tastes himself like the streaks in my britches and this dauber in the dirt.
Like a serial killer.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. Yes, I'm the Mouth, Mr. Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and the speedster, Speedy Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. On the board, Tommy Poops. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and our Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do, tune in and check out our local listings for all the shows. Just go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Now, this guy has been waiting to come on. I can't wait to hear this garbage that come out of this guy's mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in, I don't know, as long as he's been out, I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's hanging out in the bathroom or doing something, doing the nasty with the gremlin. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Keith from Long Island. Keith.
What's up, boys?
What's up, man?
So,
Let's hear
okay,
this.
Travis, you said Lawrence sucks, right? I mean, he does. Am I right?
I'm waiting. Keep going.
I just
Let's
asked
hear it.
you.
Sell
Do
me.
you think
Sell me.
Lawrence
Come on.
sucks?
You said.
Do you think Lawrence?
Let's hear
I'm
it.
asking
Let's
you a
hear it.
question.
Yeah,
do you
he
think
does. Yeah.
Do you think Lawrence sucks?
Who sucks? Who?
The Jaguars quarterback, Lawrence.
I think Lawrence is not as good as everybody thought he was.
He sucks. Right?
He's just as right now. If you look at his numbers, I would say he's a
They're
top
not
10
good.
quarterback right now.
No, he's not.
He
Look at
is.
his numbers. What are you talking about?
What is his numbers right now? What is his numbers right now?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Why don't you just shut your mouth? You curse again, I'm going to hang up on you.
Oh, okay. So, Errol, stop with the shut your mouth. He's not a top 10 quarterback, and you know it. So cut the
Right
shit.
now, with his numbers, he is.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Give
What
me
are
the
you
numbers
looking
right
at?
now. I don't have it on front of me. Just
what
speak
season
your
have you
piece.
been watching?
Just speak
He
your
had one
piece.
decent game.
Shut up
I've
and
been
speak
watching-
your
Hey,
piece.
listen,
Shut up and
my
speak your
piece
piece.
is-
Open your
Okay,
mouth and
so-
say it. Spit it out. Spit it out.
Well, if you
Spit
shut
it
up
out.
and let me, I will.
No, because you want to. You come
Just
on the
keep
show because you
rambling,
want
Al.
to attack me. So attack
No.
me, and I'll attack
No,
your
no,
fat ass.
No. Listen, do you still think the Yankees should have been sellers?
Yes.
Remember we had that argument, and you wanted to bet me that they wouldn't.
Yes.
Make the American.
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Why do I
Tell
think
me
that? Because I don't think the Yankees are winning anything this year.
What's winning anything? They already made the playoffs. So
They're not
that's
winning
a bonus
anything.
right there. That's worth it right there.
What do you mean it's worth it? You're gonna
That's
you're
worth
gonna
it.
tell
Just
me
make the playoffs.
you go against the Red Sox and you lose in 3 games against the Red Sox at home.
Who said they're gonna
It's
lose to the
okay.
Red Sox?
I'm saying that they could. I'm saying
Of
that
course
they
they
could.
could.
Okay, so if they lose
So,
in the
but-
first 3
but the
games,
fact they
was
made
it
the
worth?
playoffs-
Was it
Wait.
worth it?
Yes, it was worth
wasn't.
it.
Not me.
Yes.
Not me.
Yes.
Not me. They have no
Why
farm
would it be
system.
worth it?
They
They
have
got a
no
team that
farm
can compete
system.
next year,
They have
buddy.
no farm system. That's why.
You don't think they're one of the best teams in the American League?
No,
So,
it
You're
doesn't
out
matter
of
what I
your
think.
fuck-
Doesn't
Come
matter
on,
what I
Errol.
think. As you know, it doesn't matter what I think because you have
They're on
everything to say.
fire.
Oh, okay.
What have you been watching?
All right. Good. They're on fire. I said
And
it.
you-
know
and you also
when
do
was
like
the last
Trey
time you've
Boucher.
heard this show? I said
You
in the
don't have a
last
clue.
15. Well, really? I said in the last 50 games, the Yankees are the hottest team in baseball. You don't listen.
No,
Why don't
before that,
zip
you
in
said
your
they
mouth.
should be sellers,
Zip in
and
your
then I was
mouth.
wrong.
Open your big fat mouth.
You
Spit
don't
it out.
know the
Spit
sport
it out.
at
All
all.
right. And you know it? You know it? You said the
Yes,
Gremlin
I
was
do.
going to be good. You don't know crap.
Yes, I do.
You don't know
I
crap.
told you.
You told me the
told you.
Gremlin was going to be good. Did you not?
I
Did you
knew he
not?
was gonna be
Did you not?
good.
He stinks. He stinks.
He stayed 4 games.
He stinks. He stinks.
You're out of
Yeah,
your
he
skull.
stinks. Oh, really? Well,
Yeah.
he has 118
Hey, Fish,
yards.
after
118
4
yards in 4
games,
games. Yes, he stinks.
First of all,
9
he'd
yards
be a
a catch.
stud.
9 yards a
Stud
catch.
defensive back
stud.
right now.
Great stud. Great stud.
He'd be a top
Yeah.
5
He's
defensive
great.
back right now.
Great. He's not. He's not
Look
right
who's
now.
throwing the ball
He's
to him,
not right
Al.
now. He's not.
Look who's throwing the ball
He's
to him,
not.
Al.
He's not. That's all I'm going to say. He's not.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll
4
see.
games.
Yeah,
Al.
let's see. Let's see.
As usual,
Let's
you'll
see.
be wrong.
Yeah, okay.
OKC wasn't going to win. The Lakers were.
Where's Tom Thibodeau?
I
Weren't you the
thought
one that
OKC
said?
was gonna
Weren't
win.
you the one that said Tom Thibodeau was going to keep his job? Yeah, I think you
No,
did.
I did not.
Yes, you
No, I
did.
did not.
Yes, you did.
No, I did
Speedy,
not.
did he not? Did he not?
No, I did
I
not.
thought you
Yeah,
did. I thought you
Yes, he
skull.
did.
mention
Yes,
it.
he did.
I never said that.
Yes,
You
did.
said he should
no,
keep his job.
No, I didn't.
No, he
I
didn't.
did
No,
not.
Errol did not.
No, I did not. You're a
I
liar.
never said
You're
that,
a
so I know
liar.
what you're
Taking
talking
words
about.
out of my mouth. You're
I
taking
never
words
said
out of
that.
my mouth. That's what you
Did you-
do. You open your big fat
You're
mouth
so
and you have
full of
nothing to
shit.
say.
Everybody there knows
Okay.
you're a liar.
All right. Really? Who? Who knows I'm lying? Who knows I'm
Everybody
lying?
who listens to the
Who
show.
knows I'm lying? Who? Jeff and
Did you-
Snug? What do you got?
Yeah.
You want to lick his ass? Why don't
No,
you get
no,
on
no.
your hands and knees and lick his
Everybody
ass?
who's with you right now.
No, really? I never said
Hey,
anything. of the
Jabba,
sort.
let me ask Jabba a question, not you. Let me talk to someone who knows how to talk to
Yeah,
someone.
okay.
All right, hey, Jabba.
You're the one who cursed.
Errol, let me talk to Jabba. I made one curse. Oh, you never cursed on your own show, have you? I've heard you curse like
I
crazy
haven't
on
cursed.
the show.
Really? When was the last
Yes.
time I cursed on this show?
I didn't say the last time. I
When
haven't
was the
watched
last
your
time?
show.
You open your mouth. You think you know
Can I
everything.
speak to Jabba, someone in the
No,
comments
he
that
can't
knows
hear
how to
you.
talk to-
He can't hear you, and I don't think he wants to speak to an idiot.
Yes, you
Okay?
would.
Not really?
You said he's an idiot. So what are you talking about?
I'm saying you're an
You
idiot.
battle with him on your show? You
Yeah,
battle
I do.
with everybody?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Okay. Why can't you hear me?
Because he can't.
Why not?
Just
What
speak
kind of show is
just
this?
speak your piece and shut up. I'm tired of you. You come
Speak
on the
my piece
show.
and shut up.
You come on this show. You don't have any respect for me. That's what you don't. You don't have any
How could
respect.
I ask
You
you
don't
the
have
way
any
you talk to
respect for
people?
me. You go on this call. You go on this friggin' feed. You're not on for the last month, 2 months, and then you come on. You attack me.
Yeah, well,
you fat
my
ass.
nephew died,
You're gonna
my
attack
brother had a
me.
heart
You're
attack,
gonna
I'm
attack
sorry.
me. Why don't you friggin' stick your hand in your
My
own?
nephew
Yeah, good.
committed
Good.
suicide,
Yeah.
and my brother just had a heart attack. That's why I've been
yeah,
on the show.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that. And you came on this show, and you are attacking me. So I'm going to attack you
I'm
back.
attacking you. I'm
Yeah.
asking you a
Yeah,
question.
get out of here.
I asked you, do you think the Yankees should have been sellers? You said no.
I said, yeah.
Okay.
I think they should
I
be
mean,
sellers.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I wanted to ask the other guys, do you think the Yankees making a play? Do you think the Yankees made the right choice by not selling? Ask them.
Well, value-wise, I think they could have gotten more at the deadline. I was kind of skeptical.
That's not what
of
I
they
asked you.
got. I think they would have only been sellers like if they got like the right.
No,
types.
do you think they made the right move by not selling?
It's tough to tell right now because we don't know.
We
where
need
they're
stuff to
going.
tell. They made the playoffs, and they had the best record in the American League.
No, they didn't.
What's tough to sell?
No, they didn't.
They have the best record in the American
Blue
League.
Jays did.
They both do.
The
They
Blue
have the
Jays.
same exact record.
It doesn't matter. The Blue Jays.
Same exact record.
Blue Jays had the best
That
record.
means it's the best.
They still had the best record.
They have the best record.
I'm just saying. The Blue Jays had the best record.
They both do. They have the same record. Blue Jays beat them out in tiebreaker, but they have the same record. Are you guys that dumb? They have the same exact record.
And that was because of the trade deadline moves.
92 and 70.
Okay.
Both same record.
Okay, and that was because of the trade deadline moves. Not really.
It doesn't matter. They have the same record.
Okay.
And they went when I talked to Errol about whether the Yankees should be sellers or not.
I still
he
do.
said, "I'll bet you anything they don't make the American League."
Yeah, I did.
Division
so what?
championship.
I don't. And
Okay,
I'm
so
telling
let's
you,
bet.
they're not. They're not.
Oh, let's bet.
What do you want to bet? Well, you're going to
I'll
sit
bet
here and
whatever you
bet.
want.
You're going to sit
They
here
might
and bet.
not.
All right.
If they-
You're going to sit here
Let's
and
bet.
bet.
You want to just bet dinner or money, whatever you want.
I'll bet you dinner. I'll bet you dinner
All right,
that
and
the
Speedy
Yankees
comes along.
The Yankees are not going to the American League Championship.
Okay, we'll see. The American League's not that good, man. If they get, but my biggest scare is the Red Sox. After that, they'll be fine.
Really?
I think Seattle's the only
think if
team
they
that can
match
compete
up,
with them.
I think if they match up against Cleveland again, I think Cleveland will handle them. Because
No
I think
chance.
they're pitching. Okay. All right.
In my opinion.
All right.
Well, maybe well, there's a chance, of course. I shouldn't say no chance. Anything can happen. I was going to ask a baseball guy who actually knows the game, Jabba.
Oh, so I don't know. I don't know anything about baseball.
You don't?
I don't know anything.
When it comes to baseball, you're wrong every take.
Whatever. Really? I'm wrong on every
Okay,
single
see,
take.
oh yeah, let's talk about basketball. Okay, Lakers are going to beat out OKC.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Class one
And
after
you're
another.
the
after
one,
another.
and you're the one who said Tom Thibodeau was going to keep his job. You did say that.
I did not say
You
that.
did say that.
I
You did.
actually did not say
You
that.
did say that.
Go find that tape.
I don't have to.
You'll
Tell
never
me.
find it because I never said it. I said he should keep his job.
All right, that's it. I've heard enough. Keith, he doesn't really get. He's not getting to a point. And you know what I think? And I have a lot of respect for this man. But when he comes into the feed, and I want to apologize first of all for the Rooney family. Rooney family lost a grandson, a nephew, and he lost his brother. And I knew the family. I knew the Rooney family. My heart goes out to the family. All right. I will say that. I did not know his brother had a heart attack and passed away. So my heart goes out to his family. As far as his nephew, he did tell me. The only problem I have with Keith, with this take, is Keith came on this show to attack me. And then he wanted to tell me that I know nothing about baseball and everything I say, all my takes with baseball is wrong, which is wrong for him to say that. Here's my question to Keith, because he knows everything about baseball. He knows about the Yankees more than anybody does. Okay, and he wanted to ask Jabba, because Jabba knows more about baseball than me. He played in professional baseball, so he probably does. Here's my question for Keith, because he thinks he knows more than I do. When you look at the Yankees right now, are you going to tell me and you're going to sell me that the Yankees are the bona fide American League champion? You're going to sell me that? You're going to tell me that they should win the American League championship? Because even though they're the hottest team in the last 50 games, that don't mean crap. Okay? And the Yankees matching up against the Cleveland Guardians, I'm worried. Matching against the Red Sox, I'm worried. And I'm going to tell you this, even Seattle, if they match up against Seattle in the American League Championship, I'm worried because their pitching staff, especially their bullpen, is better than the Yankees. So you could say whatever you want. You could tell me I don't know what I'm talking about because I said the Yankees should be sellers. And to this day, I will tell you, the Yankees should have been sellers. They have no farm system. They got Spencer Jones coming up. And who's the other kid? The Lombard. That's it. That's all they have in the farm system. And by the way, go look where the Yankees are ranked right now in farm systems in baseball. I think they're 27th. If they traded off pieces, they could have still brought Bellinger back because Bellinger could have came back in free agency. He's a free agent. And they could have gotten a stock of players, which they need in their farm system, which they don't have any. So, yeah, I think they should be sellers because they're not winning anything this year. And I'll predict if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll take you out to dinner. I'm not wrong. The Yankees aren't winning anything this year.
Like they're not, hold on, and they're not getting out of the wild card, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that they're not going to the American League Championship. If they get out of the wild card, they'll lose against whoever they match up against. Toronto. Toronto beat them. I don't until Aaron Judge shows me that he can hit in the playoffs, I don't think they're winning against anyone because he has not hit in the playoffs. And until he's a career 236 or 230 hitter in the playoffs,
With a ton of strikeouts.
You're not going to win like that.
I saw an interesting thing about Judge being hot and having to play in the wild card, so he doesn't have to sit for a week before he plays. It might actually be a good thing to keep the hot streak going, to stay in that rhythm. I mean, I'm willing to believe anything if it means Judge is going to play like he plays in the regular season and the postseason because he's having the best at least 5-year run that any player's had in about 50 years.
That's fine.
You know,
he hasn't done it in the playoffs. Giancarlo Stanton is the guy. And again,
and until he wins, you can't.
And
put him
I'm
up
betting
on that
against
echelon.
the Yankees. If you're going to ask me right now, and I'm a Yankee fan, if you were to ask me right now, do I have my money in on the Yankees going to the ALCS or losing in one of these series? I have losing because I don't trust that Aaron Judge is the guy until he is the guy, and until he proves otherwise, I'm going to bet that he is not. And that's all I'm going to say. Alex Rodriguez did it in 2009, and he proved why he was worth every penny the Yankees paid him. One championship is enough. And to me, Aaron Judge got a lot of money, and he hasn't done it in the big stage. And Michael Parsons hasn't done it in the big stage. These guys have not done it in the big stage. That's all. Let's go. Jabba rules, baby.
History in the making. You ready? Jabba rules.
Jabba, before we find out what rules tonight, I believe we have a sponsor for this segment.
Yes. The ruler.
We do, and I'm excited as this show grows. So do we, and so do our sponsors. And we've got some good ones, and we've got a great one here in Nebraska, which I'm excited to announce our partnership with Veteran Renovations, and it is renovations of all types: roofing, siding, windows, and anything else you can really think of. A Marine veteran-owned company, which is near and dear to our listeners and us as this show continues to grow and allows us to have this show. And they got over 30 years of experience, and it's crazy. They do free inspections, strong warranties, and even 0% financing. So anybody in Lincoln or the surrounding areas in Nebraska, go ahead and look them up at veteranrenovations.com and check them out. And happy to have them on board. So let's go.
That's cool.
There we go.
That's cool. And we'll get all that stuff. We'll post up all their stuff on the website. We'll get their website. So everybody will have a link where you can sign up. All the people that live in Nebraska or in that area, you'll have the opportunity to reach out to the veterans. What is the company again? I'm looking at it right now.
Veteran Renovations. NE.com.
Okay.
Yep.
Renovations.
And then they're on social media too. They're just getting that started. So excited to be a part of their journey.
Tommy, do me a favor. Post that up on my X and make sure that we post that up on all our social medias that Veterans Renovation will be with us moving forward. So I'm very excited. I didn't know this. This is the first time I heard this. And Jabba said there's a couple of big sponsors in the works, and looking forward to working with Veterans Renovation. So congratulations. Thank you to Veterans Renovation. And we're excited. We're very excited. So anyways, are you ready, Jabba?
Ready.
All right, let's go.
Diarrhea down their leg and
ooh, yeah, no. So this one, Fish and I were talking about. So it's called Jabba Rules. This segment and this day is going to be the unwritten Jabba Rules, and this has to do with the Cardinals-Cubs rivalry, and Michael Busch going for the cycle, and then Marmol decides to walk him in the 8th inning when they have nothing on the line. other than the rivalry, maybe it sparks a little bit of that. But you want to see it at the end. They're going to the playoffs. The Cardinals are going home. Michael Busch has never hit for the cycle. And you don't allow him to do that. And Marmol came out and said he's not here for anybody's amusement. Yeah, but you're walking the guy when the game's out of hand. It's 7-3, and you intentionally walk him. And then you get to see all of these other things that people say, well, that's a baseball decision from Craig Counsell. And Nico comes out and he's like, well, I'm tired of seeing him hit homers too. And, all the hard parts were out of it. He needed a single. And he goes and walks him in the 8th inning in a game that really doesn't matter for the Cardinals. But I guess we'll see what happens next year in this rivalry, because we know the Cardinals-Cubs rivalry is very intense at times. So this is the segment of the unwritten Jabba rules.
There it is. Some Jabba rules. Some Bush League Jabba rules.
Yeah, no pun intended with Michael Busch.
Yeah. Well, that end of that segment can only mean one thing, Errol.
Yes. Dial it up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you an important news bulletin. We got a big broadcast to do here. We're about to dial it up.
Dial it up! Everyone's favorite lightning round sports stories little segment where we're going to have a bunch of stories, and Errol's not seen them, and he's going to have to respond to them. Errol, it's Black Monday for baseball coaches. The Giants fired Bob Melvin after 2 seasons of mostly 500 ball. The Twins let Rocco Baldelli go after losing 90 games, although they basically sold all their players off and then blamed it on Rocco Baldelli. The Mets, as we talked about, kept Carlos Mendoza. The Pirates, for some reason, extended Don Kelly and GM Ben Sherrington after all the great things the Pirates have done this season. The interim managers are still up in the air. Tony Manzolino in Baltimore, Warren Schaefer in Colorado, Miguel Cairo in Washington. Others to keep an eye on. Well, this graphic was made before it happened. Bruce Bochy, earlier in the show, was fired as the Texas Rangers head coach, the winningest coach in baseball until he was fired. Other guys to keep a look at. Brian Snitker in Atlanta, kind of embattled over there, bad year. Joe Espada in Houston, they don't make the playoffs. And Ron Washington, more for health reasons, with the Angels. It's going to be some new faces in new places, Errol. Time to dial it up!
You know, it's interesting because I followed Bob Melvin for years. I remember Bob Melvin on the Oakland Athletics. I remember what he did with the Oakland Athletics. And again, when you look at the Pittsburgh Pirates and all the stuff that's happened with the Twins over the last couple of years, the Twins were expected to be one of the best young pitching staffs in all of baseball. They're up and down with their lineup. I remember when Paul Molitor, remember him? One of the Hall of Famer, great offensive player. He decided to step down, and ever since he stepped down, the Twins have not been the same team. I think that there has to be better leadership over there with the Twins. I think there has to be better leadership over there when it comes to the management area over there with the Giants. The Giants made a trade. They added a superstar offensive player that has really hurt them. I mean, if you look at what the Red Sox did after making that trade for Rafael Devers. Rafael Devers was one of the best offensive third basemen in all of baseball, power hitter, put up these numbers, made $300 million from the Red Sox. Ever since the Red Sox, I talked to Jeff. Give a shout out to Jeff on this. Jeff and me went back and forth today, and he said ever since the Red Sox traded Rafael Devers, the Red Sox have been a different team, different clubhouse. They've been just a better organization. Maybe Rafael Devers was the problem. Maybe he was the cancer in the locker room. I think it's been sensational to watch the Red Sox. Congratulations on the first playoff appearance for a team that hasn't been in the playoffs since, 2021?
21, yeah, and that's when Kyle Schwarber was there.
I mean, that's impressive. I just think this is what you see. Teams looking for new management, and I'm looking to see what obviously Buster Posey does in the offseason when it comes to the manager position.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. Boch's contract was up, and Buster Posey is in the front office. You think Boch ends his career and finishes up in San Francisco? That's kind of the dots are kind of connecting and the stars are aligning. With some of these other teams, it's interesting. obviously there is that guy that always takes the brunt of it, like we talked about earlier with the Mets, and obviously them keeping Mendoza. But the Twins are just kind of in shambles all over the place. They're brutalized by injuries, so there's going to be a change in that head of class with what they're going to do. Rocco was great, former player and gets the game, energy, and young guy. But that team with the young guys, I think more of the direction of an older kind of, nose to the grind kind of guy. But yeah, I don't think this is probably over with too. I probably think going to be a couple more as far as maybe not some big names, but I think there'll be some guys going down too. But I feel like when it comes down to this and the managers, it's the team always, like I said, needs that scapegoat in some of these guys. And, I love DK, played with him in Detroit, fiery guy, and he's going to get an opportunity again somewhere else. And some of these managers, you got Will Venable with the White Sox, it's tough to base upon what he did based on what the team does. So new managers are always interesting because it's, like coordinators in football, what they keep coming in and out. It's hard to deal with as a player because you don't really get adjusted and know what one guy thinks and feels in certain situations. So it's kind of all over the place, really.
All right, let's move on to the next story. A little somber note on this next story. Errol, we had the NFL headquarters shooter this summer in July. He asked in a suicide note that he would have his brain studied, and lo and behold, of course, what do they find in his brain? CTE. So Shane Devon Tamura, the deceased NFL shooter, headquarters shooter, killed himself and 4 other people in July in an attack on the office building in Manhattan, was found to have had low-stage CTE after an autopsy. He was 27 when he drove across the country to commit the heinous act. He was a high school football player, and he had a note on him that he believed football caused CTE, causing him to have his troubles, and he wanted his brain studied, which led to these results. Chris Nowinski, who we interviewed at the Super Bowl, co-founder and CEO of Concussion Legacy Foundation, commented, "We know that we have a lot of cases like this. We know high school football players can get CTE. We don't need any more research to convince high school coaches to change the rules of the game." He says, there just needs to be a will to do it. Kind of scary line from someone I thought was really great when we interviewed him. Errol, time to dial it up.
It's an interesting story that we've been going back and forth with. CTE has been a big problem for the NFL, and this story was just a story that was just sad. And one thing that I look at it is Chris was a really straightforward guy at the Super Bowl. He gave us his opinion towards what he thinks CTE has done to professional sports and sports entertainment. He brought up Chris Benoit. We all know the story between what happened with him and some of the other guys over the years that have had problems with CTE that played in the NFL. And now you see somebody like this. He never played in the NFL. The fact that he drove across the country to go to New York and shoot up the NFL building just shows you that he had some thoughts to where he thinks the NFL should have gone and should be going when it comes to their study, helping people with brain trauma, helping people that have problems with the brain aneurysms that they've had over the years, the concussion protocols that they've had. Now the NFL has come out with different rules and trying to fix the game, and I think it's a little too late. I think Roger Goodell didn't make any sense at the media broadcast when they asked him questions about this particular guy. As a matter of fact, he just said we need more security, we need better security, instead of going out there and saying, the NFL should be digging a little bit deeper into this story and finding out reasons why this is going on and happening. He didn't say much of that. He just said that we need to protect ourselves. We need to have more security and more protection. It's a sad story. The NFL, and not just NFL, professional sports, when it comes to the commissioners in the NBA, the NHL, and all combat sports, should investigate and find ways to help these guys and try to figure out a cure. I don't know if there'll ever be a cure, but there has to be something that can help these guys in the near future.
The thing that scared me about his line at the end there's plenty of studies. Nothing has to be studied anymore. But we can't get these high school coaches to teach kids how to tackle safely, how to play safely, and not use the crown of their helmet to make tackles, to spear people, to go low and dive into the ground. there's so much of it. Like there's some people that don't want to wear the Guardian caps, because they look kind of silly. Let's face it. But they do protect you a little bit. They don't look great. They have some with like skull caps that are the same as like the helmets.
You ever see Romeo Dobbs wearing it? It looks so weird when Romeo Dobbs wears it.
That was like the David Wright helmet, like that was 5 sizes too big on top of it for some reason. Like he had like
the
one.
He looks like a
wasn't there like
bobblehead.
a code in NBA Jam where you could play with guys with big fat heads like that? I'm pretty sure I did that back in the day.
It looks like a bobblehead. That's what it looks like.
So I've been coaching high school football since I was like 23, and we've gone through different ways to tackle. It used to be you put your head across and you bite the ball. That was how you taught kids how to tackle. But if you do that, you're now putting your head across the guy's knees, across his midsection, and you're putting yourself at risk of danger. So now, ever since really Pete Carroll and the Legion of Boom popularized the rugby tackling around 2013, I've always taught you hit the near pec, you hit the near thigh, and you drive for 5. Like aim for the thighs, drive for 5. And you're just going to do that because if you're on the right side of them, even though you're not across the body, now there's a place for your teammate, who should be vicing the play from the other side anyway, to safely hit him on the other side of his body. Therefore, nobody gets hurt, and the play actually looks better. Except a lot of coaches can't be bothered with spending time how to teach tackling properly. We've done it where we're standing still without pads on, and you're just wrapping the legs and bringing them down on grass or on, decent turf. You can do things without being padded up, except there's so much head injuries still to this day. Even with doing everything right, we still get head injuries because it's football. It's a collision sport. It's not even a contact sport. It's a collision sport. But there's a lot of coaches who couldn't care less. And I don't know what the coach was like in this situation. The guy said he barely remembered the player. He was a little troubled. There's a lot of guys that come across a football team like that I've coached in my years. You never think one of them's going to do something like this. I just always tried to get a kid out if I saw him look a little woozy or he didn't look right. You pull him out of the drill. What do I need to see him hit more guys in a drill to be tough when I know he might be compromised? And there's some coaches who don't think that way, that he needs to fight through it. And we got to get that out of the game. Anyway, sorry, that was my little pontification. I don't do that too often, at least about anything besides the Giants. Here we go. You wanted to talk about it, Errol. Here it is. The Europeans take the Ryder Cup at Bethpage. Despite a valiant comeback attempt, the Americans fell to the Europeans in the Ryder Cup 15-13. There's plenty of blame to go around for the Americans as Captain Keegan Bradley, who was heavily criticized for his pairings in the first 2 days of the tournament. World number 1 player, Scottie Scheffler, lost all 4 of his matches before playing Sunday singles, where the U.S. made a dramatic comeback attempt but fell a little too short. Fans at Bethpage, as you said earlier in the show, were criticized by Rory McIlroy and the media for heckling him and for him having to protect his wife, allegedly, from getting drinks thrown at her. The USA has lost the last 2 Ryder Cups, and they lost their first on U.S. soil since 2004 when I graduated high school. Errol? Dial it up!
Scottie Scheffler is the best golfer in the world. He's been the best golfer in the world for the last 3 years. We've gone back and forth. Chapa would probably agree with me that he has been the face of American golf really for that time. The fact here is a lot of people complain about New Yorkers. They complain about what they do at games. We've seen the bleacher creatures. I've seen them yell at players in the outfield. I was watching Juan Soto. I was there with the bleacher creatures when he was playing for the Padres, when the Yankees were playing him, and they were cursing at him. And I was telling them that he could be a Yankee next year. And what happens? The Yankees trade for him, and he's a Yankee, and he has a great season. I think that, obviously, it's not just Yankee fans. It's not just New Yorkers. But you don't see this at golf tournaments as much as you see it here in New York. It happens a lot in sports games here in New York. It happened with the Knicks. I don't know if anybody has seen them in the playoffs. And see, the Knicks fans go crazy. They win a game in the playoffs, and it's like they won a championship. They're out there climbing buildings and climbing poles and all this other stuff. It's crazy. It's a big problem. And again, security. And the cops have no control of these guys, these kids. They're young, energetic. I love their enthusiasm, but it's pathetic You don't want to look bad, and you don't want to be looked at as a New Yorker and say, oh, I don't want these guys. I don't want them to come to my tournaments. I don't want them to come to my games because they're New Yorkers and they're animals. And it's not just New York. I've heard it in Boston. CC Sabathia said the Boston fans are crazy. What they say, they're racist. It's not just here in New York, but it seems to happen a lot here in New York. It's really bad, and I think New York fans need to take a step back. I'm a New Yorker. I don't want anybody to look at me bad, and I don't want anybody to look at me like I'm an animal. And it's just bad when I go and do a radio show and everybody says, oh, look at that animal, because they think I'm going out there and showing enthusiasm, and I have my own opinion. It makes me look bad when I go to a game and I'm trying to look forward to be a face of my organization, my team, as a New Yorker. I just think it's bad. We go to San Francisco this year. I don't want people to say, oh, I'm wearing a New York Yankee hat. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to interview with him because he's an animal. I want to have that thought where because I'm from New York, I can't control myself.
It was hard for me coming from Nebraska to obviously New York, and obviously the personalities are different, and it is different, but it's just not New York. It's part of it, but I've had it everywhere. There's not a place where you didn't get it, and if they're not giving it to you, and the Ryder Cup is different. It's not like a regular golf tournament. You're representing your country. It's a different bird. Like the Ryder Cup and the President's Cups are just different golf tournaments. That's why people love them. And when you're representing your country, it's a little bit different than just playing for yourself, on the weekend. And to wear the USA across your chest and to be on home turf is something to be proud of. And, the fans are fans, and that it's going to happen. It doesn't matter where it's at. Fans are going to be pricks. They're going to get under your skin. That's part of what, we don't have a job description, but that's part of it. And, you take it with a grain of salt. And if you want to chirp back, but expect that it's going to come back to you. They don't boo nobodies and talk crap to anybody, right? Like, so, there's guys that they were doing it. Like Justin Rose didn't say anything. Nobody was talking trash to him. He goes about his business, and then they had scuttlebutt. He came in, talked about it, and nobody even talked about it afterwards. And they got in his line of sight when he does his 2-finger lineup. Like, that's just the way it is. And yeah, it's. I guess people get a little bit butthurt, but you know what? If it was gonna be there again, I think it's a great place to have. It's a state park. It's 5 golf courses. Everybody gets a chance to play that course. It's not like some of these places that we see where you have no chance of getting on this course. So, yeah, I loved it. I wish the USA would have won, but that's just the way it goes. I was up at 6 o'clock in the morning watching it. I loved it. I was fired up.
Like the streaks in my britches.
All right. Jarrett, you got something you want to add?
Yeah, I put a lot of the blame on this, also on the MCs for the whole event. It's just obnoxious stuff. Like, let's get an FU Rory chant going. That's coming from the MCs, official people working at the event. Come on, this is not the place for that. That is completely unprofessional. Maybe even worse was the Scotty Scheffler to the "We Will Rock You" chant, which was horrific and completely rhythmless. It's a bad look. It made me a little embarrassed to be American for a weekend.
Grow up.
Is Bethpage in Nassau?
They still do the wave at freaking baseball games. Come on.
I agree, Jabba. I hate
Breaking
the wave
news.
with a passion.
I farted.
Errol, is that Suffolk or Nassau for Bethpage?
That is borderline Suffolk and Nassau. Farmingdale is...
It's like right in between, right?
Yeah, I would say it's Nassau. I would say that's Nassau County.
It basically is Nassau,
yeah. It's Nassau County. It's Bethpage.
It's like Oyster Bay area?
No.
Something like that?
No, that's more north. That's more north.
Okay. By Farmingdale.
It's more south, and it's definitely, I would say it's Nassau County. It definitely is. So,
I was going to say, it sounds like something from Strong Island, for sure.
I don't know about
guys,
Strong Island. Weak Island. Please.
Well, this guy's not weak, but he may actually have some extra support because there's been an investigation into a strange pulling over of Terrence Crawford and him being handcuffed in his hometown and Jabba's hometown of Omaha, Nebraska. Well, here's the story. Terrence Bud Crawford, obviously, defeated Canelo Alvarez for the super middleweight title a couple weeks ago, but now he's back in the news in a viral video that circulated on social media, and a police officer pulled over Crawford and held him and 3 other members of his car at gunpoint, eventually putting them all in handcuffs before searching the car. According to Crawford's head of security, Qasim Shabazz, who was in the car, he refutes the official story from the police of a routine traffic stop and was handcuffing people until the search was done, which was the story. According to Shabazz, once he and Crawford told police that they were carrying guns in the car, legally following Nebraska law telling the cops this, the cops became, quote-unquote, unhinged. Omaha Mayor John Ewing Jr. is now involved with the high-profile native's arrest and is conducting an investigation into it. Our job is not to speculate. Our job is to get the facts out to the people of this community and then be transparent in every step of the process, Ewing said. Errol, it's a weird story coming out after a really big moment for Bud Crawford.
Yep.
What do you got for us here on Dial It Up?
You know, it's an interesting story because I remember this same thing happening last year before the football season with Tyreek Hill. Remember that whole story? Tyreek Hill got slammed over. It was 2 other players with him. He got beaten up, and then he goes to the game, and he was heading to a football game. I don't know the full story until the story fully comes out. But here's the thing. You know as a police officer who he is. This guy is the biggest superstar to ever come out of Nebraska, Omaha. This guy...
Whoa.
Well, he is. I mean, champion-wise, tell me a champion that's come out of Nebraska as big as Terrence Crawford.
Are we just talking boxing?
I'm talking about boxing. I'm talking about...
boxing, but I'm not out of Omaha. Man, we got some dudes out of Omaha.
All right, fine. Terrence Crawford is the greatest boxer from that area. It's a great... Maybe you could argue...
100%, yeah.
You could argue everybody over there in Omaha knows who he is. They know who he is. The cops know who he is. You see him in the car, you're going to think that he's going to come out and he's going to pull a gun on you? Come on. I mean, he came out, what I've heard is he came out of the car. They told him to come out of his car. His hands were up. Everybody says, you know who I am? I don't know if you've watched the video. I mean, it's pretty apparent that everybody knew who he was. And you're going to think that he's going to pull out a gun and he's going to shoot you? This is the same guy that drove himself to the hospital years and years ago when he got shot in the face. He was shot multiple times, and the guy lived. This is the crazy thing here is, to me, I just think that there has to be some kind of thought process with these cops. These cops think they have too much power, and I understand. You see what you want to see, but you hear what you want to hear as well. This guy is one of the greatest boxers of this era, and you're going to tell me that nobody, all the cops that were there, nobody knew who Terrence Crawford. And then if you know who he is, why would he be pulling out a gun? Why would this guy be pulling out a gun and shooting you? It doesn't matter who he's with. This guy just won the biggest title in the world. He beat one of the greatest fighters of all time. And he's in Omaha driving around, and you're going to pull him over, and you're going to try to arrest him and shoot and point a gun at him? This is a terrible story. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Terrence Crawford and his team, they're going to sue him. They're going to sue the town. They're going to sue the state. And he's going to win himself a lot of money because you don't do that to one of the faces of Nebraska. It's a terrible story. Really, really bad part of the story. Really terrible story.
Yeah, but also too, it's part of what, but it, the extravaganza that it was. I mean, well deserving of his parade, and it was awesome. Eminem, had a little, video tribute to him, but yeah, especially to do it the way they did it and handle it the way they did it. You can't, I don't care, in Omaha or in Nebraska in general. Now, probably if you're a boxing fan, you know who Terrence Crawford is, obviously. And so you can't tell me they didn't know, and you can be like, well, his past and whatever. No, obviously has that part of it, but you're really going to do it and act like you didn't know who it was. I don't think, and I don't know him personally. I know people that do, but I don't really think he won't sue him. I mean, he still lives in Omaha. He gets it. He understands it, is part of it, but Yeah, I mean, to do it the way they did it, especially after what he's just brought to this state. And, some people probably didn't even know where the hell Omaha was or where Nebraska was. So he's done a lot for this state. And for them to do him dirty like that, that's kind of weak.
Yeah, and I want to throw in the fact, too, is that I'm someone that's, of course, raised in a law enforcement family. I have a lot of friends, a lot of family members that were raised in a law enforcement family that were law enforcement officials. Errol, of course, knows my brother, and he mentioned on the show recently, is a police officer as well. So for the fact is that, it's not okay to see, what had actually happened, only for the fact is of there's always a right and wrong way of doing it. And they know, of course, the way it's supposed to be executed. They know the protocol. And, of course, look at where we are a month later after what just happened. Like Jabba said, no way in that town, especially a man who's most recently, put this place on the map of Omaha, Nebraska, of course, within the last, couple of years. Just for the fact of how disrespectful or how inappropriate they handled it, they definitely do need to have some sort of repercussion or face some sort of repercussions for what they've done. Only for the fact is that I feel, of course, if you're that frightened to be a cop or a police officer to have someone at gunpoint, because don't get me wrong, of course, we all know the job. We all know it's a scary job out there. But to be that terrified over someone who aimlessly wasn't going to hurt you, you really shouldn't be a cop. And like I said, they should be, facing repercussions.
He was driving his car. You see the license plate. You know it's Terrence Crawford. Mm-hmm. Right then and there, you know that he is not going to pull a gun and risk anything. It doesn't make sense. None of the story makes sense. And I would sue him. I would absolutely sue the town. I would sue the city of Omaha after doing that. 100%.
I mean, if his name wasn't Terrence Bud Crawford and it was like Terry Smith, there's no investigation into it. He's just having to deal with whatever repercussion. His fame is what's leading to the mayor of Omaha to want to investigate it because they know they got egg on their face right now. But I hate to say it, I feel like stuff like this happens all the time to not famous people. So, anyway, we got one story left, and it's a good one, Errol. Oh, it's Lane Kiffin and his daughter, who was dating the star linebacker for LSU. They, come out with their relationship 5 days before the game. It's all over the news. Complete embarrassment. How does Lane Kiffin handle it? Oh, Lane Kiffin handles it like you think. He starts talking smack to his daughter's boyfriend before and then again after the game. So obviously they knocked off LSU, making who was number 3 heading into the game. That jumped them all the way up to number 4 in the polls now. The victory was even sweeter because it was a bunch of the talk between him and Whit Weeks, who is dating Kiffin's daughter. He took a little shot at Weeks and those poking fun in the media saying, take the over early in the week. And then when the game was over, an ESPN reporter came over to him, and the first thing he says to the ESPN reporter, I'm looking for Whit right now to see if we covered the over. Gotta love Lane Kiffin. Aside from fun with his family and the win, Kiffin had an interesting comment after the game, jokingly refusing to praise wide receiver Winston Watkins Jr. for fear that complimenting him would make him a target for the NIL guys in the transfer portal. I thought that was really interesting. I wonder what you have to say about that and this ridiculousness with his daughter and this linebacker when you dial it on.
I like Weeks. He's going to be a top draft pick in the next year. I think he's going to be a great linebacker in the NFL. I love his personality. Got a chance to get to know him in the SEC documentary on Netflix. Check that out. He is a sensation. He's going to be a sensational player. He's probably the best defensive player right now on that LSU Tigers team. But here's the thing. I like Lane Kiffin. I like his energy. I like what he brings to the table, his personality. We all know when he was coaching the Raiders and what he was doing and that whole background with the Davis family. That was funny. I love the fact that he worked under some of the greatest coaches of all time, especially one over there in Alabama, as we all know. I think Lane Kiffin brings a different personality that you want to see in college football. A guy that comes out, he's not afraid. He's not complaining. He's not like Dabo Sweeney coming out there and saying, players shouldn't be getting NIL deals. He pretty much says, pay the players. But I want to win, and I'm going to do what I can to win and win championships. I like the fact that Lane Kiffin brings something different to the table, and the fact that he's challenging players and his daughter's boyfriend on national television and national radio over the last couple of weeks is funny. I love it. It brings a different dynamic to college football. Slam dunk for Lane Kiffin. I think it's great for college football. I think it's great for football, bringing that kind of personality to the table. Great. It's great.
Yeah,
Love it.
It's a classic case of Lane Kiffin pettiness that you saw in all his different college stops, Tennessee and bumping around the SEC over the years. He obviously was on Alabama with a little while, like you were talking about with Saban. Like you had that kind of like swagger, and Lane Kiffin's never going to change who he is with the pettiness. He was saying last week, it's a peak psychological warfare. Obviously, take the over as a joke, taking shots at Weeks. Weeks ended up getting hurt in the
How
fourth.
do you not like him?
Yeah, I definitely do.
I like Lane Kiffin.
And yeah, obviously the comments he made with the transfer portal and stuff like that. Yeah, it wasn't as extreme as you've seen some of the other coaches do. But again, at the same time, like you look at what you were describing the last part of your slide, Fish, like something like that. He's also raising him up. I don't want to hype up the transfer portal, and you give this guy a lot more of an incentive to transfer as a result of that too. Because we've seen Ole Miss have some very good production with quarterbacks and wide receivers over there, and you definitely don't want that somebody like a freshman like that. And they got a nice defense too. And then obviously Weeks getting hurt at the end of that game too, definitely affecting LSU.
He's going to be a top first-round draft pick.
Yeah, their pass rusher Perkins obviously going to get more of the draft hype because he was supposed to have that kind of thing last year before he got hurt. But yeah, Weeks did look good in that game before he ended up getting hurt. But definitely a fun little petty rivalry, and Lane Kiffin coming out on top, and then taking some shots at Brian Kelly as well towards the end of that game when he was on.
How do you not like that?
When he was well, yeah, it was great. When he was taking receipts and screenshotting something from Brian Kelly. I texted it to Wes because Wes is the resident Brian Kelly hater of this network, and he's saying, screenshot Lane Kiffin, the Brian Kelly show. We're looking forward to it. We're going to keep Magnolia Trophy right here in Baton Rouge, right where it deserves to be, and the guys are excited for the opportunity. Screenshotting it, Ole Miss wins. Pettiness at its finest.
It is. It's great. It's great for college football, and Lane Kiffin is going to get into that tournament. You want to see this guy. You want to see a guy like this go all out because he's the Jim Harbaugh of college football now. A guy that opens his mouth and is not afraid to open his mouth and say what he feels. So Jim Harbaugh did it for years. I'm not even talking about Stanford. I'm talking about over there in Michigan. So
yeah, Lane Kiffin. I mean, I respect the talk. I respect the talk so much. Being from Memphis, being a Grizzlies fan, you love just chirping away online. Brian Kelly is the worst coach in the SEC right now, not including Arkansas. Absolutely abysmal. The offensive game plan is ridiculous. There's no reason anyone should be betting the over. That's where Lane got it wrong, because that offense is just stupid. LSU's not going to be able to score 25 points in any game this year. It's not counting Southeast Louisiana State or whatever they played. They're running the same offensive system with a pro-style quarterback in Garrett Nussmeier that they did with Jaden Daniels. The only run game they have is read options with a guy who will not pull the ball and cannot pull the ball. Lane Kiffin just embarrassed them on national television in front of everybody, and kudos to him. They're going to win again next year. Brian Kelly's still there. They're going to win the year after that.
I just love everything about how he comes out and he says the things that he says on national. He did it on national radio too. So it wasn't just television. He did it on national. He was on a radio. He was on a radio program at LSU program that they interviewed him, and he took shots at the LSU Tigers on an LSU channel. It's funny. It really is. It's something that you want to hear from a coach and a guy that doesn't care what anybody has to say about him.
By the way,
I got a message here from Nick Goody,
yeah, okay.
our LSU resident. Lane won the battle. Weeks won the war.
Do you want
Never
to jerk me
forget
off?
that.
Breaking news.
that was-
Goody has no Woody.
Pretty valuable
Of course,
there.
he's not going to appreciate Lane Kiffin's pettiness, though.
Yeah. I like Lane Kiffin. I love everything about him. And he, just like Jim Harbaugh, I could see Lane Kiffin getting another NFL job in the future. I think there'll be a team out there being interested. He runs the NFL-style defense and offense. So he's the kind of guy that if he continues doing what he does and he wins a national championship, which I think he could with Ole Miss, I absolutely believe. And by the way, go ask Lane Kiffin what he thinks about Jackson Dart, just so you know. He said a lot of interesting things about Jackson Dart. Anyways, we have a new segment in the final segment of the night. We call it Call Your Shot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to explain a little bit about calling your shot. I know a lot of people say Rumorville, and Josh Silverberg is the leading rumor guy on this network. He loves to give you rumors. So I want to make this kind of like a prediction thought. Now, you could pick any sport, and I want you to give your take on predicting something that's going to happen in sports. It could happen in the next couple of weeks. It could happen a year from now. And give your take to it on why you believe that could happen. You guys ready? I want to finish this off. I'm going to go Fish. I'm going to go Speedy, Jabba, me. You guys ready? Let's go.
All right, so here we are calling our shot. I've got one that, Errol, this is one that is real near and dear to you because it's about Bambi. Robert Saleh had some words with the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Liam Cohen, after the game. Liam and his staff, a couple of guys coming from Minnesota, they've got a legally really advanced signal stealing type system where they always find a way to put themselves in advantageous situations. Saleh came up to said that about Cohen before the game. After the game, when the Jaguars won, Cohen walked up to Saleh and said, "Keep my name out of your mouth," in a confrontation when the coaches had to be held back. So what's my prediction? My prediction is very simple. Liam Cohen is going to eventually get fined by the NFL for doing something pretty illegal to try to get himself an edge. But I also think he's going to be a winning head coach because he has that same mentality as Belichick, where I'm going to try to do something to get an edge. It's going to cost the Jaguars probably a couple $100,000 at some point down the road. But I think this guy is for real, making this Trevor Lawrence led team with is an average at best quarterback. At best at this point in his career, if he even holds on to the job for another couple of years. He's able to do it with Cohen. But how is he doing it? Maybe some of the ways he does it are a little below the standard. And I think the NFL are going to take a little shots at him because now the golden boy, Kyle Shanahan, has to get Saleh's back, and now they're going to make a big stink about it.
He's a golden girl because he's not golden anything. He hasn't won any gold. The only gold he's won is the underwear that he's probably wearing from Robert Saleh, who claimed he was buying, receipts or taking receipts. There's no receipts. And by the way, Liam Cohen, I know you have this love fetish for him. What has he done? He's done nothing. This team won 2 games, and look who they've beaten. They've beaten nobody. They've drafted a guy they moved up for. By the way, Liam Cohen had a lot to do with that draft, and also moved him to the wide receiving position when he should have stuck him at corner. That was a big no-no for the one and only Gremlin. I think this is a terrible take, and I'm just letting you know. And the fact that Robert Saleh came out and said, "Keep your name out of my mouth," guess what? I don't think anybody's going to keep his name out of anybody's mouth. The guy is a complete joke. Should have never gotten a job with the Jets. He'll never get a coaching job again. That's why we call him Bambi, and that's why he has struck out. Go to the Golden Girl, because the Golden Girl is going to be looking for his own Betty White after the season.
All right. You guys have anything to say about Cohen? Because he is an interesting coach. Like, he led the resurgence of Baker Mayfield's career, and that's what got him this job.
That was Canales, and he was the one.
I mean, they attribute Cohen as the guy.
It was Canales. Canales, first of all,
is Canales doing great in Carolina? No. Because he looks like he don't know shit about offense over there.
He went to the Carolina Panthers. He should have never taken that job. And Bryce Young stinks. Just saying.
I agree with that one. All right. So that's my rumor, my shot that I'm calling. Who we got next?
All right, so next up is me, and actually Jarrett was kind of hinting at the one I was going to get at. He was talking about the Arkansas coaching vacancy. Yes, they just recently fired their coach, in Sam Pittman, who was there. Kind of rebirthed the program nicely in the early 2020s. Had a couple of ranked seasons. They never made the college football playoff. It might have made it an expanded year if they were if it was the 12-team playoff at that time, but they fired their coach. And the rumor I'm going to go for is another pretty petty former SEC coach, and that is Gus Malzahn. And he's obviously with Auburn has a lot of jabs at Nick Saban and a lot of other SEC coaches in the past. Right now, currently doing offensive coordinator with Florida State. So I don't think he leaves this year, but the prediction I will make is that Arkansas will hire him as their next head coach after this season, and they will make him one of the top 15 highest paid coaches in college football. You saw them do that with Calipari in basketball. They want to take these big swings after they lost Eric Musselman. I think they do the same thing with football. So that's my prediction. And probably about 3 months from now, obviously after Florida State probably should make the college football playoff at the rate they're going at. So it'll be something like that down the road.
That's
Interesting.
Malzahn's one of my absolute favorites. I have one of his early books when he coached high school football. He was at a Catholic school. He had the kids come up with the names of the plays, and it was based on like Bible verses and stuff. So like they all knew what the plays. They never got a play wrong. He never punted once in his entire coaching career in high school. He was the guy that came up with
in one of the broadcasts. Yeah.
Yeah, he was an absolute savage and is scared of nobody, including Nick Saban. I think that's a really good take right there, Speedy. I think that might actually happen if Petrino doesn't get his way.
We'll see.
They weren't running the annexation of Puerto Rico?
Oh, what could have been?
Pitch to Johnny. Can't pitch to Johnny. I'm Johnny.
A lot of hot ladies.
Underrated movie, by the way.
Yes.
Speedy's mom.
Mine, call your shot, is I kind of touched on it earlier, so I'm not going to go to that one. But you know what I am going to go with? And I know it's going to be a long shot, but I like it, and it would be awesome if it happened. I'm going to go Pete Alonso as a New York Yankee playing first base.
Woo! Oh, gosh.
And the only reason I say that is because he gets New York. New York gets to make a splash on the other side, take their guy away, and basically give a big middle finger like, oh, you guys got Soto, well, we got Alonso, who was one of your guys. And him at first base, obviously, defensively, he's going to be fine. Now we're going to get some good years, and I don't think we have to sign long-term. And he goes out and hits you probably 10, 12 more homers. And I think it's a good one. And I think it's possible from the things that I'm hearing. He said he wanted to be a Met, but he's saying all the right things until he puts a double bird up and is wearing pinstripes next year.
Yeah,
sorry, Speedy.
Let me take this one out. But Errol's probably going to mention something too, because he was the one saying last year that Pete Alonso could go to the Yankees when the Mets were not. Obviously, it took forever for them to negotiate with that kind of thing. But I think now, after the collapse the way that they had it, I don't think they could afford to be so nitpicky with these contracts, especially for somebody like Pete Alonso, who's been one of the better leaders. Obviously, Errol had the debate of him being the captain with our friend Nelson Figueroa a couple months ago. He definitely has the good clubhouse vibe that you want from somebody with somebody like that. And again, it's a first baseman contract of a guy that's durable. They're not. He'll get more money than he was expected to get last offseason market. But I don't think the Mets can really cave in at this point. When you look, they need pitching obviously, but they can't afford to lose one of their key leaders on this team when they just had the most monumental collapse in one of the most in baseball history.
I absolutely believe Pete Alonso will not be a Met next year. I agree with you, Jabba. It would be the Yankees or the Red Sox. That's where I think he comes to the American League East. The Red Sox are looking for a first baseman. They need that power, that right-handed power in that lineup. I know Jeff was a guy that told me that he could see Pete Alonso in that lineup, and I think the Yankees makes a lot of sense. You put him in that lineup with Aaron Judge and Bellinger next year. You don't go after a guy like Tucker. Kyle Tucker, as good as he was this year, in the second half of the season kind of fell off. He's going to be demanding $450 million. Pete Alonso's cheaper. You can get him for $160 to $180 million. It makes a lot of sense. I could see Pete Alonso wearing pinstripes next year. I'm gonna give you 2 thumbs up on that. I absolutely predict that too. I think Pete Alonso absolutely is a New York Yankee next year.
I'd be worried about the Guardians jumping in there. They have a
Red
kind of
Sox
a hole at
is
first
the only
base.
team.
The Red Sox have Cassis coming back. I think they're going to give him another year. From was it Achilles or something like that?
I don't
that
think
he had.
so.
They almost traded him last year, though, Cassis. So it's...
I know, but they dedicated it to him. So I just think that they have some guys. If I'm the Guardians, I'm probably thinking I'm one big guy away. I don't know if Manzardo's going to have the defense for first. I don't know if the other guy is either, but Manzardo's good. I just don't think anyone's looking at him as he's great yet. I think he has to prove a little bit more. Mr. Goody, who's a big Guardians guy, is saying
Manzardo is going to be very good, though.
He is.
But, let's see. We got to see it. We got to develop. Guys, we got one last shot to call.
Yes. Oh, you guys are going to love this one. My call your shot has to go with the Dallas Mavericks. And you're going to look at it, you're going to be like, why the Dallas Mavericks? Why would you bring up this team? It's interesting. You added Cooper Flagg. You had the number 1 pick of this year's draft. You have Kyrie Irving coming back from an injury in the second half. You have Anthony Davis, who can't stay healthy, but when healthy, he's one of the better big men in the league that could do a lot of things. But what's so interesting about this team is LeBron James. And I'm going to tell you why. It looked like he was going to go to Houston, and maybe I was talking about maybe going and playing with Steph Curry. I think this is an absolute slam dunk that this might happen. The Dallas Mavericks, Kyrie Irving, obviously Anthony Davis, both played with LeBron James. They've had their best career games with LeBron James. Cooper Flagg is like LeBron James's favorite. He says Cooper Flagg, when they were playing for Team USA, playing against Team USA, he said he's the best player he's seen Team USA produce in the last 10 years. I think he has a love fetish for Cooper Flagg. I think he knows what Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis can do. And with the way these contracts are set up, you can get rid of D'Angelo Russell, Klay Thompson, and P.J. Washington. You could get LeBron James here. I absolutely makes sense. LeBron James would absolutely go there. And I'm going to tell you this right now. They're a championship team right off the bat at the trade deadline. My prediction, ladies and gentlemen, is LeBron James gets traded to the Dallas Mavericks at the trade deadline this year.
I like it. I'll give that one a good, positive review of that kind of prediction. We've seen, obviously, Kyrie Irving and
Makes
LeBron.
a lot of sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense when you look at, obviously, the two of them being there. And, obviously, what you were talking about with LeBron to the Rockets rumors a couple months ago when they traded for Durant. You're not going to have to trade much.
I did the math here. P.J. Washington, Klay Thompson, and D'Angelo Russell. Yeah. Their contracts, their 3 contracts, and giving away maybe 2 first-round draft picks, it seals the deal. You will absolutely get LeBron James, and that automatically makes you the lead team to win the championship this coming year against the OKC Thunder, where everybody thinks is going to repeat. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you right now, this is going to happen. Right. Book it. And remember,
Are you saying at the deadline or
yes.
before?
No, at the deadline. LeBron James gets traded to the Dallas Mavericks to play with Kyrie Irving, who will be back in the second half of the season, Anthony Davis, and Cooper Flagg.
Yeah,
I'm going to...
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Speedy.
No, I was going to finish it up, too, with, because we were talking about also with the Mavericks, losing a lot of popularity with Cuban not selling some of the ownership, too. I think they're going to want to try to get that kind of popularity aspect back. Flagg will obviously get it down the road, but you want to do it with Kyrie now and LeBron, it kind of makes sense.
Lakers aren't going anywhere. They're not making the playoffs. Not this year, even with the roster that they have. The turnaround of the roster, he knows that this team stinks. And by the way, they could probably add Bronny James to go there as well. Sure. And that will sweeten up the pot.
You took my that's where I was going to go for both sides of it. I was going to go, it sounds good, but I go, the one thing, he wants to be with his son, so he's going to stay. And then I was like, well, what if they just throw him in basically as the throw-in to be with his dad, because that's all LeBron ever wanted to do. I don't think without Bronny, I don't think it happens.
It's going to happen.
If he's that I think if he's that throw-in, I think it moves to that.
I want to say also something else. Ownership wants to bring a casino into Dallas. That's what they want to do. Why not bring one of the biggest international players right now in the world when it comes to basketball? Bron will play one more year. I guarantee it with Cooper Flagg. It makes a lot of sense. Kyrie Irving has another year on that contract. Anthony Davis has another 2 years on a contract. It makes a lot of sense. And now that Van Vliet is hurt, he's not going to Houston, and I can't see Golden State. I cannot see Golden State. It makes a lot of sense. And he's not staying with the Lakers. He is going to Dallas. Book it, seal it, and I'm going to tell you I told you so.
I got to add, I just read that Anthony Davis had eye surgery. Yeah. He's going to
wear a mask, right?
No, he's going to wear goggles like old Kareem for the rest of his career. Yep. So we get to see all these cool fashion statements, eyewear statements from Anthony Davis.
No unibrow anymore.
Perhaps playing so the unibrow will be covered up. But it'll cover it up.
Unigoggle. That's what we'll call it. The unigoggle.
The unigoggle.
He'll probably try to patent that just like he tried to patent his unibrow.
Yeah. That's true. Gave the name.
You think he's going to go more Kareem or Horace Grant?
Horace Grant's were strong. They looked like he was
in
a pool.
Can we throw Chris Sabo in there too?
I was thinking about Kurt Rambis and some of his eyewear.
Solid.
Solid.
Kurt Rambis? Give me a break. Kurt Rambis.
Knicks coaching legend, Kurt Rambis.
I remember. Trust me, I remember. Assistant coach, Mr. Woodson had him on the bench. Everybody. Everybody had that idiot on the bench, Mr. Rambis. All he did was ram, damn, thank you, ma'am.
Well, he knew the triangle. Everybody needed somebody who knew the triangle.
Yeah,
you know?
he knew a lot of other things, too. Anyways, thank you, Derek Fisher, for bringing him back to that organization. Anyways, I will say this. It makes a lot of sense. And I'm going to tell you this right now. We go back here in about 5 months from now, you're going to say, Errol, you were absolutely right. And it makes a lot of sense. And I'm going to tell you this right now, just so you guys I don't know if you guys know this. Cooper Flagg this offseason has been working out with Bronny James and LeBron James. Just so you guys know. I wanted to feed that to you so you understand what's going on.
His picture day facial hair, though, was trash.
I know. It doesn't look good. Cooper does not look good with facial hair. No, he needs to change it.
Yeah, it was hot garbage.
Yeah, go back to the baby face. He's the baby face killer, the flag boy, the flagarola. Anyways, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Our new segment, Call Your Shot. It was good. That's a good one. And we'll see how much we slam dunk on these picks. And maybe Pete Alonso is a Yankee. That's an interesting one. LeBron James going to the Dallas Mavericks. I mean, that's interesting. I think a lot of these things could be very interesting and definitely will takes because guess what? If we're right, that shoots all the way to the top, baby. Anyways, that's it for our show. I'd like to thank Colin Cosell for joining us. I know he's been busy with the Mets going down the way they did. Colin, we love you. You'll be on. Probably we'll get you on in the next couple of weeks. We're not hurt that you had to take care of some family stuff, but we love you, man. Thank you for joining us for a little bit. Thank you to all the fans that follow us.
Nothing worse than a bad travel day, Colin.
There you go.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
Oh, boy. I don't even want to tell you some of the stories I've been through. I mean, getting trapped in Philadelphia for 2 days because of a snowstorm.
Your Toronto one was bad.
Oh, the Toronto one. I don't even want to. First of all, I would advise people never to go to a 3-star hotel, even with a snowstorm. I was at a 5-star hotel, and I needed to stop somewhere because of a snowstorm. And I wake up the next morning. We went to this wine event, and we got robbed. They broke our window, and snow was in it, and we lost everything. Thank God we didn't leave our passports. I had to drive 2 hours to Toronto to pay $5,000. After paying a deductible for insurance, I still had to pay $5,000, which is $3,000 American money, to pay off this garbage, which, by the way, is just absolutely ridiculous. Toronto, I will say this. Toronto people are thieves. They're thievery thieves. That's all I'm going to say. That's it. Thank you to all the fans on X, Instagram, YouTube, Jabba in the Mouth, Worldwide Sports Radio Network. We thank everybody following us on Spotify and Apple on the video and the audio section. We love you guys. Keep downloading us. Keep up all the good work. And thank you to the one and only Gremlin for sucking again this week. I've got my New Jersey. Screw the Gremlin, as he will be out of the NFL. That could be another prediction. That's just my prediction.
Yeah, you're just waiting for that one to get
That's going to be
Copels.
a slam dunk. By the way, I would love to hear Quentin what he has to say.
We're bringing him on when he gets his first interception.
He's not getting an interception this year. You could book that. He will not have an interception this year. He has what? How many games left?
It's 13 now.
13 games, not a chance in hell. That's all I'm going to say.
Or if he goes off against the Jets,
not
they play
a
him like
chance.
week 16 or something.
Still not going to get an interception. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again. We'll be back on Wednesday. Who do we have?
All right, so returning to the show at 8:45 is our friend Mr. Ovi Muhaley, former Falcons and Ravens fullback, all-pro fullback. I did mention, because we did mention at the end of the interview last time,
Yum.
we were potentially talking about doing a collaboration with with Michael Turner, who's on his show as well. I asked him about that, so I'll see if we'll have him as well, but we'll definitely have Ovi.
Yeah, I love Ovi. Ovi knows his stuff. And Michael Turner, at one point, I remember him on what college team did he play for, Speedy? Let's see if you know.
Was it Indiana, I believe?
Think about it. Think again.
Oh, was he FSU?
What?
Was he FSU, your Seminoles?
No.
Yeah, I don't remember him in college, actually.
Fish, you know?
I just remember him being the best backup running back in the NFL for the Falcons, and then eventually getting the starting job.
Jabba, you know?
Really good.
Does anybody know?
Northern Illinois.
I just looked it up, so that's not fair if you ask me.
Who do you got?
Wake Forest.
Yeah, I want to remember that.
You know why I know this? Because I'm a big Tim Duncan fan. And Tim Duncan went to Wake Forest, so that's how I know. By the way, Michael Turner was a great player.
Yes, he was.
He was a great player. 4 years, I wouldn't say he's elite, but he was really good player.
Top 10 running back.
Yeah, he was a good running back in the NFL. Anyways, that's it for our show. We'll see you on Wednesday. Good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
I like anal.